The Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was one of the two top chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, and they were in cooperation with many sects in the territory when it came to business. If they really offended them, then it would not have any benefits to their sects. This old master offers 21 million. Boy, up the bid if you have the guts. The old man in one of the private rooms coldly snorted, seemingly convinced that Xianxia was a hired troublemaker. 30 million. The old man almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this, and his face turned extremely ugly. He originally thought that, since Xianxia was hired to raise the price during the auction, then his task would have been completed after raising the price by 10 million. Even though it aggravated him so much that it made his teeth itch, being able to buy the artifact armor for 21 million was still a good bargain. But he didn't expect that little brat from room A3 to raise the price to 30 million in one breath. He wasn't working for them. There was no way he was a hired plant, as no one would be hired to make such ridiculous bids, and it was also impossible for them to make such irrational bids. If they were to hike up the price as madly as this, it would most likely scare most of the prospective bidders away. That was to say, this little brat really intended to get his hands on the great soaring black dragon armor. This old man was not the only one who realized this. Most of the Emperor Realm Masters at the auction realized this as well. That person in room A3 was definitely a man with a lot of money. 31 million. Only 10 breaths later did someone make a bid with much difficulty. 35 million. Xianxia immediately followed. A sigh soon came from one of the private rooms, followed by many others soon after, but nobody raised the bid. A normal Emperor artifact could basically sell for around 15 to 20 million high-rank source crystals. If it was a defensive Emperor artifact, that number could go even higher to around 20 to 30 million. Even though this great soaring black dragon armor was an Emperor-grade mid-rank defensive artifact, it was damaged, so its price hovered between Emperor-grade low-rank and Emperor-grade mid-rank defensive artifacts. 35 million was already the bottom line for most. Moreover, such an enormous amount of source crystals could not be taken out by just anyone. At the auction in Flowing Shadow City a few months ago, most of the Emperor Realm Masters who attended only had a net worth of around 10 to 20 million. Rarely would any of them have 30 million high-rank source crystals or more. That was why Xianxia was almost certain that this 35 million bid was going to be enough to seal the deal. And so it was. The beautiful auctioneer looked around for a moment, and once she was certain nobody would bid anymore, so she shouted at once, "Great soaring black dragon armor, 35 million high-rank source crystals. Are there any higher bids? If not, then this armor will belong to our friend in room A3." After counting to 3, the beautiful woman smiled in Xianxia's direction. "Congratulations to our friend in room A3. She couldn't help but get a strange feeling welling up inside of her. This finale should have been a hard-fought battle between the Emperor Realm Masters, with many competing bids called one after another until ultimately the dust settled and one victor emerged. She never anticipated that this man from room A3 would settle things so decisively, winning the auction in just a few rounds. Most of the attendees who were thinking of bidding didn't even manage to make a single offer. The only thing they got out of it was the show. Even after hosting so many auctions, it was the first time she had encountered a situation like this. The man from room A3 was truly a big patron. If she had the chance, she wanted to get to know him and perhaps even secure an opportunity to work with him. With the dust of the final item settled, the auction came to an end. The cultivators in the hall all got up and headed out, still feeling a little dazzled. The Emperor Realm Masters in the private rooms were also led out of the rooms by the maidservants, leaving through secret passages. In room A3, Xianxia waited quietly for a moment before a knock sounded at the door. Xianxia responded to the knock, and the door was immediately pushed open. A maidservant entered with 2 strong men who were carrying that metal storage box inside. A short while later, after the goods and payment were exchanged, someone else guided Xianxia towards his private secret exit. This was one way in which the auction house protected their customers in order to prevent any auction goods from being targeted by others. The Violet Source Chamber of Commerce built hundreds of secret passages leading in all directions out of Maplewood City. Without knowing the direction beforehand, no one could track a particular patron. Even though Yang Kai wasn't afraid in the first place, he didn't refuse this arrangement. Very soon, under the guide of the maidservant, they entered an underground tunnel. Outside room A9, Gu Hong knocked on the door and was allowed inside. Lu Dongzheng, who was resting in the room, opened his eyes. A flicker passed across his eyes as his lips opened and closed, silently transmitting a question to Gu Hong. Gu Hong couldn't hide the excitement on his face and quickly responded. Lu Dongzheng then got up, and with a flick of his sleeves, left quickly. Gu Hong stood in place and pondered for a moment, but he still decided to sneakily follow him out. He knew Lu Dongzheng's nature too well. For that Yang Kai guy to actually be so rich was something he did not expect before. If Lu Dongzheng really succeeded, then he did not believe that he would keep his promise to share 50% of the profit with him. That was why it would be better for him to keep an eye on them himself. Once Lu Dongzheng succeeded, he would go over and catch him. He believed then that it would be difficult for him to deny him anything on the spot. This was a matter concerning tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. So how could Gu Hong not be careful? If this deal went well, then he wouldn't have to compete with Kong Si Ran for anything anymore. He could just go wherever he pleased, living out the rest of his life without worries. It was a cup of tea's time later that Yang Kai and Qin Yu finally came out from the side of a small hill. When they looked up, they could see the bright moon and the stars. After finding his bearings, Yang Kai released his Emperor Qi, wrapping it around Qin Yu, before leaving in a certain direction. In just a few moments, the two arrived above a small knoll. Looking down, they could see many people gathered below. Seemingly having sensed them approaching, those people looked up, wary expressions forming on their faces when they saw a stream of light shooting towards them. "Grandpa!" Qin Yu shouted. When Qin Zhaoyang heard her, he let out a relaxed laugh and shouted, "No need to worry. It's just little brother Yang and Yuer." The stream of light landed in front of the crowd, revealing the figures of Yang Kai and Qin Yu. Looking over the crowd, Yang Kai asked, "Is everyone here?" Before going to the auction, he sent a message to the Zhang family, telling them to meet up with the Qin family here. Looking at them now, no one seemed to be missing. Old Lady Zhang said, "Everyone from the Zhang family is here." The Zhang family did not have many people to begin with, and they had also just about gotten everything prepared in the days before, so when they received Yang Kai's message, they were able to move at once. The Qin family was also in the same situation. Qin Zhaoyang had even managed to sell off the land deed. Now both families were all gathered here. Together, the two small families numbered around 150 people with a wide variety of cultivations. The strongest one here was Qin Yu at the mere second-order Dao Source Realm. The others were either Origin King Realm, Origin Returning Realm, or even Saint King Realm and Saint Realm. "Brother-in-law, are we really going to the Northern Territory?" Zhang Ruoyu jumped out, her small face filled with tension and anticipation. She hadn't even traveled outside Maplewood City's boundaries, despite how old she was, but now she would be going to the extremely far Northern Territory. As a native of the Southern Territory, she was extremely unfamiliar with the Northern Territory. "Brother-in-law?" Qin Yu was stunned, feeling both confusion and anxiety. "Who's your brother-in-law? Don't just shout randomly, little girl." Yang Kai's face went black. Ning Su Wan also shouted, "Ruoyu, come back." "Oh." Zhang Ruoyu pouted and stood sullenly to the side. When she looked up, she suddenly met Qin Yu's eyes. She grinned at her, revealing a bright, happy smile as she called out, "Elder sister Qin." Qin Yu squeezed out a smile at her. "Little sister Ruoyu, since you're all here, let's go." Yang Kai called out to them. If he were going alone, then he would be able to reach Thousand Leaves Sect in just 2 days, but since he had to bring along such a large group of people with varied strengths, he estimated that it would take them at least half a month to arrive. As soon as he said that though, Yang Kai frowned. Sensing something coming from behind, he turned around just to see a stream of light speeding through the sky, and it seemed to be moving towards them. Qin Zhaoyang, Ning Suwan, and the others clearly noticed it as well, and they all instantly became nervous, especially Qin Zhaoyang. After all, Yang Kai had just offended one of Star Soul Palace's disciples the other day, so if one of their masters were to come after them, then the Qin family would be done for. You should all go on ahead. I'll be right behind you. Yang Kai had already recognized who was coming when he released his divine sense. So after telling the Qin and Zhang family to leave first, he turned around and waited. Which way do we go? Qin Zhao Yang asked. Yang Kai pointed in a direction. Be careful, little brother Yang, Qin Zhao Yang said out of concern, and after a nod to Ning Su Wan, the two immediately led their clansmen forward. If they stayed here, then they would only become a drag on Yang Kai, so the two of them made a quick decision to leave. In the blink of an eye, the 150 people gradually moved further and further away. A few moments later, the stream of light landed. Light fading away, an elderly man's figure was revealed. Sect Master Lu. Where are you going in such a hurry? Yang Kai smiled at Lu Dongzheng, who had come chasing after him. A cold glint flashed past Lu Dongzheng's eyes and he snorted. You already know the answer. Looking towards the two clans walking away in the distance, Lu Dongzheng asked, Are those all your people? Indeed. Yang Kai nodded. Lu Dongzheng sneered. Very good. None of them will be able to escape. This old master will slaughter them all. Yang Kai smiled in response. That will depend on whether you can live that long. Lu Dongzheng narrowed his eyes. You talk big, little brat. You think you can win against this old master. Even if Yang Kai's cultivation level was similar to his, Lu Dongzheng still didn't put him in his eyes. They were both first-order emperors, but he had been immersed in this realm for a long time, so how could some insignificant unknown person be able to compare to him? You really are a frog in a well, aren't you? Yang Kai snickered. Impudence. Lu Dongzheng fumed at his words. But as he spoke, Yang Kai, who was originally several dozen meters away, suddenly appeared in front of him, his face almost sticking to his. The distance between them had instantaneously shrunk to an arm's length. Lu Dongzheng gasped, so shocked that all his hairs stood on end. He didn't even notice how Yang Kai moved before this young man was already in front of him. Those eyes that were right in front of him were filled with disdain and mockery, causing Lu Dongzheng's heart to sink straight down into the abyss. He pushed his emperor chi out of instinct and moved his feet, trying to open some distance between him and Yang Kai, but Lu Dongzheng was shocked to find that no matter how he moved, Yang Kai would stick to him like maggots on rotting bones, not allowing him to get away. Casually throwing out his palm towards Lu Dongzheng's chest, the mocking look in Yang Kai's eyes morphed into coldness as he snorted, Die! Gu Hong chased Lu Dongzheng all the way over without rest, and was so tired he was gasping for breath. He only had a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, which was vastly inferior to Lu Dongzheng's own cultivation, so his speed was naturally worse. If Gu Hong had not known which passage Yang Kai was coming out of, then he likely wouldn't have known where to find them. After arriving at the scene, Gu Hong immediately found a bush to hide in and concealed his aura before looking around. He didn't hear any fighting nor feel any energy fluctuations though. So could it be that Lu Dongzheng had already dealt with that little brat? But that shouldn't be the case. He was right on their tail, so even if Lu Dongzheng was strong, that boy was still an Emperor Realm Master and should at least be able to hold on for a while. Unless the battlefield shifted. Gu Hong felt that the possibility of that was quite high. Perhaps their strength was almost the same with each other and they were still locked in a desperate struggle, but he had no idea where they were fighting now. It would be best if they were both in a lose-lose situation, then he would be able to pick them both off for a tidy profit. If the chance arose, Gu Hong didn't mind double-crossing Lu Dongzheng and tossing him into the same pot as Yang Kai. While Gu Hong was fantasizing about such possibilities, a faint smell of blood suddenly wafted over in the wind. When he smelled it, Gu Hong's face changed. When he looked over, he could see what seemed to be a man lying 1,000 meters away from him, under the moonlight. Gu Hong's expression froze as he focused his sight. The man lying on the ground had his face slightly tilted to the side, which just happened to be in his direction, allowing him to see his expression clearly. Lu Dongzheng. Gu Hong jumped in fright while at the same time a chill ran down his spine. Broken Mountain Sect's sect master, who had left Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's auction house just before him, was currently lying there, motionless and covered in blood. Gu Hong had no idea whether Lu Dongzheng was dead or alive, But there was a big chance that he may be dead, because Gu Hong was unable to detect any vitality from this figure. The blood in Gu Hong's body almost froze as he stood stiff for a long time, not daring to move. Lu Dongzhang was a veteran First Order emperor, and there were many rumors that he could break through to the Second Order at any moment, so how could a master of this caliber actually fall to such a state? Who had done this? Even though he was clearly alive and well just a moment ago, intent on seeking revenge on that little brat from room A3, how did he end up here like a dead fish? Gu Hong did not dare to move for a long time, for fear that a strong enemy may be lying in wait nearby. He was worried that he would only lure disaster upon himself if he were to move recklessly. Only after waiting for a full hour and seeing no changes did Gu Hong find the courage to stand up and approach Lu Dongzhang vigilantly. In just a moment he arrived before Lu Dongzhang. Looking at how tragically he died, Gu Hong was astonished. One move. Lu Dongzhang had been killed in one move. There was a clear palm print on his chest, which had completely collapsed, and there were still traces of blood around his mouth and nose which had not dried completely. His wide eyes were filled with a look of disbelief, as if he had seen something unbelievable before he died. Gudong, Gu Hong gulped. For a master like Lu Dongzhang, who was such a towering existence in his eyes, to be killed off in one move, how powerful would his killer have to be? Whether it was that boy from room A3 who was responsible for his death or not, there could be no doubt he was involved in this matter somehow. There was no way Gu Hong could stay in Maplewood City any longer. If that little brat were to find out that he was the one who revealed his location, then his own fate would not be any better. Shivering, Gu Hong glanced at Lu Dongzhang's hand and did not find any trace of his space ring. Clearly, it was taken away by the killer. He didn't dare to stay any longer, pushing his source chi to quickly flee from this place. The speed of over 100 people traveling was much slower than Yang Kai had expected, and there was a need to stop regularly. Only after 10 days did they barely cover half of the distance. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any dangers. If this was any other time, then it would be easy for a group like them to be targeted by some unsavory cultivators while wandering the star boundary. But with Yang Kai watching over them, anyone daring enough to trouble them would just die miserably. Whether it be the Zhang family or the Qin family, they were a little sad to be leaving the place they had been living in for generations so abruptly, and the feeling was only magnified for the older members. The young people, on the other hand, were filled with curiosity and anticipation about the outside world, especially Zhang Ruoyu. She would constantly ask Yang Kai questions when there was time. Any strange fact she could learn was enough to keep her amused for a long time. This girl's personality was very different from Ruoxi's. She was lively and active, as if she had an endless supply of energy. Even her barrage of questions seemed to go on forever. Yang Kai did not show any impatience with her behavior, though. He had to introduce the Northern Territory and the situation in his own sect to the two families to begin with, so he would answer any questions Zhang Ruoyu had for him, gradually filling the hundreds of people with longing for the Northern Territory and High Heaven Palace. After more than 20 days of walking, the group finally arrived at the former Thousand Leaves sect. Bringing the two families into Emperor Heaven Valley, Yang Kai activated the space array and divided the group into several batches, teleporting them to High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai brought up the rear, and as soon as he arrived with the last dozen people in High Heaven Palace, Xianxia immediately came up to greet him, "Palace Master!" When the first batch of cultivators was teleported over, the 2000 Leaves sect disciples who were on guard immediately transmitted a message to head manager Xianxia. Xianxia had no idea what was going on either, so she rushed over to investigate. After some inquiries, she found out that it was Yang Kai who arranged for them to come here, so she naturally did not dare to be rude to them. Yang Kai nodded and looked at the two families, smiling. At this moment, each and every one of them had an amazed look on their face, and their eyes were filled with joy and surprise. Zhang Ruoyu had even opened her arms wide, her face filled with joy as if she wanted to embrace this world. High Heaven Palace was built on the foundation of the original Seeking Passion sect, a paradise covered in spiritual mountains and great rivers. The world energy here was so dense that it was not something that Maplewood City could compare to. All of them felt as if they'd been reborn to suddenly come to such a wonderland. If they were not actively restraining themselves, some of them would even be cheering and crying in happiness at this moment. Zhu Qing didn't come back yet, did she? Yang Kai asked Hua Qingxi in a quiet voice as he scanned the area warily. No. Hua Qingxi shook her head. Good. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief even though he knew it was impossible for Zhu Qing to return so quickly. She was going to a famous forbidden zone, the frozen earth, and had to track down the source left behind by her clansmen after their death. Not an easy task. Still, it was best to be careful. If Zhu Qing really did return, then she would probably stick to him like a leech again, impossible to get rid of. Palace Master, what arrangements should be made for these two families? Hua Qingxi asked. Yang Kai responded, Why are you asking me? Aren't you the head manager? Just settle them down wherever suitable, no need for preferential treatment or whatnot. Pick out some cultivators with good aptitude as well so they can become the first batch of disciples of High Heaven Palace, then focus on training them for a little. Understood. Hua Qingxi nodded. After hearing what Yang Kai had to say, she knew what to do. You go make the arrangements. I still have something to talk to you about later. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes, Hua Qingxi answered. Then, she flew into the sky and shouted, Everyone, since you have entered our High Heaven Palace, you are all now one of us. Come with me. She was still an Emperor Realm Master after all, so as soon as she spoke, the two families immediately became serious and followed her. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people left the plaza. Body shifting, Yang Kai arrived at his own chambers. Half a day later, Hua Qingxi came to report the situation to him. The two families were arranged to stay on a mountain peak with a decent world energy density. There were ready-made buildings there that were enough for them to settle into. Hua Qingxi had also left them some cultivation materials and told them that their cultivation situation would be checked on in a year. After that, they would be given different statuses depending on their progress. There was nothing to criticize about her arrangements, and Yang Kai believed that the two families would have nothing to complain about. The two families were barely eking out a living in Maplewood City and were constantly on edge against outside threats. Now, not only had High Heaven Palace provided them with a safe and secure place to live, they were even provided with an outstanding cultivation environment and resources, so they were naturally happy and excited. Palace Master, you said you had something to speak to me about earlier. What is it? Hua Qingxi asked after she finished reporting on the situation of the two families. And it's like this. When I went to the Southern Territory, I made a deal with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai briefly explained the details to her. Hua Qingxi urged him on, and Yang Kai continued, and then I suddenly wondered whether our High Heaven Palace could achieve a long-term business relationship with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. We're in the Northern Territory, while they're in the Southern Territory. The products of both regions are different. Some things may be cheap and abundant in the Northern Territory, but once you arrive in the Southern Territory, it becomes expensive and rare. The same is also true the other way around. So we buy low, sell high. Hua Qingxi understood instantly. Many merchants did the same in the Star Boundary, but they had to trek through countless mountains and across countless rivers, passing through many dangerous obstacles in order to move between the two territories. The slightest mistake could cost them all their wealth, or even their lives. But it was different for High Heaven Palace. With the cross-territory space array, they could casually move between two territories. With this natural advantage, they were sure to make money with this deal. Hua Qingxi smiled. Even if Palace Master didn't mention it, I've also thought of this point before. Oh? Then, if you have any thoughts, let's hear them. Yang Kai looked at her with interest. Hua Qingxi said solemnly, It is a very good idea, and will definitely be profitable. But there is one difficulty that I'm not sure Palace Master has considered. Please explain. Yang Kai accepted advice with an open mind. Whether there is enough manpower or not is a problem. As Palace Master knows, our High Heaven Palace does not have many proper disciples. If we were truly to do this, then we would definitely require a large amount of manpower, but compared to this, sourcing materials is an even bigger problem. Unless what? Hua Qingxi smiled. unless Palace Master can find someone to help gather supplies for us. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Like Fire Dragon Palace and the Full Sky Sect. For example, Sister Hua, you're quite wicked. Hua Qingxi pouted. They owe us so many source crystals anyway. It's gracious of us to even let them pay for it in materials. That's not a bad idea. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. By the way, why don't we ask Ice Heart Valley as well? Unlike us, Ice Heart Valley has deep and vast roots, so it should be easy for them to gather resources in the Northern Territory. Good. We also have to carefully consider what we have to buy and sell. If not, not only might we fail to make a profit, we might even suffer a loss. Hua Qingxi replied, I will personally go to the Southern Territory to conduct an investigation. If this matter was handled properly, it would be a huge deal for High Heaven Palace's future. Despite Yang Kai's currently extreme level of wealth, and having both Fire Dragon Palace and Full Sky Sect owing a huge debt to the High Heaven Palace, the sect would still need a way to support itself if he wanted it to grow in the future. Not staying in the High Heaven Palace for long, Yang Kai returned to the Southern Territory the next day. After a number of days, Yang Kai looked towards the continuous undulating mountain range in the distance as he traveled swiftly over. That mountain range was Azure Sun Mountain Range, where Azure Sun Temple's headquarters was located. Although he only held an in-name disciple title within Azure Sun Temple, with Azure Sun Golden Token in his hand, Gao Shueting and even when Zishan treated him with importance. Having come back to the Southern Territory, it made sense to visit Azure Sun Temple. Furthermore, Yang Kai also wanted to take a trip into the Divine Ascension Mirror to inform Tianyan about the good news of having found the Flesh Incarnation fruit. Originally, he had planned to refine the Flesh Incarnation pill personally. However, with a helper like Jiying working under him, Yang Kai would naturally hand this task over to him. Before leaving, Yang Kai had already left the necessary herbs behind in the High Heavens Palace, and he believed that he would be able to obtain the Flesh Incarnation pill the next time he went back. With the Flesh Incarnation pill, Tianyan would be able to mold a physical body for himself, and thus extricate himself from the fetters of the Divine Ascension Mirror. He would be able to enter the star boundary and become a strong ally for High Heaven Palace. With a great Emperor-level master as his patron, High Heaven Palace would eventually become a great Emperor sect despite not being one at the moment. When that happened, its status absolutely wouldn't be inferior to Star Soul Palace or Serene Soul Palace. All of a sudden, Yang Kai came to a halt. Turning towards a certain direction, he furrowed his brow and called out, Which friend is being so sneaky? Why not show yourself? As his voice rang out, a glow of light suddenly blossomed from the void in that direction. The dazzling brilliance forced Yang Kai to narrow his eyes, and by the time the light had dimmed down, two extraordinary silhouettes had appeared. One of them was a middle-aged male, his face pale with no traces of facial hair. A look that was brimming with might, yet devoid of anger, was present on his face. The other person was a youth who appeared to be close to Yang Kai's age. Cutting a suave and elegant demeanor, his brow appeared like slanted swords, positioned above his twinkling star-like eyes. Standing beside each other, those two people seemed to share similar physical features, as though they were a father-son pair. Compared to the latter, the middle-aged male had an indifferent look on his face. On the contrary, an eager, competitive spirit rose within the youth's eyes when he looked over towards Yang Kai. Senior Xiao. Yang Kai's brow rose. Xiao Yuyang replied, So it's you, Yang Kai? Indeed. Yang Kai nodded his head before looking over to the youth and giving a faint smile. Brother Xiao, I trust you've been well since the trip to the Shattered Star Sea? These two were members of Star Soul Palace, whom Yang Kai had recognized in a single glance. There was no need to talk about the youth Xiao Chen, whom Yang Kai had had quite a few exchanges with and would always be by the side of Princess Lan Su, playing the role of the protector. As for his father, Xiao Yuyang, he was the first Emperor Realm Master Yang Kai had met after his entry into the star boundary. At that time, he was a Star Soul Palace Silver Star envoy with a second-order Emperor Realm cultivation that made him an existence that Yang Kai needed to look up to. After these years, though, Xiao Yuyang's aura seemed to have grown increasingly vibrant and extraordinary. which meant that he had impressively reached the third-order Emperor realm. As for Xiao Chun, his cultivation was not weak either, being at the first-order Emperor realm. From the look of it, Xiao Chun had benefited quite a bit since his trip to the Shattered Star Sea. These two people had suddenly popped up here. Furthermore, they had just so happened to block Yang Kai's path, so it was easy to see what their intentions were. The deaths of Star Soul Palace Elder Tanjun Hao and Deacon Wu Ming had left Star Soul Palace investigating ever since. As they continued to investigate, they had naturally ended up focusing on Yang Kai. However, the latter had been elusive in his recent movements, to the point where even a great emperor sect like Star Soul Palace, with its long reach and extensive network, was still unable to get a good grasp of his location. Suddenly, a month or so ago, they had received a message from a disciple of theirs by the name of Luo Ping, saying he spotted Yang Kai in Maplewood City. Xiao Yuyang proceeded to rush over without stopping. Being one of Star Soul Palace's elders and possessing extraordinarily high cultivation, him being dragged into this matter wasn't because of them giving respect to Yang Kai, but rather, it was because of the information Star Soul Palace had collected about both Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming meeting their deaths at Yang Kai's hands. This terrifying result meant that anyone lacking in cultivation would be useless against Yang Kai. Only a third-order Emperor Realm Master would be able to accomplish this task. For the sake of Tanjun Hao, the few third-order Emperor Realm Elders of Star Soul Palace had all been mobilized, searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts in all directions. Knowing that Yang Kai was a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, Xiao Yuyang had faintly suspected that there was a possibility of Yang Kai returning to Azure Sun Temple after his sudden appearance in Maplewood City, which led him to lay in ambush here. Yang Kai's appearance proved his decision to be correct, as he had finally managed to come face-to-face with Yang Kai after painstakingly waiting here for half a month. After hearing Yang Kai's words, Xiachen grinned. "Who are you? Do I know you?" His haughty and lofty stance gave him the appearance of having an exceedingly overwhelming superiority complex. Having crossed paths with him several times, Yang Kai was well aware of this irksome trait of Xiao Chen's. Therefore, he did not get angry. On the contrary, he gave a faint smile and looked towards Xiao Yuyang. "May I know why Senior Xiao had obstructed this junior's path? You still dare to ask about the obvious?" In a fit of anger, Xiao Chun pointed his finger at Yang Kai. "Are you not clear about what you've done? You dare put on such a shameless act?" With a faint smile, Yang Kai replied, "I don't understand what Brother Xiao is talking about." Xiao Chen's expression instantly turned gloomy. "Are you really unaware? Or are you just feigning ignorance? Not giving a damn about him anymore?" Yang Kai proceeded to turn and look at Xiao Yuyang, letting Xiao Chun continue fuming in anger. Xiao Yuyang stood with his hands behind his back, a calm expression present on his face. Nevertheless, he was sighing in admiration and astonishment within his heart. Before this matter had occurred, he did not know much about Yang Kai. The only thing he faintly remembered was that a Dao Source Realm Junior had refined a furnace of extraordinary treasure pills in the Four Seasons realm. That brought the person into the spotlight, and that person was precisely Yang Kai. Other than that, Xiao Yuyang did not know anything else about him. Therefore, he had talked about it in detail with Xiao Chun over the last few days on this matter. Only then did he discover how outstanding this youth was. From what he could tell, every matter that Yang Kai had done was exceedingly hard to accomplish. Although his son was a dragon among men, he still somewhat paled in comparison to Yang Kai. At this moment, Xiao Yuyang's appraisal of Yang Kai rose another notch. In front of an elder of Star Soul Palace possessing a third-order Emperor Realm cultivation, this first-order Emperor Realm Junior showed not even a trace of intimidation or fear. On the contrary, he continued to chat in a calm and relaxed manner. Did he really kill Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming? Deep feelings of doubt surged within Xiao Yuyang's heart. With Yang Kai's current level of strength, and with the fact that both Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming weren't just ordinary masters, how could that be possible? How could they have died at this junior's hand? However, during the investigations conducted by Star Soul Palace, there were over 20 Emperor Realm Masters that testified to this effect. Even if Tanjun Han and Wu Ming's deaths were not caused by Yang Kai, it was absolutely related to him. Tanjun Hao Wu Ming. Xiao Yuyang only spoke those two names as he shot a deep gaze right at Yang Kai's eyes, seemingly wanting to bore right to the depths of his soul to see any shift or sliver of fluctuation present within. Raising his brow, Yang Kai replied, "So, it's about that matter. Yes, if Senior Xiao is investigating the matter of those two people, this junior can inform Senior Xiao that I was the one who killed them." He admitted this in an exceedingly frank manner, with not a single trace of wanting to conceal this fact. Bullshit. Xiao Chun snapped back with a look of contempt and ridicule, an obvious indication of his disbelief. "It's said that you had an impressively strong monster king by your side at the time, yes?" Xiao Yuyang deliberately pointed out. "Where is that monster king who acted?" Yang Kai shook his head. "The monster king wasn't there at the time," Xiao Yuyang said in a deep tone. "Yang Kai, you're a talented youth, and this king doesn't wish to cause difficulties for you. Tell this king the location of that monster king, before following me back to Star Soul Palace." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Does Senior Xiao believe that Tan Junhan and Wu Ming met their deaths at the hands of that monster king? Is there any other possibility?" Yang Kai burst into laughter and shook his head incessantly. Never did he imagine that no one would believe the truth that he had just stated. After mumbling to himself, his expression turned solemn before he replied, "Being an elder of Star Soul Palace, Tan Junhan represented Star Soul Palace and the Bright Moon Great Emperor. It was his solemn duty to protect and guide us Southern Territory cultivators. However, in Flowing Shadow City, he engaged in a plethora of perverse actions and used despicable methods to control various Emperor Realm Masters present at the time, before inciting them to attack this junior all in order to kill me and pilfer my treasures. This junior responded in kind and killed him, which can only be considered helping Star Soul Palace clean up their trash. This junior doesn't need the gratitude of the great Emperor or Star Soul Palace and is fine with you all not trying to find trouble for me. Yet, Senior Xiao has obstructed my path today. If this is Star Soul Palace's attitude, this junior feels extremely disappointed. It's not your place to decide about the matters of our Star Soul Palace." Xiao Chun snorted coldly. Xiao Yuyang nodded and added, "Our Star Soul Palace has done a thorough investigation into the details of the matter. Tan Junhan was inhumane, oppressive, and tyrannical, damaging the reputation of our Star Soul Palace with his actions. There isn't anything worth pitying about his death. If he was really killed by you, the matter would be confined between you and our Star Soul Palace. However, if he was killed at the hands of a monster king, it would be a different story, do you understand?" Yang Kai gave an impatient reply. "The monster king did not take action. Didn't those emperors inform you of this?" Xiao Yuyang replied, "They've mentioned it. However, it is really hard to believe their words. Therefore, I need you to follow me back to Star Soul Palace. This Xiao will guarantee that no one will treat you unfairly. The only thing you need to tell this Xiao is the location of the monster king." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. "I'm unable to agree with your request, Senior Xiao. You don't believe me?" Xiao Yuyang's forehead started to wrinkle up slightly. Yang Kai replied, "I'm not close at all to Senior Xiao, so how can I trust you? It's a waste of breath to continue this discussion. Father, there's no need to continue this nonsense with him. Let me take action and take him down." Filled with eagerness, Xiao Chun could no longer contain himself. Drawing his sword, a metallic hum accompanied the blossoming of sword chi as he hurtled towards Yang Kai with a cold snort. "You think you're extraordinary after breaking through to the Emperor realm, huh? Let me show you today the disparity between you and me." Emperor pressure radiated out as sword intent filled the skies. The humming sounds continued to ring out as Xiao Chen's expression turned solemn, before he growled. The fragrance of plum blossoms wafts out from the snow, and the crescent moon reflects in the mirror to shine across the skies. His first action was to unleash an exceedingly powerful killing move. Furthermore, his sword intent had a beautiful appearance, causing people to be dazzled by it. Yang Kai chuckled in response. "I was thinking something similar." Assuming a casual stance, Yang Kai sent a light palm towards the incoming sword wave. Xiao Yuyang felt a sense of satisfaction within his heart after seeing his son unleash his sword move. However, His expression changed drastically upon seeing Yang Kai's palm. Being a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Xiao Yuyang's vision was far higher than a greenhouse flower like Xiao Chen's. So with a single look, he was able to tell that Xiao Chun was completely outmatched by Yang Kai. Shock filled his heart as he knew that their respective breakthroughs to the Emperor Realm after their trip to the Shattered Sea had occurred within a short period from the other. Yet, the gulf between their strength was akin to night and day. "Retreat, Chan'er!" Xiao Yuyang roared out. Nevertheless, it was a pity that he had spoken too late. A palm came extending through the flurry of sword lights, smashing through them as if they were rotten twigs. The screen of swords instantly withered, turning Xiao Chen's sword intent uncontrollably chaotic in the process. Shock bloomed across Xiao Chen's face as he hastily pulled back in retreat. Nevertheless, like a shadow, the incoming palm traveled along his path of retreat, moving threateningly close to his body. Right at that instant, a gale came whipping from the side as Xiao Yuyang was forced to take action to save his son. With a tap of his foot, Yang Kai's body came to an instant stop, right as a gale whipped past his fingertip. Moving swiftly, Xiao Yuyang had a solemn look on his face as he stood between Yang Kai and Xiao Chun. "Yang Kai, this king doesn't want to be oppressive to the young, and doesn't wish to take action against you. Would it be possible for you to cooperate?" Yang Kai smirked. "That's not possible." Xiao Yuyang gave a soft sigh. "Since that is the case, pardon my offense." As his voice rang out, he extended his hand and made a grasping motion towards Yang Kai. Immediately, it appeared as though the entire surrounding space had been locked, as a buzzing sound started to ring out from the void. Nevertheless, Yang Kai did not evade or dodge Xiao Yuyang's grab. Instead, he replied indifferently, "Senior Xiao, it isn't because this junior looks down on you, but I'm afraid that you're unable to keep this junior here. The mountains and rivers always come together in the end, so let's meet in the future." Space principles started to ripple out, before Yang Kai's body suddenly flickered, leaving behind only an afterimage in its place. Upon grasping through the afterimage, Xiao Yuyang's face changed slightly as he growled, "A spatial ability!" He turned and looked around. However, Yang Kai's presence had totally disappeared, and no one could tell where he had run off to. Despite releasing his powerful divine sense, Xiao Yuyang was unexpectedly unable to grasp Yang Kai's aura, causing his expression to sink. Originally, he believed that Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming's deaths were due to the Monster King taking action. However, with what had just happened, the possibility of Yang Kai being the culprit had just become slightly higher. Being able to freely teleport was by itself an extraordinary skill that could overturn the most dangerous of situations. And it was also mentioned in the reports that this boy was in possession of the Yuanding Great Emperor's Mountains and Rivers Bell. That was an ancient, exotic artifact. No one knew exactly how powerful that Mountains and Rivers Bell was, but it was not to be underestimated. Turning around, he noticed Xiao Chun standing slumped over there. The hand that held the sword was trembling incessantly, while an ashen and ugly expression was present on his face. Losing to Yang Kai's move was a huge blow for Xiao Qin. Earlier, despite having just broken through to the Emperor realm, he had always assumed that no one could rival him in this realm. He was a core disciple of Star Soul Palace, and moreover, he was Xiao Yuyang's son. Having been nurtured since young, he was the best of the best within Star Soul Palace. In fact, he was well known to be an invincible existence among cultivators in the same realm. However, at this moment, this sense of superiority that had accompanied him since young had been shattered apart by Yang Kai's palm, something that was impossible for him to endure. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Rather than dwelling in this moment of defeat, why not think of how to increase your strength? Xiao Yuyang said in an indifferent tone. A tremor shook through Xiao Chen's body. Finally coming back to his senses, he quickly replied, "Many thanks for your guidance, father. Let's go." Xiao Yuyang waved his hand. "Where to?" Xiao Chen asked. "Azure Sun Temple," Xiao Yuyang replied, before taking the lead and flying off. Having laid an ambush here, they had managed to run into Yang Kai. This was a clear indication of Yang Kai's motives. He was headed to Azure Sun Temple. Since they weren't able to hold him here, they would have to head to Azure Sun Temple to find him. Regardless of the circumstances, they still needed to settle this matter. Halt! Not long after escaping, Yang Kai came face to face with two new figures. The lead figure shouted out loudly as he obstructed Yang Kai's path of travel. Having entered Azure Sun Temple many times before, Yang Kai naturally knew its rules. Immediately, he retrieved his Azure Sun golden token and tossed it to the two disciples on guard. Catching the token, the lead figure's face changed. Azure Sun golden token? Only the few core disciples of Azure Sun Temple had the qualifications to hold this golden token. Although they were all disciples of Azure Sun Temple, there was a great disparity in their status compared to those core disciples. They took another look at Yang Kai, whose face was extremely foreign to them, and did not recognize him as his profile looked nothing like one of the few core disciples they had seen among the sect. The lead disciple proceeded to shout out in anger, "How deceitful of you, daring to pose as a disciple of our temple! Where did you get this golden token from?" After those words rang out, the two disciples immediately summoned their artifacts and locked their auras onto Yang Kai, appearing to be ready to take action at any moment. Yang Kai was an in-name disciple of Azure Sun Temple, while this golden token was given to him by Gao Shueting back in Maplewood City many years ago, so it was not a widely known fact among the temple. Therefore, many disciples didn't know about Yang Kai at all. At this moment, after seeing a foreign person holding a core disciple token in his hand, it was natural for them to raise their guard. Yang Kai replied, "Elder Gao gave me this token. You too can ask Elder Gao or the other elders about this. Just tell them that Yang Kai has arrived, and they will naturally give you an explanation." Yang Kai, the lead disciple, frowned, shooting a look to his junior brother by his side before nodding his head and replying, "Wait a moment." He proceeded to retrieve a communication artifact, and from the looks of it, was contacting his higher-ups to report this matter. A moment later, the communication artifact shook, and sending his divine sense into it, a strange look immediately appeared on the face of the lead disciple. The elders had replied that the token was genuine, and the person by the name of Yang Kai was an actual disciple of their temple. "I apologize for the earlier offense. Please, senior brother." Receiving the elder's command, the disciple on guard duty naturally didn't dare to obstruct Yang Kai anymore. Moving his body to the side, he said, "Elder Gao said to find her on Myriad Saints Peak." Yang Kai nodded his head and retrieved his golden token. As he moved past the two disciples on guard duty, he suddenly thought of something and said, "That's right. There will be two fellows coming here later. Think of a way to obstruct them for a while." "Yes." Despite not knowing any details, the two disciples immediately acknowledged his command. Myriad Saints Peak was the main peak within Azure Sun Temple. With routine ease, Yang Kai traveled towards it, and as he did so, he noticed a white figure standing in front of a distant palace, looking right in his direction. The figure appeared just like a white lotus, pure and unstained. Her accompanying dress accentuated her elegant figure. Furthermore, there was another small and unassuming figure standing by her side. From a distance away, Yang Kai revealed a faint smile and shot over. As he approached, the pure white figure suddenly raised her hand, before a circular mirror with a sun-like appearance rose from behind her head. Just like a rising radiant sun, the temperature of the surrounding air proceeded to shoot up. Emperor Artifact, Radiant Sun Mirror. Incomparably hot beams of light shot out from the mirror, drawing beautiful arcs in the air before appearing right before Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai gasped in shock before summoning his myriad sword. Unleashing a defensive move, a protective sword barrier appeared before him. Chi 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 chi. The scorching rays of light were blocked by the sword barrier, unable to hit their mark, though Yang Kai was forced to retreat as a result. After dispelling those rays of light, the figures before him flickered, before Gao Shueting suddenly appeared right before him. Extending a slender, jade-white hand, she formed a fist, exposing her middle finger slightly, before giving a knock towards Yang Kai's head. Not daring to evade, Yang Kai had no choice but to take the hit. With a dull thud ringing from his head, He felt as though his entire being had grown shorter by a head. Elder Gao. Yang Kai revealed a look of injustice as he rubbed the place where he had been struck. Gao Shueting gave a cold snort, before casting a sidelong gaze at him. So, now your wings have grown hard. You dare take action against me? When did that happen? Yang Kai gave a wronged look. Just now it was an instinctual reaction. Do you know why I hit you? Questioned Gao Shueting. Yang Kai grinned. Because I've not come back for quite some time, causing you to miss me. Gao Shueting snorted. I don't care whether you've come back or not. However, after causing such a big ruckus and encountering such great danger, why did you not seek help from the temple? Do you feel no sense of belonging with the temple? Or do you see yourself as an outsider? Yang Kai immediately knew she was referring to the matter with Star Soul Palace, causing a burst of warmth to fill his heart and a smile to form on his lips. Stop grinning and get down for me. Gao Shueting extended her hand, grabbed onto Yang Kai's ear, and pulled him down towards Myriad St. Peak. Pain, 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 pain. With his head twisted while still holding on to the Myriad's sword in his hand, Yang Kai was led about by Gao Shueting. Even though he was able to stand up against great emperors and divine spirits, he didn't dare to muster any resistance at all. Nevertheless, he felt as though his ear was about to detach from his head, causing him to scream and plead, although his protests fell on deaf ears. Only after arriving at Myriad Saint's Peak did Gao Shueting release her grip, though she followed up with a slap towards the back of Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai staggered forward, though he did not dare to utter any complaints. Raising his head, he spotted Wen Zixin, leading him to hastily move forward. You're looking well, Temple Master 1. The corners of Wen Zixin's mouth twitched as he looked towards the heavens, appearing as though he did not hear anything at all. Nevertheless, he proceeded to send a divine sense transmission towards Yang Kai stealthily. Little Shueting is very angry. You better quell her anger before talking. If not, this temple master doesn't dare to talk to you. Yang Kai's face turned black while a look of contempt flashed across his eyes. Turning his head around, he looked towards the few people standing to the side. Vice Temple Master Qiu Ran, Elders Chun Qian, Di Rong, and Yu Kuan. All of them evaded his gaze, as though they had not seen him looking over at all. Gao Shueting was the only exception as she continued to stare coldly at him. Her gaze was sharp and penetrating as a sword, seemingly wanting to turn him into a pincushion. Yang Kai obediently walked towards Gao Shueting and lowered his head. Elder Gao, this disciple has made a mistake. Please mete out your punishment, Elder Gao. Gao Shueting replied in an indifferent tone. You made no mistake, so why does this elder have to punish you? That's right, I still have to thank you. If not for you saving me that time, this elder might not have been able to extricate herself from that situation. After saying that, she proceeded to bow towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was scared stiff by her actions, leading him to leap aside. Turning towards his direction, Gao Shueting gave another bow. A crying expression appeared on Yang Kai's face as he said, What do you want, Elder Gao? Whatever it is, I'll accept it. Okay. Gao Shueting immediately raised her head and shot a scorching gaze at Yang Kai. You better keep to your word, and this elder will not put you in a difficult spot. As long as you agree to this matter, this elder will forgive you this time. Please speak. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Become an elder of the temple. Yang Kai's face immediately turned serious as he spoke out in a solemn tone. Elder Gao, you dare refuse? With a flick of her hand, Gao Shueting aimed her sword towards Yang Kai's throat and growled. Let this elder see if you dare to reject this elder's personal request. Yang Kai's entire body turned stiff, not daring to move a muscle. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead as he replied with a serious expression. This disciple was just about to say that he accepts this request. A promising young man. A smile curled up from the corner of Gao Shueting's mouth as she sheathed her sword. Only after all of these antics had finished did Vice Temple Master Qiu Ran and the various other elders present step forward with grins on their faces, cupping their fists as they proceeded to greet the future Elder Yang. With a beaming smile, when Zishan said, "Good, good. Our temple has a new elder. That's something worthy to be celebrated. This temple master has made the decision to organize a grand canonization ceremony to commence in 5 days. We will quickly make an announcement to the world." A tremor shook through Yang Kai's body as he hastily interjected. "There's really no need for this temple master. As of now, this disciple." Before he could finish his sentence, a grinning when Zishan had already patted his shoulders. "There's no need to say any more. I know." Yang Kai opened his mouth, though all of the words he was about to say turned into a sigh. He had killed Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming, and although there was a justifiable reason behind his actions, he had gone against a mighty power which was Star Soul Palace. Once he became an elder of Azure Sun Temple, it would surely bring them trouble. It was all right for him to hide and evade this matter. But why would Wen Zishan want to organize a grand canonization ceremony about his appointment to the position of elder? Wasn't this a clear indication of wanting to redirect fire towards the temple? Yang Kai felt touched and uneasy at the same time. If he really brought a disaster to the temple, he would feel horrible. Nevertheless, despite clearly knowing the repercussions of his actions, Wen Zishan obviously wanted to use the might of the temple to protect Yang Kai. Gao Shueting chimed in from the side. "Once any of the temple's disciples is promoted to the emperor realm, they will become an elder of the sect, and thereby obtain the authority of an elder. That was the case with Xianxia, so there's no need to feel any burden over it." Yang Kai scratched his head and replied, "There's a matter that I've to inform all of you. Recently, this disciple founded a sect of his own." "Huh?" When Zishan exchanged glances with Gao Shueting, both of them noticing the look of surprise within each other's eyes. The various elders present also gawked in response. As of now, this disciple can technically be considered a sect master. Therefore, I'm afraid that there will be some conflict with me becoming an elder of the temple. When Zishan nodded his head in agreement, though Gao Shueting had a look of suspicion on her face as she asked, "You're not lying to us, right? Just to avoid taking up this elder position?" Yang Kai hastily replied, "How would I dare to do so? This is really the truth." Gao Shueting frowned. "Although you're an emperor now, and possess the qualifications to establish a sect, you're still quite young. Diving into such matters will not be beneficial to your future. As of now, your main priority should be to increase your cultivation." "Many thanks, Elder Gao, for your concern. This disciple also understands my priorities. However, there is a reason behind the need for this disciple to establish an independent sect." Yang Kai replied while nodding his head. Gao Shueting sighed. "Since you've already founded your sect, you can't dissolve it. How about this? Let your sect ally with the temple. If there's anything you need help with, the temple will be able to extend a helping hand. In fact, the temple can send some people over to help you and relieve your burden in some of the routine affairs." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "There are already people assigned to take care of sect matters, so there's no need for me to worry about them." "That's good. You're a smart person, so you should know that one's own strength is the foundation of everything." Gao Shueting turned silent for an instant before continuing. "However, since you're now a sect master, it is indeed not as suitable for you to become an elder of the temple. How about this? We shall confer you the title of high-rank guest elder. What do you think of that, temple master?" When Zishan smiled, "Whatever you say, little Shueting." Although a high-rank guest elder was also an elder position, there was much more freedom in that role, including freedom of movement. It was somewhat similar to Yang Kai's previous position as an in-name disciple, just higher in rank. "That's right. What's the name of your sect, and where is it located?" Gao Shueting asked. Qiu Ran, Chang Qian and the others looked over towards Yang Kai with curious looks on their faces. "High Heaven Palace, and it is situated in the Northern Territory." Yang Kai replied with a grin. "The Northern Territory so far away?" Gao Shueting frowned. Azure Sun Temple was located in the Southern Territory, meaning that there was a distance of over 1 billion kilometers between them and High Heaven Palace. This meant that even an alliance would not be of much use, as Azure Sun Temple was too far to provide any aid should anything serious happen to High Heaven Palace. "How's the strength of your sect, And how many disciples do you have? An embarrassed look appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at Gao Xueting, before speaking out in a meek tone. Does Elder Gao want to hear the truth, or? I'd like to see if you dare say anything false. Gao Xueting's beautiful eyes shot a glare back at him. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched before replying. We don't have many disciples as of now, only about 100 so far. 100 people. Gao Xueting nodded lightly. It was not an indication of her looking down on Yang Kai's sect, as after all, having just broken through to the Emperor realm, the sect Yang Kai established would definitely be a small one at best. Being able to gather over 100 disciples was already extremely good. A sect was somewhat similar to a rolling snowball, where it would take a lot of time to become big and strong. As for strength, the cultivations of the disciples are quite varied. For emperors, there are 6 excluding me. What? The various elders present gasped in shock. There are 6 others? Doesn't that mean that there are 7 emperors in total? Are you sure that there's only over 100 people in your sect? Some of the elders were immediately unable to remain calm, with even Wen Zishan's eyes snapping wide in response. A sect with only a few more than 100 people actually had 7 Emperor Realm Masters among its ranks? What kind of sect was this? Wasn't that a bit too terrifying? Even with its 10,000 or so disciples, Azure Sun Temple only had about a dozen emperors among its ranks. Gao Xueting was filled with shock, as she had originally assumed that Yang Kai's newly established sect would be small and weak at best. However, from the looks of it, his sect already appeared to be somewhat extraordinary. Of those 6, what are their cultivation realms? Yang Kai scratched his head and replied, There's a First-Order Emperor Realm Head Manager that helps me handle the sect's affairs. There's also a First-Order Emperor Array Master, a Second-Order Emperor Realm Emperor Alchemist, SII. A wave of successive hisses rang out, as everyone present on Myriad Saints Peak shot a look at Yang Kai as though they had just seen a ghost. A small sect with only around 100 disciples being overseen by 7 emperors was more than enough to shock the hearts of people. However, after hearing Yang Kai say that there was actually an Emperor Array Master and an Emperor Alchemist among them, how was that possible? Even Azure Sun Temple did not have their own Emperor Array Master and Emperor Alchemist. Only those great Emperor sects were capable of matching the lineup of a sect like that. What about the other 3? Gao Xueting continued probing, though shock had already filled her eyes. Yang Kai lowered his head and replied in a somewhat apologetic tone, The other 3 are Monster Kings. Dumbstruck looks immediately appeared on everyone's faces. Monster Kings. Furthermore, 3 of them, only members of the monster race with strength capable of rivaling that of Third-Order Emperors, possessed the qualifications to be hailed as Monster Kings. In other words, the might of any Monster King was not one bit inferior to that of Azure Sun Temple's Temple Master, Wen Zishan. It was precisely due to Wen Zishan's presence that Azure Sun Temple was capable of being ranked as a top sect in the Southern Territory, rivaling Orthodoxy Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land, as both of them were led by Third-Order Emperors as well. Yet, there were 3 such existences in High Heaven Palace which was established by Yang Kai not long ago. Other than the lack of a great emperor to assume command and a slightly inferior number of emperors, how was this sect inferior to any of the great emperor sects? If such a sect was to develop and grow stronger, its power and influence might eclipse all of the other great forces within the star boundary, with the exception of those great emperor sects. Finally recovering from her shock, Gao Xueting suddenly spoke out in a solemn tone. You have to be vigilant when dealing with races other than our own. Yang Kai, how are you able to control those 3 Monster Kings? How are they willing to listen to your commands? When Zishan chimed in with a serious look on his face, That's right, you have to be careful about this. Yang Kai nodded his head and replied, Disciple naturally understands this. You're not a reckless person. So as you have already made this decision, there is no need for us to discuss it further. When Zishan gave a gentle nod, before giving a sudden grin. However, from the looks of it, your High Heaven Palace does actually possess the qualifications to form an alliance with our temple. The only issue would be the long distance separating us. Such a pity, such a pity. That's right, since your High Heaven's Palace has such a strong background, you must have chosen a good place to establish your foundation. The speed of development of a sect is tied tightly with its location, so make sure to not make an impulsive decision when doing so. Disciple actually occupied other people's territory when founding his sect, so there isn't much to worry about this matter. Yang Kai replied with a meaningful smile. Oh. When Zishan raised his brow in response and asked, which sect did you steal from? Although this sect master doesn't know much about the sects in the Northern Territory, I've heard of a few. Seeking Passion sect. When Zishan's expression instantly turned into one that was a sight to behold as he gawked blankly at Yang Kai. This was accompanied by the slack jaws present on many of the elders' faces. All of them naturally knew about Seeking Passion sect, as it was one of the top sects of the Northern Territory. In terms of status, it was on the same level as their Azure Sun Temple within the Southern Territory. Yang Kai had actually snatched away the domain of Seeking Passion sect and established his own sect there. In other words, Seeking Passion sect had definitely been wiped out. Nevertheless, looking from another perspective, with the strength of force behind Yang Kai, it was not impossible for High Heaven Palace to wipe out the Seeking Passion sect. Not bad. Not bad. The Seeking Passion sect's domain definitely won't be lacking. Cold sweat formed on Wen Zishan's forehead as he discovered that he had greatly underestimated Yang Kai. In the past, he had only assumed that the latter was brimming with potential and therefore used various methods to get Yang Kai to join Azure Sun Temple, leading to the latter's status as an in-name disciple. However, after just a few years of separation, this in-name disciple had actually managed to accomplish such a world-shaking matter. If not for the exceedingly far distance between the two territories, news of this matter might have already propagated across the Southern Territory, shocking the entire star boundary. Okay, enough casual talk. The grand canonization ceremony will be held in 5 days, so there are still many things to do. Gao Xueting changed the topic. She did not dare to continue asking, as she was afraid she might hear even more shocking news if she did so. Right at this moment, a frown suddenly appeared on Gao Xueting's forehead. Retrieving her communication artifact out, she sent her divine sense into it, before raising her head to say, Temple Master, Xiao Yuyang is here. When Zishan's eyes narrowed, he's quite quick. Yang Kai coughed and spoke up at this moment. I actually bumped into him along the way here, though I shook him off. He might be here from chasing after me. When Zishan nodded his head and said, I understand. Little Xueting, bring him away for a while. N. Gao Xueting nodded, before ordering Yang Kai, follow me. Yang Kai cupped his hands towards the other elders present before flying away with Gao Xueting. Although he was not afraid of Xiao Yuyang, it definitely wouldn't do any good if he were to meet with the latter. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to simply disappear for a while. Nevertheless, Yang Kai felt somewhat apologetic dragging Azure Sun Temple into this mess. After a short while, Gao Xueting brought Yang Kai to her purple bamboo peak. A vast forest of purple bamboo stretched across this peak, shaking lightly in the wind. Present on the large and majestic purple bamboo peak was a lone structure, appearing exceedingly desolate within this environment. This seemed to coincide with Gao Xueting's stoic character. Within Azure Sun Temple, every single elder was granted their own spirit peak. Purple Bamboo Peak was Gao Xueting's domain. If Yang Kai were to be conferred the title of elder in Azure Sun Temple, he would also be bestowed with the same level of treatment. However, since the grand canonization ceremony would only be held after a few days, Yang Kai could only live on Purple Bamboo Peak in the interim. The peak was peaceful and quiet, without a single servant present. Gao Xueting arranged for Yang Kai to reside in the guest residence, advising him to not run about recklessly, before turning around to leave. Elder Gao. All of a sudden, Yang Kai suddenly shouted out to stop her. Gao Xueting turned back. Disciple needs to request Elder Gao's assistance for a matter, Yang Kai said in a serious tone. What's the matter? I wish to take a trip into the Divine Ascension Mirror. You want to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror? A frown appeared on Gao Xueting's face. Why? The Divine Ascension Mirror was Azure Sun Temple's greatest secret. Previously, Yang Kai was able to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror world only due to the numerous star seals he had brought back to the temple, a great merit that warranted his entry. Now, however, despite being a quasi-elder of Azure Sun Temple, with the qualifications to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror, he still couldn't simply go in there as he wished. Therefore, it was natural for Gao Xueting to want a thorough explanation for his request. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai did not conceal anything and proceeded to tell her about his agreement with Tianyan. Gao Xueting gasped in shock. You actually managed to make such an agreement with that senior during your last trip to the Divine Ascension Mirror? Yes. Yang Kai nodded his head. I agreed to it without much thought back then. However, after so many years, I should give him a proper reply. Gao Xueting replied in a slightly absent-minded manner. I never expected you to have such great fortune. Since you've made such an agreement, you should honor it. However, the fleshly body pill isn't easy to obtain. I've already obtained the fleshly body pill, Yang Kai replied with a faint smile. Gao Xueting's expression shook. You have? Yang Kai smiled in response. I've already acquired the required materials, and in a few days, my High Heaven Palace's Emperor Alchemist should finish refining the fleshly body pill. What are the chances of success? Gao Xueting asked in a somewhat impatient voice. Although this was the first time she had heard about the fleshly body pill, she knew that such a pill would definitely not be easy to refine. Even an Emperor Alchemist might not be able to guarantee a 100% refining success rate. Yang Kai replied, I forgot to inform Elder Gao. My High Heaven Palace's Emperor Alchemist is the 5th disciple of the wondrous pill Great Emperor. Gao Xueting was instantly dumbstruck, taking quite a while before pushing out a shocked reply. You managed to poach the wondrous pill Great Emperor's legacy disciple to be your sect's chief alchemist? Such boldness. Originally, it was already shocking that Yang Kai's High Heaven Palace had an Emperor Alchemist amongst their ranks. However, Gao Xueting had never expected that this Emperor Alchemist would actually have such an illustrious background. That was the 5th legacy disciple of the wondrous pill Great Emperor. Even Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters would have to show great respect to such a person. The matter that puzzled Gao Xueting the most was, why would the wondrous pill Great Emperor consent to this? Nevertheless, with the wondrous pill Great Emperor's disciple personally taking action, the possibility of a refining failure was quite minimized. It isn't too difficult if you wish to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror today. However, at this moment, all of a sudden, a frown appeared on Gao Xueting's face. What happened? Yang Kai asked. Gao Xueting replied, Since you're not an outsider, it's all right for you to know about this. Right now, there are people currently using the Divine Ascension Mirror, and it is imperative to not disturb them unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, it is somewhat difficult if you wish to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror at this moment. A look of surprise appeared on Yang Kai's face. Earlier, the people he had met on top of Myriad Saints Peak included all of Azure Sun Temple's higher-ups, so who could be using the Divine Ascension Mirror right now? Furthermore, they weren't to be disturbed? It seemed as though the person using the Divine Ascension Mirror had an extraordinary status. Even thinking along these lines, though, Yang Kai was not able to identify this person. I'll talk to Temple Master about this, to see if we are able to devise a win-win solution to this. If it really isn't possible, you should just wait here for a while. In any case, it has been so many years since your agreement with that senior, and you don't have the fleshly body pill on you right now anyways. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. With the situation as it was at the moment, he had no choice but to agree. He proceeded to ask about Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Zhao's current situations, and found out that they had both entered retreat after returning from the Shattered Star Sea. Currently, they had yet to show any signs of coming out, so Yang Kai had to cancel his plan of catching up with them. Those two were core disciples of Azure Sun Temple, future pillars of the sect. Nevertheless, they were just a little lacking when compared to Xianxia, as the latter was able to break through to the Emperor Realm inside the Shattered Star Sea. In comparison, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were unable to do so. Nevertheless, they had still reaped substantial benefits there, making them develop a will to not leave their closed-door cultivation until they broke through to the Emperor Realm. After Gao Xueting departed, Yang Kai proceeded to sit down. Extending his hand, A large chest made of exquisitely crafted metal appeared before him. The great soaring black dragon armor. Since he had purchased this mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor from Violet Source Auction, Xianxia hadn't had the time for a detailed inspection of it until this moment. Extending his hand, Xianxia opened the case and began gently brushing the artifact armor. In an instant, a furious roar suddenly rang out from within, before black chi started to rapidly gush out from the pieces that made up the artifact armor. Coalescing together into a black mass, the light formed into a black flood dragon that stared sharply towards Xianxia. Ah! Raising his head to look at the illusionary phantom, a grin spread across Xianxia's face. According to the descriptions from Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, this great soaring black dragon armor was created from the scales of a black flood dragon. Black flood dragons were extremely rare existences, and were renowned for their formidable defensive strength. During this armor's refinement, the black flood dragon's monster core should have been fused into it, resulting in a wisp of the black flood dragon soul being sealed into the artifact armor. In other words, this great soaring black dragon armor seemed to possess an artifact spirit. An artifact like this that was refined from the body parts of a powerful monster beast was capable of fusing perfectly with the monster core of its origin monster beast. This wasn't mentioned by the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Xianxia guessed that they were afraid that this fact would affect their customers' valuation of this item. Although an artifact with an artifact spirit would generally fetch a much higher price, it would also depend on what type of artifact spirit it possessed. The artifact spirit of this great soaring black dragon armor was the soul of a black flood dragon. Despite only being a flood dragon, it still possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan. Therefore, most people would not be able to subdue an artifact spirit like this. A good example would be the sudden appearance of the black flood dragon's soul the instant Xianxia made contact with the great soaring black dragon armor. If the user didn't refine this artifact spirit, making it recognize them as its owner, it would be utterly impossible for them to access the full might of this artifact armor. The gigantic black flood dragon artifact spirit appeared almost corporeal as it shot a disdainful look at Xianxia, just like how one would look at an ant. However, in the next instant, a suppressive dragon roar rang out from the ant-like figure before it. Golden light blossomed, before the source strength of the golden divine dragon erupted mightily from Xianxia, manifesting in a giant golden dragon far larger than the black flood dragon artifact spirit behind Xianxia's head. At this moment, the black flood dragon, a dead object that didn't possess any consciousness, unexpectedly revealed a sense of dread on its face, while its raised head drooped a little. As the aura of the golden divine dragon erupted, the black flood dragon subconsciously shrank back into the chest. The strength of bloodline suppression within the dragon clan was a strange and mysterious sight to behold. It was a terrifying oppression that no other race could fathom. A good example would be when Li Jiao, a third-order emperor realm master, was unable to muster even an ounce of resistance against Zhu Qing. No matter how powerful they became, any existence with the bloodline of the dragon clan would have no choice but to be shackled by this unbreakable fetter. Against any other ordinary third-order emperor, Zhu Qing would still be able to obtain victory in a fight, though it would not be an easy fight. However, she would be able to reap Li Jiao's life with ease. Afraid, Xianxia revealed a villainous grin, shooting a sinister look at the artifact spirit as he said, "If you're afraid, scram back and let me use you at will. If not, I'll erase your soul." No one knew if the black flood dragon artifact spirit actually understood words or not. However, right as Xianxia's words rang out, it retreated and fused back into the artifact armor. As this was happening, with Wen Zishan in the lead, the group of Azure Sun Temple elders had solemn expressions on their faces as they stood on top of myriad saints' peaks. Two streaks of light flew over rapidly, descending before the group, revealing the figures of Xiao Yuyang and Xiao Chen a moment later. Xiao Chen greets Temple Master 1 and various seniors. Xiao Chen cupped his hands in respect. Despite his pride and high self-esteem, as well as his unbridled arrogance against his peers, he still maintained proper etiquette, not forgetting to greet the seniors present before him. When Zishan smiled and nodded, young Master Xiao is thoughtful. Cupping his fists to Xiao Yuyang, he continued, It has been a while, Brother Xiao. Temple Master 1. Xiao Yuyang replied in a serious tone. Although he was a member of Star Soul Palace, and similarly a third-order emperor, he did not dare to show any ounce of overbearingness before the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple, Wen Zishan. Without waiting for Xiao Yuyang to speak, Wen Zishan cut in. You've come just in time for a joyous occasion for my temple, Brother Xiao. You certainly have to be a guest here for a few days. Joyous occasion? A frown appeared on Xiao Yuyang's face as he replied, What joyous occasion? When Zishan replied, It's like this. In 5 days, our temple will be canonizing a new elder. If Brother Xiao isn't in a hurry, please stay behind to drink some celebratory wine. Hearing those words, Xiao Yuyang's eyes narrowed before he gave a reply in a cold tone. Temple Master 1, from what this king knows, among your noble sect's core disciples, Xiao Shang already broke through to the emperor realm quite some time ago, and already holds the position of elder, while the others are in closed-door cultivation and won't be coming out in short order. The person you are able to confer this position to couldn't be the person I am looking for. Right? A confused look appeared on Wen Zishan's face. Huh? Who is Brother Xiao looking for? Xiao Yuyang proceeded to speak while emphasizing every word he said. Yang, Kai. When Zishan responded with a surprised look. Brother Xiao, what a genuine surprise. You're actually able to guess that. Admirable. Admirable. Xiao Yuyang roared out in fury. Temple Master 1. Seeing Wen Zishan still playing dumb, Xiao Yuyang's anger erupted. With a chuckle, Wen Zishan replied, Did Brother Xiao predict such a matter beforehand and come earlier to offer your congratulations? You really are too thoughtful. The veins on Xiao Yuyang's temples bulged and throbbed as he quickly snapped back. Having known you for so many years, this Xiao will give you advice to not attract disaster onto yourself, Brother 1. When Zishan could not help but narrow his eyes as he replied, I don't understand what you're saying, Brother Xiao. Our temple is only inducting a new elder. How would that invite disaster onto ourselves? Xiao Yuyang stared intently at Wen Zishan. That boy killed Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming. I don't think Temple Master 1 is unaware of this matter. Wen Zishan gasped in shock. That's impossible, right? Tanjun Han is a third-order emperor, while Wu Ming is a second-order emperor. Compared to them, Yang Kai is just a first-order emperor. How could he have killed them? That's absolutely impossible. Could there be some mistake? Xiao Yuyang sneered in response. Over 20 Emperor Realm Masters hailing from as many sects of the Southern Territory bore witness to this matter. So how could it be a mistake? When Zishan quickly followed up, did those 20-plus emperors really bear witness to what happened? What did they say happened? A wrinkle appeared on Xiao Yuyang's forehead as he turned silent for a moment before muttering. Tanjun Hao used parasites to control them to fight against Yang Kai. Nevertheless, he underestimated his enemy and was killed by Yang Kai in the end. Wu Ming helped a tyrant to oppress the innocent, and was also killed at the scene. Tanjun Hao actually carried out such despicable actions and smeared the honor of Star Soul Palace. His death really isn't worth pitying. A solemn expression appeared on Wen Zishan's face as he stared intently at Xiao Yuyang and pressed. From what you've said, Yang Kai can be considered to have helped your Star Soul Palace clean its house, so you should feel gratitude towards him, yes? Is Brother Xiao here to express Star Soul Palace's thanks to Yang Kai? If that is the case, you really don't need to, as Elder Yang's heroic actions were to purge evil. Your Star Soul Palace is too polite. Xiao Yuyang exhaled slightly, before quickly replying, Temple Master 1, Tanjun Hao was a Soul Palace elder. Furthermore, he was a third-order emperor, so his death isn't a small matter. This also concerns the face of my Star Soul Palace. When Zishan gave a faint smile in response, it's naturally a big matter. However, didn't the statements given by those 20 or so emperors already provide plenty of explanation? Xiao Yuyang shook his head. I'm afraid there's no other choice but for Yang Kai to follow me back to Star Soul Palace. An awkward look surfaced on Wen Zishan's face. I'm afraid that that's not possible. Currently, Yang Kai can be considered to be an elder of our temple. In a few days, we will be holding our grand canonization ceremony. If he goes with you, won't our temple become the laughingstock in the Southern Territory? Although Star Soul Palace wants to keep their face, so does our temple. Xiao Yuyang replied, just as Temple Master Wen had said, the grand canonization ceremony will happen in a few days. At this moment, Yang Kai still isn't considered an elder of Azure Sun Temple. Who said that? When Zishan grinned, before turning his head around, little Qian. Without any pause, Qian raised her hand and hundreds of invitations in the form of streaking lights shot out in all directions, before disappearing in the blink of an eye. She then proceeded to cup her fists and reply, Temple Master, this subordinate has just sent out the invitations for the grand canonization ceremony to the various sects and families throughout the Southern Territory. Good. When Zishan nodded slightly. By this time, Xiao Yuyang's expression had already turned gloomy. When Zishan, do you know the repercussions of your actions? When Zishan's face instantly turned solemn as he said in a calm voice, Yang Kai is a member of my temple. Even if your Star Soul Palace wants to take him away, you have to obtain the agreement from our temple before doing so. Letting out a sigh, Xiao Yuyang took out a communication artifact before speaking in an indifferent tone. I've already reported this matter to the Great Emperor, so the Great Emperor will be the one to decide how to handle this affair. When Zishan had shown his hand, clearly wanting to use the weight of his sect to protect Yang Kai. Therefore, even if he were to confront Wen Zishan for this matter, he might not be able to snatch Yang Kai away. This left Xiao Yuyang no other choice but to report this matter and quietly wait for a reply. When Zishan's expression finally changed, nevertheless, he still proceeded to give a faint smile. With his wisdom, the Great Emperor will naturally make a fair and just decision. Since you're a guest, why not stay in our temple for a few days, Brother Xiao? Good. Pardon my intrusion. Xiao Yuyang nodded slightly. Please. Within the guest residence on top of Purple Bamboo Peak, a series of clashing sounds rang out, before an additional layer of majesty radiated from Yang Kai as the black dragon armor covered his body. After unleashing his golden divine dragon source in a show of might, Yang Kai discovered that it was extraordinarily easy to refine this great soaring black dragon armor. So much so that it was in fact even easier than most Dao source-grade artifacts. Wearing the artifact armor, he found it fit him exceedingly well, and was also extremely flexible, to the point where he was not even afraid of damaging it when he used his dragon transformation secret technique. The only small gripe he had was that there was substantial damage present on the abdomen section of this artifact armor, causing this mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact to only be able to display the might of a low-rank Emperor-grade artifact. However, this was more than enough. Yang Kai had not bought this armor for its defensive strength. He simply wanted something that was capable of covering his body up after he had displayed his dragon transformation. Regardless of whether it was now a mid-rank or a low-rank Emperor-grade artifact, it wasn't too much of a difference to him. Nevertheless, what Yang Kai fancied most about this artifact armor was how light it felt, as though he wasn't wearing it at all. After putting on some standard robes, it was basically impossible to even notice this armor beneath them. After inspecting himself for a while, Yang Kai proceeded to sit down again and continued to refine the great soaring black dragon armor. Gao Shueting came back a few times, though she did not disturb Yang Kai after seeing that he had been in retreat ever since. 5 days went by in a flash. As morning dawned, Gao Shueting pushed open the door, shocking Yang Kai awake. Raising his head, he noticed 5 young women walking over per the instructions of Gao Shueting. Seeing the outfits they wore, he guessed that they were disciples of Azure Sun Temple. Stand up, Gao Shueting said to Yang Kai. Standing up, Yang Kai asked suspiciously, what is this about? Gao Shueting continued to signal to those few female disciples while giving Yang Kai an explanation. They're here to help you clean up. Today's your big day. Yang Kai grinned. You sound as if I'm about to get married. However, seeing the icy expression on Gao Shueting's face, Yang Kai withdrew his smile and obediently followed her arrangements. He sat down on a chair to the side and immediately, one of the female disciples walked behind him and started to brush his hair, her movements soft and gentle. Another disciple proceeded to half kneel before him and started to clean his face. Standing to the side, Gao Shueting started to brief Yang Kai about the flow of the grand canonization ceremony, as well as the things he needed to take note of. This left Yang Kai in surprise as he asked, "I'm just going to become a high-rank guest elder. Is there really a need to make this event into such a large one?" He had assumed that this was just a ceremony for formality. However, the proceedings don't seem to fit with what he had envisioned. "Don't worry about that. You just need to follow along obediently," Gao Shueting said in a commanding tone. Yang Kai snorted back a reply before obediently remaining seated and not moving. He closed his eyes and rested, while etching Gao Shueting's words into his heart. The few female disciples surrounded Yang Kai as they groomed him, all while occasionally sneaking a few peeks to size him up before sighing in amazement. The sudden canonization of a new elder had caught all of them in surprise. This was especially so after hearing that this new elder was around the same age as their eldest senior brother Xiaxia, leaving them even more intrigued. After all, Xiaxia possessed extraordinary fame within the temple. Who knew how many female disciples had ideas about him? Now, having seen Yang Kai, they discovered that he appeared to be not inferior when compared to their eldest senior brother. In fact, his heroic air trumped Xiaxiang's. The closed-distance service left the hearts of the few disciples beating somewhat rapidly as daydreams filled their heads. After about an hour or so, Gao Shueting sent those female disciples back and proceeded to make Yang Kai stand and spin around a few times, sweeping her eyes over him for a while before nodding lightly. Dressed in a set of long purple robes, Yang Kai had managed to get rid of a sliver of his youthful looks, replacing it with an air of stability that fit the appearance of an elder. "Let's go." Gao Shueting waved her hand and took the lead to fly off, with Yang Kai following close behind. Originally, she wanted to remind Yang Kai to not be overly nervous. However, through the surveillance of her divine sense, she discovered the calm and relaxed look hanging on Yang Kai's face, appearing as though he was utterly not worried at all. Seeing this, Gao Shueting was disinclined to remind him anymore. She knew that Yang Kai had come face to face with quite a few great storms in his travels. So although this grand canonization ceremony was a big event, it was not sufficient to shake his mind and spirit. On top of Myriad Saints Peak, huge streams of people were present as guests hailing from various places were arranged on the sides of the plaza in accordance to their status and cultivation. There weren't many people in the crowd, just over 200 or so. Nevertheless, these people represented nearly all of the great sects and powers in the Southern Territory. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple shuttled back and forth busily, continuing to walk up and down the various rows of seats. There was an incessant flow of fine wine and fragrant delicacies as the Emperor Realm Masters who were familiar with each other continued to toast, turning the environment exceedingly lively and bustling. It was a rare sight to see so many masters present in a single space. Even the canonization ceremony of Xiaxia as an elder was not of this magnitude. For the latter, the various great forces were informed after the matter had happened. However, for Yang Kai, the buzz he had created was known throughout the entire Southern Territory. If not for the tight time constraints, there might be even more guests arriving than those present. Xiao Yuyang and Xiao Chun shared a table. With their high statuses, the former being a Star Soul Palace elder, and moreover a third-order Emperor Realm Masters, there were naturally people coming forward to toast with them. However, after Xiao Yuyang casually dealt with a few people, he proceeded to close his eyes, making the rest of the people not dare to head over to disturb him. No one even dared to have any criticism of his actions. All of a sudden, drums rang out before the entire plaza turned silent and the bustling guests hastily headed back to their seats. All eyes then turned and looked over towards the same direction. Over there, two groups of cultivators were flying over, one group of males and one group of females. All of the males wore smart appearances, brimming with bravery and heroic spirit. On the other side, all of the females appeared as though they were beauties that had come out of paintings, brimming with an elegance that was paired with their pure white dresses. Every single one of them possessed a Dao Source Realm cultivation, with strong and vibrant auras radiating from them. The group of males and females split apart to reveal an exquisite ship floating behind. Yang Kai stood at the bow, meeting the wind head-on. As his long hair blew along with the wind, he gave people a feeling as though he was flying leisurely through the air. Standing not far behind him was Gao Shueting, who wore a solemn and respectful expression on her face. Landing on the top of Myriad Saints Peak, the two groups of males and females immediately moved to the sides. As the ship came to a halt, Yang Kai and Gao Shueting flew and descended from it. In an instant, countless gazes turned towards Yang Kai as people started to size him up in curiosity. This fellow by the name of Yang Kai had killed an elder and deacon of Star Soul Palace. News of this matter had sent the entire Southern Territory into a buzz as of late. At this moment, even people who didn't know about this matter instantly knew that this person was the main focus of Azure Sun Temple's grand canonization ceremony. Those who did not know Yang Kai were naturally curious about him, wondering exactly what kind of fearless fellow he was to dare to take action against an elder of Star Soul Palace. From their first look, they discovered that Yang Kai only possessed a First-Order Emperor realm cultivation, causing looks of disappointment to appear on their faces. All of them secretly felt that there might be some kind of problem with the information they received, as how would a youth like Yang Kai be capable of killing Tanjun Hao with that level of cultivation? He might not even be able to resist a single move from Tanjun Hao. There were even more people carefully looking over towards Xiao Yuyang. At this moment, being an elder of Star Soul Palace, everyone was naturally very curious as to how he would react after seeing Yang Kai. However, the result left people disappointed, as the former continued to keep his eyes closed and not say a single word. What was Azure Sun Temple thinking? They were actually conferring the title of elder to a fellow who killed a Star Soul Palace elder. Were they looking for trouble? Many people were unable to understand the current situation. The flow of events for this grand canonization ceremony was truthfully not complicated. After all, with everyone being a cultivator, the process was straightforward and not overly convoluted. Under Gao Shueting's guidance, Yang Kai walked forward, ignoring the curious and examining gazes coming from the sides, all the way to before Wen Zishan. With a faint smile hanging on his face, Wen Zishan extended a finger out and tapped on Yang Kai's head before proceeding to speak sentence after sentence, spelling out the benefits, as well as the duties, that Yang Kai would have after becoming an elder of Azure Sun Temple. Took a whole half-hour before Wen Zishan finished his speech. Looking at Yang Kai, he said, "Have you memorized this king's words?" Yang Kai replied in a solemn and respectful tone, "I have committed them to memory." "Good." Nodding in satisfaction, Wen Zishan extended his hand behind him. Immediately, Chan Qian, who was standing beside him, placed an object into his hand. "Receive this Jade Elder token. Yang Kai, from this day onwards, you will be an elder of our Azure Sun Temple, advancing and living alongside our temple. I will comply with the temple master's orders." Yang Kai cupped his fists and accepted the Jade Elder token before returning his Azure Sun Golden token to Wen Zishan. From this moment on, Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. The Jade token was exceedingly light and wasn't large in size. However, it felt heavy when Yang Kai held it in his hands. This sense of heaviness came from the care and support he had received from the various seniors of Azure Sun Temple. "Sacrifice to the heavens!" When Zishan roared out in a deep voice as he waved his hand. "Hua!" A bestial roar pierced through the skies. Looking over towards the source of the sound, Yang Kai saw Qiu Yen flying while carrying a cage with his Emperor Qi. Inside the cage was a mighty and impressive ape-type monster beast that radiated a golden light from its back, which made its fur seem as if it had been cast from a golden metal. Despite being trapped within the cage, which restricted its strength, a violent aura that blotted the skies still radiated from it. It continued to smash its body against the cage, though its attempts to escape were futile, leaving it roaring incessantly in fury. "Golden-backed heavenly ape!" someone exclaimed in shock. The expressions of a number of Emperor Realm guests present at the ceremony changed. This sacrifice to the heavens was the final event in the grand canonization ceremony. This was also a chance for the new elder to display his strength before the audience. Generally speaking, the monster beast used in such ceremonies would be of average strength, neither strong nor weak. If it was too strong, it would result in the new elder becoming a laughingstock if they were unable to kill it. If it was too weak, the new elder wouldn't have the chance to properly display his or her ability. Although the golden-backed heavenly ape was a low-rank 12th-order monster beast, which was on par with a first-order emperor, an average first-order emperor could only hope to flee safely if they encountered this monster beast in the wild. That was because the defensive capabilities of this monster beast were astonishing, along with its strong restorative capabilities. Any first-order emperor would need to risk their lives in order to kill it, and even that wouldn't guarantee success. No matter how they looked at him, Xianxia was just a first-order emperor. Could he successfully finish this sacrificial ceremony and deal with that golden-backed heavenly ape? Apprehension rose in the hearts of quite a few people among the audience, afraid that a mistake made by Xianxia would turn Azure Sun Temple into the butt of all jokes, with no way to wipe it clean. Some were secretly guessing that the monster beast's strength might have been restricted, to allow Xianxia to kill it more easily, just as doubts and suspicions rose within the audience. When Zishan nodded slightly towards Qiu Ran, the latter made a few seals with his hands, and in the next instant, the cage imprisoning the golden-backed heavenly ape opened. With a flash, even the restrictions on its strength were lifted. HOU? A violent aura exploded forth, and as it left its cage, the golden-backed heavenly ape seemed just like a tiger that had entered the plains, or a dragon that swam in the seas. Beating its fists against its chest, powerful thumping sounds rang out as it swept its scarlet-red eyes towards its surroundings. Shocked expressions appeared on the faces of quite a few people as massive waves of fear surged within their hearts. All of the restrictions placed on this golden-backed heavenly ape had been completely removed. Furthermore, being enraged, it would probably react more aggressively than usual. Just this alone was enough for basically any first-order emperor to become insufficient to deal with it. Only a second-order emperor realm would be able to defeat such a beast. What was Azure Sun Temple thinking? Being known to be astute throughout his life, how could Wen Zishan turn muddled at this moment? If a setback occurred in this ceremony, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? A sword glow flashed as Xianxia took to the air. Earlier, on Purple Bamboo Peak, Gao Xueting had already briefed him clearly about the sequence of today's events. Therefore, he knew what he had to do during this sacrificial ceremony. Naturally, he did not regard this trivial 12th-order low-rank monster beast as a threat. Summoning his myriad sword, he pointed it towards the golden-backed heavenly ape as he locked his murderous intent onto it. Appearing to have sensed this, the golden-backed heavenly ape immediately looked over right when Xianxia's murderous intent surged. Monster chi gushed out from its body, and with a ferocious roar, it lunged towards him, wanting to tear him into shreds. Right at this instant, an unexpected occurrence happened. A streak of light suddenly shot over from afar. Traveling like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the body of the golden-backed heavenly ape, before continuing unimpeded towards Xianxia. Who? When Zishan roared out as he attempted to save Xianxia, though he was too late to do so. A clear metallic sound rang out as the myriad sword in Xianxia's hand flashed. He was thrown back a whole 1,000 meters before being able to stabilize himself. His face abruptly turned pale, before he vomited out a mouthful of blood. It was only at this moment that when Zishan arrived between him and the streak of light. In the next instant, Gao Xueting appeared by Xianxia's side. Standing before him, she turned her beautiful eyes vigilantly towards the newcomer. Pung! A dull bang rang out, as the golden-backed heavenly ape, which had been raging about as mightily as a dragon and as fiercely as a tiger just now, exploded into a cloud of blood mist, dispersing in the air, not even leaving bones behind. The audience was dumbstruck by what they had just witnessed, as all of them proceeded to stand up. No one had expected someone to actually come and cause trouble during the last event of this ceremony. Furthermore, that person had killed the sacrificial beast in a single move. Not only that, that person had dealt a blow to the lead figure of today's grand canonization ceremony. This action was basically a slap towards Azure Sun Temple's face. Who could endure it? However, being able to smash the 12th order monster beast, the golden-backed heavenly ape into a blood mist was evidence of the astonishing strength this intruder possessed. There were absolutely no more than 3 people among the many emperors present who could achieve such a feat. Exactly who was this rampant in their actions? Looking over, the audience could not help but to be dumbstruck once again. Though looks of understanding soon surfaced on their faces as they started to slowly sense that this grand canonization ceremony might not be able to proceed smoothly anymore. Elder Shui. When Zishan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the intruder, the tone of his voice deep, with an ugly expression appearing on his face. The intruder was impressively Elder Shui Zhengmao of Star Soul Palace. This was something that he did not expect at all. After all, Xiao Yuyang was already present, which should have been sufficient for a delegation from the Great Emperor sect of the Southern Territory. Why did Shui Zhengmao run all the way here? Furthermore, he had caused trouble right as he arrived, not giving Azure Sun Temple any face at all. As he roared out, he simultaneously shot a glance towards Xiao Yuyang, only to discover that there was a slight frown on the latter's face. It seemed as though Xiao Yuyang wasn't informed about this matter at all. Temple Master 1. Shui Zhengmao replied indifferently before sweeping his gaze past Wen Zishan and landing on Yang Kai before he opened his mouth. So, you are Yang Kai? You're actually able to remain all right after receiving this old master's strike. You can be considered outstanding for that, however. You must now come with this old master. As he said those words, he extended his hand to grab at Yang Kai. When Zishan's expression turned into one of fury, as he raised his hand to send a palm right towards Shui Zhengmao. Impudence! As he roared out, Shui Zhengmao turned his grab into a palm and smashed it against Wen Zishan's incoming palm strike. A shock wave propagated out as space collapsed. Both parties retreated 3 steps back, appearing to be evenly matched from the exchange. Elder Shui, this king respects you as a guest. However, you've attacked my temple's elder right upon your arrival. Aren't you going overboard with your actions? When Zishan snorted coldly, Shui Zhengmao replied, your temple's elder? When Zishan, you're really getting more muddled the older you get. Don't tell me that you don't know how big of a mess this little brat has created, and yet you still dare to protect him? Are you trying to uproot your Azure Sun Temple's foundations? May I know what mess Elder Yang had created that caused Elder Shui to be this angry? This king really wishes to know about it. When Zishan did not back down in the slightest, I will not argue with you about this. Today I will take Yang Kai from here. Shui Zhengmao snorted coldly, stubborn and headstrong in his ways. Turning his head to Xiao Yuyang, he asked, Elder Xiao, what do you think? When Zishan's face changed slightly upon hearing those words. Although he was a third-order emperor, he was only able to deal with a single person of the same cultivation realm as him. If Xiao Yuyang and Shui Zhengmao were to collaborate, it would be hard for Yang Kai to escape from here. Even if all of Azure Sun Temple's emperors were to take action, they might not be able to save the situation. Xiao Yuyang frowned. 5 days ago, I reported this matter to the Great Emperor. I'm now waiting for the Great Emperor to give his verdict. When Zishan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yuyang not taking action was a good thing for him, as he was not afraid of Shui Zhengmao alone. Humph! Not getting the answer he was looking for, Shui Zhengmao appeared to be unsatisfied with Xiao Yuyang. Nevertheless, with both of them being elders of Star Soul Palace and having the same status, he did not say anything more despite the dissatisfaction that surfaced within his heart. Turning his head around, he looked at Wen Zishan. Temple Master 1, the ceremony has not been completed. So Yang Kai cannot be considered an elder of your temple. Hand him over to this old master. This will benefit your temple, without any disadvantages at all. When Zishan shook his head and replied, although the ceremony has yet to be completed, Yang Kai has already received the Jade Elder token. Who would dare to claim that he is not an elder of our temple? Are you going to be that obstinate and insist on making the Great Emperor furious before being willing to lower your head? Shui Zhengmao roared out in anger. With a faint smile, when Zishan replied, the Great Emperor's wisdom and judgment are beyond question, so how could he be infuriated by such a matter? He might even reward Elder Yang for helping Star Soul Palace clean up its mess. Impudence! Shui Zhengmao's face turned ashen with rage. When Zishan replied coldly, if you want to take Elder Yang away, you have to go past this king before doing so. Do you really think that I don't dare to take action? Shui Zhengmao growled between his clenched teeth. Didn't you already take action earlier? When Zishan retorted. These two third-order emperors traded barbs back and forth, neither willing to back down. The flames of anger in their eyes grew stronger by the moment, as though they were about to viciously attack one another. Seeing this, the hearts of the guests started to pound in fear as cold sweat drenching their backs. If these two started to fight, regardless of how amazing a sight it would be to see, being caught up in the fallout would be a disaster. No one was willing for that to happen. Seniors, please calm yourselves. You two are pillars of our southern territory and cross paths regularly, so there's no need for this, right? Orthodoxy Temple's Feng Ming stood up in an attempt to mediate. That's right. Please don't let anger blind your judgment. Come have a seat and have some tea. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Chang Yang stood up and chimed in. Chun Wenhao from Heavenly Martial Holy Land quickly added, Didn't Elder Xiao say that he was waiting for the Great Emperor's verdict? It has already been 5 days, so it won't take long before the Great Emperor's decision is sent out. Therefore, there's no need to be in such a rush. Right, Elder Shui? Shui Zhengmao frowned, turning silent for a short moment before replying, Good. This king will wait here for the Great Emperor's judgment. When that happens, I want to see how you, when Zishan, will protect that little brat. After saying that, he shot a glare at Xiao Yuyang. Today's matter had caused a great deal of frustration for him. Originally, he had believed that Yang Kai would surrender without a fight when he personally made an appearance. Never did he expect when Zishan to actually not give him any face at all. More importantly, he was utterly blindsided by the presence of Xiao Yuyang, as well as the latter having already reported this matter to the Great Emperor. If he had known about these details, he would have never made an appearance today. In any case, the Great Emperor's verdict would arrive soon, and when it did, how would Wen Zishan dare to resist? Someone, please find this guest a seat. Wen Zishan waved his hand as he took a breath of relief in his heart and mind. Regardless of the situation, it was enough as long as Shui Zhengmao didn't cause more trouble. There's no rush. Yang Kai, who had remained silent throughout the whole intrusion, suddenly spoke out. When Zishan shot a stunned look at him, wiping the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai continued, May I ask, Temple Master, is there a backup for the sacrificial beast? When Zishan laughed bitterly as he shook his head. That 12th-order monster beast was not easy to find and capture. If not, it wouldn't be valuable at all. That was especially so with such tight time constraints. Where would they go to find another one? The golden-backed heavenly ape that was just killed had been personally caught by Wen Zishan in a desolate mountain range tens of thousands of kilometers away. It was a pity that it was killed by Shui Zhengmao before Yang Kai could take action. This had caused this grand canonization ceremony to turn into an exceedingly awkward situation. Yang Kai lowered his head. Since there's no backup, I have no choice but to commit this offense. When Zishan's heart jumped as he subconsciously blurted out a question, What are you thinking? Before he could finish saying those words, he suddenly saw Yang Kai's body flicker, before disappearing from its original position. When Zishan's expression changed greatly as he could faintly guess Yang Kai's intentions. Turning his head, he looked towards Shui Zhengmao and indeed saw Yang Kai's silhouette suddenly appear before him, sweeping his sword down towards the latter. A terrifying 100-meter-long sword wave coated the edge of the sword, appearing as though it wanted to tear the world apart. Shui Zhengmao was also shocked by Yang Kai's actions. Raising his hand, he sent out a palm. Vigorous Emperor Qi gushed forth, whipping up howling winds, shattering the sword wave while Shui Zhengmao's figure shook slightly. Boy, you dare ambush this old master! Shui Zhengmao roared out, his nose askew in fury. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and furthermore, an elder of Star Soul Palace. Yet, this youth dared to ambush him without saying even a single word? Fortunately, he was able to react quickly enough to block the attack. If not, he might have really suffered from it. Regardless, he had been ambushed in full view of this vast audience, which was a huge blow to Shui Zhengmao's dignity, resulting in his anger bursting through the roof. Pay a man back with his own coin. Yang Kai grinned, allowing the sword to leave his grip from the recoil of Shui Zhengmao's palm, while he rapidly formed a set of profound hand seals. Time principles surged around Yang Kai, and as that happened, everyone present instantly felt as though time had stopped flowing, to the point where their thoughts froze for a moment. While unleashing the Time Fly's seal, golden light blossomed from Yang Kai's right eye as a lotus bud flashed within. The enraged Shui Zhengmao's body turned rigid while a sharp pain surfaced in his head. Right before his eyes, a gigantic lotus flower started to bloom, causing waves of shock to surge in his heart. How could he have known that he would be struck by Yang Kai's move the instant he relaxed his guard? What's more, this soul secret technique seemed to be exceptionally powerful, not something a mere first-order emperor realm should be able to unleash. Biting the tip of his tongue, Shui Zhengmao used the spike in pain to snap awake. Unleashing the full might of his spiritual energy, he resisted against the influence of the blossoming lotus secret technique. As he regained his clarity, the gigantic blossoming lotus had disappeared from his sight. As he raised his head, cold sweat erupted throughout his body. In that instant that he was hampered, Yang Kai's seal was on the brink of smashing against his chest. Although he did not know how powerful this technique was, it gave him an exceedingly strong feeling of unease. He attempted to muster up his defense, only to discover that his thoughts had slowed immensely, to the point that his actions turned sluggish and uncoordinated. With an explosive roar, the might of his third-order Emperor realm cultivation erupted in full force as he threw out his palm. Nevertheless, before he could make any move, that seal had already pressed onto his chest. He, who had just regained control over his body and mind, was frozen once more. At the same time, Shui Zhengmao's retaliatory strike also smashed against Yang Kai. Everyone present could see a visible depression appearing in Yang Kai's chest as clear sounds of bones cracking rang out, followed by Yang Kai's face losing all color. Nevertheless, Yang Kai forcefully kept his silence while grabbing his myriad sword again and slashing towards Shui Zhengmao's chest. Chi! With a flash of his sword, Yang Kai's body flickered before he reappeared at his earlier position. His body trembled slightly as his face turned into a pale shade of white. With a grunt, Yang Kai's face flushed red as he forcefully swallowed the blood that had surged up from within his chest. This series of actions was simply too shocking for the crowd to keep up with. Furthermore, due to the interference as a result of Yang Kai's time fly seal, the audience only managed to come back to their senses after Yang Kai had retreated. Looks of shock and doubt covered their faces as they stared at this youth as if they had just seen a ghost. Even when Zishan had a look of shock on his face, while Xiao Yuyang had stood up abruptly, a light of disbelief filling his eyes. I sacrificed the blood of my enemy to the heavens. As Yang Kai roared, he waved his myriad sword, causing a streak of blood mist to erupt from the sword, filling a large stretch of the surroundings. The ceremony is complete. At the same time, blood abruptly spurted out from Shui Zhengmao's chest. As that audience raised their heads to look over, all of them sucked in a mouthful of cold air as they noticed the existence of a half-meter-long bloody wound on Shui Zhengmao's chest. Shui Zhengmao also appeared to be unable to believe what had happened, that he had actually been injured by a first-order emperor. His entire being seemed to freeze at that point in space and time as he stared blankly at the wound in his chest, where blood continued to spew out from. An instant later, his entire body trembled as he extended his hand towards his chest, suppressing the flow of blood from his wound. Su Zhengmao's eyes turned scarlet with fury as he glared towards Yang Kai and roared, "Boy, you court death!" He had suffered unfathomable humiliation by actually being injured by a series of moves from a first-order Emperor Realm Jr. This was an utter embarrassment. Admittedly, he had underestimated his opponent. However, that did nothing to diminish the fact that this boy surnamed Kai was extraordinary. If it was any other first-order emperor, it would have been impossible for Shui Zhengmao to suffer any injury at all, no matter how much he underestimated his foe. Nevertheless, how could Shui Zhengmao endure losing so much face before so many of the Southern Territory's emperors? Murderous intent surged up and exploded forth as Shui Zhengmao was truly engulfed with rage. Right at this moment, when Zishan had appeared right before Shuizheng Mao. Although he was also shocked to see that Yang Kai was actually able to injure Shuizheng Mao in that instant, he knew that Yang Kai had paid quite a high price to do so. Shuizheng Mao's retaliatory strike had definitely caused damage to Yang Kai's organs. Furthermore, Yang Kai seemed to have used a few extraordinarily powerful secret techniques in succession just to injure Shuizheng Mao. If Yang Kai were to engage in a head-on fight against Shuizheng Mao, when Zishan did not favor Yang Kai's chance of victory. "Move!" Shuizheng Mao roared out as he descended completely into madness. When Zishan replied, "Elder Shui, you were the one who ambushed first." This forced Elder Yang into such circumstances. "Being the senior, you aren't that small-minded and petty, are you?" Shuizheng Mao's face turned black as he immediately thought back about the words, "Pay a man back with his own coin," that Yang Kai had said earlier. That was indeed the case. When he had arrived, he had ambushed Yang Kai without any warning at all. Therefore, he was in no position to stop people from ambushing him back, right? Nevertheless, he would absolutely not let this matter end here. Otherwise, he would not be able to soothe the anger that was erupting in his chest. Turning his head around, he looked to his side and shouted, "Elder Xiao!" Xiao Yuyang let off a sigh before taking a few steps forward and appearing by Shuizheng Mao's side. The situation had reached the point where Xiao Yuyang was no longer able to watch from the sidelines. This was no longer just about Shuizheng Mao's face. It was now a matter of Star Soul Palace's face. Therefore, he needed to stand by Shuizheng Mao's side. "Hold Wen Zishan back. This old master will end that little brat's life," Shuizheng Mao transmitted. Xiao Yuyang replied, "It won't be a problem to hold Wen Zishan back. However, you won't be able to kill that boy. Are you looking down on this old master?" Anger flared once again within Shuizheng Mao's chest. Akin to a boiling volcano that could erupt at any moment, the earlier matter only occurred due to this old master's carelessness. "I'm not looking down on you, but that boy is proficient in the Tao of space. Without a way to seal the surrounding space, no one can capture him. The Tao of space." Shuizheng Mao's pupils contracted as a feeling of helplessness gushed out uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. Being an elder of Star Soul Palace, he was abundantly clear what kind of abilities a cultivator proficient in the Tao of space possessed. In the past, that fellow Li Wuyi had offended the Flower Shadow Great Emperor, resulting in him being chased down by the Great Emperor personally. In the end, he still managed to escape, all due to his mastery of the Tao of space. Later, due to the intervention of the Martial Beast Great Emperor, Flower Shadow Great Emperor eventually pardoned him. To this day, Li Wuyi was still living a good life, moving around without fetters on Spirit Beast Island. If Yang Kai was truly proficient in the Tao of space, Shuizheng Mao would really be unable to capture the former. The frown on Shuizheng Mao's face grew deeper, as he felt stuck between a rock and a hard place. Two Star Soul Palace elders stood side by side, causing the audience's expression to change. When Zishan's expression regained its earlier solemn look, while the many emperors from Azure Sun Temple came up to surround Yang Kai, vigilant looks present on their faces. No one had expected the grand canonization ceremony to devolve into such a mess. "Elder Shui, Elder Xiao, what are you two planning on doing?" When Zishan said in a deep voice, "Although our Azure Sun Temple cannot rival your Star Soul Palace, we will not be casually bullied." Xiao Yuyang did not reply, and neither did Shuizheng Mao, who continued to glare angrily at Yang Kai. The guests present for the ceremony were feeling extremely nervous, afraid that both parties would really start a grand battle. Once a conflict arose between Star Soul Palace and Azure Sun Temple, it would shake the entire Southern Territory, with no advantage for any party present. A suffocating atmosphere engulfed the entire scene, with sweat drenching the backs of all of present, from juniors to elders. "Stop!" At that moment, a gentle voice suddenly rang out from the horizon, bringing along with it a mysterious power that immediately caused everyone's tense nerves to relax. Right at the instant when the voice rang out, Xiao Chun snapped out of the complicated gaze he was using to look at Yang Kai as he looked over with gleaming eyes. A streak of pure light came shooting over before a young woman so beautiful that she seemed as though she did not belong to the mundane world appeared. with her long black hair tied up in a neat bun, leaving a few strands that draped down before her chest and a yellow dress that accentuated her exquisite appearance. This young beauty slowly floated down towards Myriad Saints Peak. "Princess!" Xiao Chun shouted out in pleasant surprise. Who would be unsure of her identity after hearing Xiao Chen's words? Shock filled the hearts of the guests as they all stood up in succession, cupping their fists respectfully. "Greetings, Princess Lan Sun." The older emperors were still able to remain calm due to the long years they spent tempering their wills, toning down their reactions to a shocked gasp upon spotting Lan Sun's exquisite beauty. On the contrary, the youths that had followed their elder here, be it male or female, proceeded to gawk at Lan Sun in a daze. This was especially obvious among the males, as obvious looks of infatuation covered their faces. This was not something they could prevent, as Lan Sun's dazzling brilliance had enraptured their souls. This person was the daughter of the great emperor. Without mentioning her extraordinary beauty that was sufficient to enrapture the soul of any man, even if she were horribly ugly, just her status was more than enough to curry favor with her. This resulting scene caused Xiao Chen's expression to sink. With a soft snort, he took the initiative to welcome Lan Sun. Upon approaching, he revealed a gentle smile and said in a soft voice, "What are you doing here, princess?" Lan Sun nodded gently towards him to return his greeting, before her expression turned serious. "By order of the great emperor, I am here to deliver his judgment." The audience's expressions were filled with reverence upon hearing her words. There were 10 great emperors under the heavens. However, the great emperor that was mentioned by Lan Sun was without a doubt the master of Star Soul Palace, the Bright Moon Great Emperor, the pillar of the entire Southern Territory. Just like how the wondrous Pill Great Emperor would be respected by anyone in the Northern Territory, the Bright Moon Great Emperor was the existence that was respected by everyone within the Southern Territory. "We respectfully receive the Great Emperor's command," when Zishan shouted back with a solemn expression on his face. Solemn expressions were also present on the faces of the various guests present as they awaited the order. Lan Sun nodded before commenting, "This is not the place to speak. May I trouble Uncle One to prepare a secure room?" Clearly, she was indicating that this place was crowded and prone to induce gossip. Nevertheless, the guests present here did not dare to show even the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. From a certain point of view, Lan Sun was now representing the Bright Moon Great Emperor, so who would dare to not show due respect? "This way, please." When Zishan turned to give way, Lan Sun nodded her head slightly, taking the lead to move towards the palace in front. As she moved past Yang Kai, she came to a halt and turned her head. "Please come too, senior brother Yang." Yang Kai remained silent for an instant, before moving and following behind. Lan Sun coming here was definitely something that was tied to him. Therefore, being involved in this matter, he definitely had to follow along. Xiao Yuyang and Xue Zhengmao exchanged glances before they too appeared behind Lan Sun with a flicker. Being interested in what was about to transpire for many reasons, Xiao Chun was not willing to stay behind. It did not take long for the group of people to appear within the palace. When Zishan waved his hand, and the large doors immediately closed shut. Walking up to the platform within the palace hall, Lan Sun turned around and looked down. Present were 3 third-order emperors, with Yang Kai and Xiao Chun standing by their sides. A smile appeared on Lan Sun's face as she looked over towards Yang Kai and spoke. "I have to first congratulate senior brother Yang for becoming an elder of Azure Sun Temple from this day onwards." Wrinkles appeared on the foreheads of Xiao Yuyang and Xue Zhengmao upon hearing her words, as they were able to faintly gleam the underlying message behind her words. Yang Kai replied, "You're too courteous, princess." Lan Sun replied in a displeased tone, "What's with the overly formal tone, senior brother Yang? Little sister Xiao Qi and I are as close as sisters, and with you being just like her big brother, just call me Lan Sun. All right?" "He dares." Xiao Chen's eyes immediately turned red and round upon hearing those words. How could any man enjoy such a privilege to call her with such intimacy? He had grown up with Lan Sun since young, and till this day, was only able to address her as such in private settings while still maintaining formal etiquette in accordance with their social statuses in public. Since Sister Lan Sun has said so, I will not be polite. Congratulations to you as well for breaking through to the Emperor realm. Yang Kai replied while shooting a glance over at Xiao Chun, causing the latter to boil with such anger it appeared he was on the verge of exploding. On the other hand, the 3 third-order emperors present were filled with shock, firstly due to Lan Sun's attitude towards Yang Kai, and secondly because of the words Lan Sun had spoke. A person that could be treated as a sister by Lan Sun was definitely no ordinary existence. Xiao Qi, Xiao Yuyang muttered. Could it be that lass from Spirit Beast Island? Shui Zhengmao and Wen Zishan snapped abruptly back to their senses before shooting astonished looks at Yang Kai. Both of them appeared to not have imagined that Yang Kai was actually able to form a relationship with the Princess of Spirit Beast Island. Furthermore, the implied meaning behind Lan Sun's words showed that this relationship was not just one of acquaintances. It's precisely that girl from Spirit Beast Island. Lan Sun covered her grin with her hand. The few of you don't know, but little sister Xiao Qi has a very intimate relationship with senior brother Yang. Earlier, when I followed my father to visit Spirit Beast Island, little sister Xiao Qi was constantly asking me for news about senior brother Yang. It's a pity that senior brother Yang is like a hidden dragon who shows his tail but never his face. So I was unable to tell her much, leaving her disappointed for quite a while. With their relationship, Lan Sun might not have informed Mo Xiaoqi even if she was privy to news of Yang Kai. Although Lan Sun did not place any emphasis on her words, huge shockwaves had swelled up in the hearts of the 3 third-order emperors present. Although Mo Xiaoqi didn't count for much on her own, none of them were able to ignore the person standing behind her. That was an existence that stood shoulder to shoulder with the bright moon great emperor. Yang Kai's close relationship with Mo Xiaoqi meant that he was being sheltered by the towering tree that was Spirit Beast Island. One would need to weigh the pros and cons carefully before daring to touch him. The bright moon great emperor doted on Lan Sun greatly, but the same could be said of the martial beast great emperor towards Mo Xiaoqi. Any tantrum whipped up by the latter was more than sufficient to turn the great emperor's knees weak. At this moment, Shui Zhengmao couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't done anything serious towards Yang Kai. If not, he would have no way of extricating himself. The matter of Tanjun Hao could now only be handled by the great emperor. With his brow twitching, Shui Zhengmao asked, "Princess, what are the orders of the great emperor?" When Zishan and Xiao Yuyang both turned their heads towards Lan Sun in anticipation. Lan Sun's expression turned serious as she replied, "Despite being an elder of Star Soul Palace, not only did Tanjun Han not set a proper example for the billions of Southern Territory cultivators, he went on to commit disgraceful acts and harmed numerous emperors of the Southern Territory. Wu Ming acted complicit in these heinous acts, helping a tyrant to oppress the innocent. These matters have already been investigated by the great emperor thoroughly, and he has judged their deaths not worth pitying. By the order of the great emperor, the matter regarding Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming is hence resolved, and no one is allowed to raise any objections." As soon as she finished giving the order, Xiao Yuyang and Shui Zhengmao both cupped their fists and bowed. "We heed the great emperor's order." When Zishan grinned and cupped his fists too. "The great emperor is both wise and fair. Praise the great emperor." Yang Kai also added, "Many thanks to the great emperor." Yang Kai finally breathed a deep sigh of relief in his heart. A person that was able to become a great emperor was indeed wise and magnanimous. With the great emperor's order, Yang Kai would no longer need to worry about this matter. Nevertheless, generally speaking, Star Soul Palace should be grateful towards him for cleaning up their trash in the form of killing Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming. However, these were just trivial matters, as being the overlord of the Southern Territory. It was already magnanimous for Star Soul Palace to not pursue the matter of the deaths of their elder and deacon, much less showing gratitude. "There is another matter that Father has entrusted to me that I have to discuss with senior brother Yang." Lan Sun turned her eyes around and landed them on Yang Kai. The people present did not miss the subtle change in the way she addressed the bright moon great emperor. Ever since her arrival, Lan Sun had always used the title Great Emperor in her speech. However, it had just changed to Father. In other words, the following discussion did not involve the status of the Great Emperor. "Would it be possible for me to ask about the details?" Yang Kai asked. Lan Sun replied, "My father wished to know the whereabouts of Tan Jun Han's golden armor, heavenly book." Right as her words rang out, everyone within the palace focused their gazes towards Yang Kai. Clearly, the three Third-Order emperors knew about the famed golden armor heavenly book. Although there were quite a few emperor artifacts present within the star boundary, there were only a handful of famous ones out there. An example would be the Mountain and River's Bell in Yang Kai's possession, which was an ancient exotic artifact that was precious enough for even great emperors to covet. Although Tan Jun Han's golden armor heavenly book was inferior to the Mountain and River's Bell, it was no ordinary emperor artifact. In fact, it was among the highest grades of emperor artifacts. A frown appeared on Yang Kai's face, while a sliver of unease surfaced from the depths of his heart. "Nevertheless," he replied, "the golden armor heavenly book is with me." As he replied, he retrieved the golden armor heavenly book and placed it in his hand. The golden light radiating from it instantly drew everyone's eyes over. Nodding her head, Lan Sun continued in a soft voice, "It's like this, senior brother Yang. Father hopes that you are able to hand the golden armor heavenly book to me to bring back." Yang Kai's expression immediately sank as he heard those words, as he understood that his prediction had come true. He was all too clear of the might the golden armor heavenly book could unleash. During his fight against Tan Jun Hao, if not for the latter's carelessness of underestimating him, Yang Kai might have needed to pay a huge price to kill Tan Jun Hao after the latter unleashed the full might of the golden armor heavenly book. In fact, it was possible that Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to kill him even if he were to go all out once that happened. Therefore, he naturally did not wish to hand such a good treasure over to other people. Furthermore, he had been refining the golden armor heavenly book for a while. Being able to use this artifact alongside his own abilities was something he was greatly looking forward to. At this moment, Lan Sun's single sentence of wanting him to return it was something that he truly could not accept. Yet, there would definitely be no happy ending if he did not return it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai knew that if it was a trade, Soul Star Palace would absolutely not resort to brutish tactics. Raising his head, he looked at Lan Sun, wanting to hear what else she had to say. "The golden armor heavenly book can be considered to be senior brother Yang's spoils of war. By that logic, our Star Soul Palace doesn't have the authority to ask you to return it. Therefore, we have no choice but to inform senior brother Yang that the golden armor heavenly book is not only an emperor artifact, but also a key that opens a sealed world within our Star Soul Palace." "A key to open a sealed world?" Yang Kai gawked in surprise. "Indeed," Lan Sun nodded lightly. "Our Star Soul Palace has a sealed world that is known as the Grand Illusion Realm. It is naturally an independent small world, and can only be opened using the golden armor heavenly book. Both Elder Xiao and Elder Shui know about this too." Xiao Yuyang and Shui Zhengmao both nodded their heads in confirmation of Lan Shui's words. The Grand Illusion Realm is something I too know of," when Zishan chimed in from the side. "However, I never imagined that sealed world would need the golden armor heavenly book to be accessed. Access to that sealed world was controlled by Tan Jun Hao. Therefore, the golden armor heavenly book was assigned to him. With the loss of that key, the sealed world can no longer be accessed. This is a huge loss for our Star Soul Palace, as that is a place where many of our Star Soul Palace disciples go to train. Even now, there are a few dozen disciples trapped inside, unable to leave." Lan Sun shot a sincere look at Yang Kai. Therefore, regardless of anything, Lan Sun hopes that senior brother Yang can return the golden armor heavenly book. "Before coming here, Father had informed me that if senior brother Yang is willing to return the golden armor heavenly book, he can choose one of 3 forms of compensation." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. What 3 compensations? If Star Soul Palace insisted on taking back the golden armor heavenly book, Yang Kai would have had no way of keeping it from them. Therefore, he would have no choice but to hand it over regardless. However, Lan Sun mentioning 3 forms of compensation caused the turmoil in his heart to subside substantially. First would be Star Soul Palace will compensate Brother Yang with 200 million high-rank source crystals. Lan Sun replied, when Zishan's expression changed immediately. 200 million high-rank source crystals. That was not a small amount. Most Emperor artifacts were not worth more than 10 or 20 million, with those better grade ones worth around 30 or 40 million. 200 million was a very extravagant price to pay for one. Although the golden armor Heavenly Book's worth as an Emperor artifact definitely did not amount to that, being the key to a sealed world would definitely drive its value up immensely. 200 million high-rank source crystals was a gargantuan amount that not just anyone could possess. This amount was comparable to the total income of Azure Sun Temple for a number of years. Even Xiao Yuyang and Shuizheng Mao's expressions lit up upon hearing that amount. On the contrary, Yang Kai continued to wear a calm expression on his face, as though he had not heard 200 million, but 2 million or 200,000. The few people present could not help silently nodding their heads in appreciation. In the end, Yang Kai had just broken through to the Emperor realm, so no matter how many assets he possessed, he couldn't be overly wealthy in their opinion. Yet, how was it possible for him to remain that unmoved in the face of such enormous wealth? How could they know that Yang Kai was now in possession of such astonishing wealth that 200 million high-rank source crystals truly did not amount to much for him? What about the second compensation? Yang Kai asked in a calm tone. The strange glint in Lan Xun's eyes faded as she replied, "The second compensation is that you can ask my father 3 questions. Anything, regardless of what type of question, is allowed." Right as those words rang out, Shuizheng Mao and Xiao Yuyang's breathing both turned rapid as a fervent shade blossomed on their faces. Despite being elders of Star Soul Palace and possessing great authority that was second only to the Great Emperor, it was still not an easy matter for them to meet the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor was often in retreat, just like a hidden dragon who showed its tail but never its face. Basically, dozens of years might go by before there might be a possibility to meet the Great Emperor, much less being able to personally ask the Great Emperor some questions. The two of them would definitely be ecstatic if they were able to obtain the opportunity that was now presented to Yang Kai. That was because any cultivator would definitely have many unanswered questions on their martial Dao. Questions that masters like them could ask could only be answered by the great emperors, so any advice or answer might allow their strength to soar. Although the second compensation was not as direct as 200 million source crystals, it could be said that it was worth much more than the first. Source crystals could be obtained through time, but an opportunity as good as being able to ask a great emperor 3 questions could only be gifted, not sought. Even when Zishan wasn't able to control his emotions as he turned his head to look at Yang Kai, really hoping the latter would accept this offer right away. Who would have known that Yang Kai's expression would still remain calm? After a moment of silence, he continued, "What is the third?" Lan Sun replied, "The third form of compensation we can offer is allowing you to enter Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda and cultivate in there for 1 month. Yang Kai nodded his head at these 3 choices before him. Truthfully speaking, Star Soul Palace had shown much sincerity through this gesture, as any one of those compensations was sufficient for Yang Kai to return the golden armor Heavenly Book to them. Do I really have to return this Emperor artifact? Raising his head, Yang Kai held on to the golden armor Heavenly Book as he asked Lan Sun. An apologetic look appeared on Lan Sun's face. "Senior Brother Yang, I hope that you can empathize with the several dozen disciples of our Star Soul Palace that are trapped within that sealed world. Without the golden armor Heavenly Book, there was no way to open the Grand Illusion realm, meaning that those several dozen disciples would be forever trapped within." Yang Kai sighed, before replying, "Then I'll choose the third option." Elation appeared on Lan Sun's face, though she proceeded to gawk and say, "Why don't you take a while longer to consider?" When Zishan chimed in to advise him too, "That's right, Yang Kai. There's no harm in thinking over your decision in detail. Since the Great Emperor has offered you 3 forms of compensation, he definitely would not force you to make your choice immediately. There is time for you to consider before making your decision." Yang Kai shook his head and replied, "There's no need. I choose the third option." When Zishan's jaw hung loosely, as though he was unable to say anything in the end, he thought if he was in Yang Kai's position, he would have definitely chosen the second option. Although a trip into the 5-colored treasure pagoda was an extraordinary opportunity, one had to rely on luck to be able to gain within it. If one wasn't lucky, they wouldn't be able to harvest anything even if they cultivated for 10 years, much less 1 month. This made it very lacking when compared to being able to ask 3 questions to the great emperor. He also didn't know what plan Yang Kai had. The only counterargument to his thoughts was that Yang Kai was the final and only decision-maker in this matter. Since the latter had made his choice, it naturally left him in a spot where it was better to not say anything. Lan Xun was also very surprised by Yang Kai's choice, as she had obviously assumed that there was over a 90% chance of him choosing the second offer. Yet, the development of this matter was moving out of her expectations. Nevertheless, she finally nodded her head and replied, "Then our Star Soul Palace will look forward to your arrival, Senior Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded his head, and with a flick of his divine sense, wiped away the soul imprint he had engraved within the golden armor heavenly book in his hand. He then handed the Emperor artifact to Lan Xun, who proceeded to store it into her space ring. With this matter settled, when Zishan warmly invited Lan Xun and the others to stay in Azure Sun Temple for a few more days. Nevertheless, both Xiao Yuyang and Shuizheng Mao were utterly not in the mood, as they subsequently bade their farewells. Having completed her mission, Lan Xun wanted to leave as well. Before she left, though, Yang Kai suddenly called out, "Junior Sister Lan, would you mind staying back for a bit? I still have a small personal matter to ask you." Lan Xun turned around and let Xiao Yuyang and Shuizheng Mao wait outside for her. The two naturally didn't have any qualms about it, while on the contrary, Xiao Chun was adamant on staying behind, a look of hostility covering his face as he did not feel assured leaving Yang Kai alone with Lan Xun. "Senior Brother Xiao, you can go out first." Lan Xun shot a commanding look at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun opened his mouth, but was unable to say anything when he noticed Lan Xun's beautiful eyes staring at him firmly. Immediately, his mood deflated while the words he was about to say became stuck in his throat. In the end, he shot an angry glare at Yang Kai before turning around to leave. After a short while, Lan Xun and Yang Kai were the only ones left within the large palace hall. Lan Xun smiled lightly and said, "There's no one here now. What does Senior Brother Yang want to ask?" Yang Kai replied, "Junior Sister Lan mentioned earlier that you visited Spirit Beast Island not long ago." "Yes?" Lan Xun nodded her head. "That's right. I visited there approximately 3 months ago when my father brought me to the Eastern Territory after being invited by Senior Martial Beast." "Then, did Junior Sister Lan meet Senior Jiufeng on Spirit Beast Island?" Yang Kai's expression changed. "Aunt Jiufeng." Lan Xun was surprised by Yang Kai's question, as she had assumed he had requested a private conversation to ask about Mo Xiaoqi, who would have known that he wanted to ask about Jiufeng. According to what she knew, there seemed to be no lines of communication between Yang Kai and Jiufeng. Shaking her head, she replied, "I did not see her." After a short pause, she continued to speak. "However, I've heard from little sister Xiaoqi that Aunt Jiufeng has been in a retreat recently, and was not to be disturbed unless absolutely necessary." Yang Kai frowned, a pensive look appearing on his face. Jiufeng being in retreat undoubtedly had something to do. Lu Yen. After coming out of the Shattered Star Sea, Lu Yen had fused with the Phoenix True Fire, transforming into a phoenix egg before being brought back to Spirit Beast Island by Jiufeng. As of now, there was still no news of them. At that time, Jiufeng had mentioned that it would take at least 1 year at best, and 5 years at worst before the results could be seen. Although there was Jiufeng standing guard for her, Lu Yen was bearing substantial risk as she received the Fire Phoenix inheritance, leaving Yang Kai feeling unassured and uneasy about her safety. Originally, he hoped to be able to glean some news for Lan Xun, though he did not expect for her to have no information on this at all. Seeing him reveal a disappointed look left Lan Xun with a face full of doubts and confusion, as she did not know what Yang Kai's relationship with Jiufeng was. After turning silent for a while, Yang Kai said, "That's right. I have another matter that I would like to ask Junior Sister Lan for help with." Lan Xun smiled faintly. "Of course, Senior Brother Yang." Yang Kai said, "Do you know a person by the name of Hua Qingxi, Junior Sister Lan? She is also a disciple of your Star Soul Palace, and her master was that Tanjun Hao." Half an hour had elapsed before Lan Xun walked out of the palace. The nervously waiting Xiao Chun immediately went forward to greet her, all while sizing her up in anxiousness, afraid that she might have suffered a mishap. After noticing that she was fine, as well as noticing the frustrated look on Yang Kai's face, his mood instantly turned for the better. Senior brother Yang, you can head to our Star Soul Palace whenever you have the time, and this junior sister will warmly welcome your arrival. Lan Sun turned around to say to Yang Kai, Take care, junior sister Lan. Yang Kai nodded his head absent-mindedly. Lan Sun signaled to Xiao Yuyang and Shuizheng Mao, before the few of them transformed into streaks of lights that proceeded to shoot across the horizon. The various guests on Myriad's St. Peak quietly observed the situation. With the grand canonization ceremony complete and Yang Kai receiving Azure Sun Temple's Jade Elder token, from this point onwards, he was an official elder of Azure Sun Temple. The appointment of an elder should have been an ordinary matter, but Yang Kai's display of strength before everyone's eyes, exchanging a move with Shuizheng Mao, brought him much fame. Although Yang Kai seemed to have suffered quite a serious injury as a result, that did not take away from the fact that he managed to wound the latter. Regardless of his courage or his strength, either one was enough for people to treat Yang Kai with high regard. Furthermore, Lan Sun's arrival had caused a strange atmosphere that hung over the guests, even after the members of Star Soul Palace had left. Therefore, at this moment, quite a few of the gazes sent towards Yang Kai's way had changed from before. No longer were they using the gaze a senior would use towards a junior. On the contrary, it was one of equals. After a momentary bout of silence, the atmosphere returned back to its original liveliness through the efforts of the various Azure Sun Temple elders. Despite the completion of the grand canonization ceremony, having so many Emperor realms gathered at one place was a very rare occasion to come by. Furthermore, this happened in the territory of Azure Sun Temple, so they did not dare to neglect their guests. When Zishan walked Yang Kai around the tables to exchange toasts, introduce himself, and get to know the various emperors of the Southern Territory, which might prove useful to him in the future. As he walked along, Yang Kai recognized quite a few familiar faces in the crowd. Heavenly Martial Holy Lands Wuchang, Orthodoxy Temple's Zhuangbu Fan, and Eight Paths Sect's Luo Yuan were people with whom Yang Kai had crossed paths before. These rising stars that had radiated with extraordinary brilliance while in the Dao Source realm had all broken through to the Emperor realm now. It was not surprising for Wuchang and Zhuangbu Fan, as they were already famous rising stars of the Southern Territory. Both of them possessed considerable status in their respective sects, just like Xiaoshang in Azure Sun Temple, and had access to cultivation resources and opportunities that far exceeded those of ordinary people. On the contrary, the sect that Luo Yuan hailed from, Eight Paths Sect, was just a small force. In fact, it was not even able to rival the Blue Feather Sect that Yang Kai had previously joined. Nevertheless, with his outstanding aptitude and perseverance, Luo Yuan had broken through to the Emperor realm. He had even assumed command of Eight Paths Sect, becoming its sect master. This fellow's face was brimming with an intent to fight as he stared at Yang Kai, appearing as though he wanted to duel with Yang Kai the first chance possible. If not for it being Yang Kai's celebratory day, Luo Yuan might have already issued a challenge. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 rounds of food, everyone moved about, exchanging cheers, forming groups and cliques, alongside greetings and pleasantries. The majority of the emperors present had brought along their disciples and juniors to this place, which just so happened to be a good place to open their eyes to the world. We meet again, young Master Yang. A waft of delicate fragrance blew over, as a curvaceous figure squeezed her way to Yang Kai's side, before letting out a laugh. Forgive me, it should be Elder Yang now. Yang Kai turned his head over to find a beautiful woman standing elegantly with a wine cup in her hand. Her pretty face was of a ruddy pink shade, a presumed result of alcohol. Even her fair neck had a pink hue to it, creating an exceedingly alluring sight to behold. Palace Master Hua. Recognizing this woman immediately, Yang Kai gave a faint smile and raised his cup in recognition. This mistress offers this toast in gratitude for you saving my life. Hua Yulu raised her cup and drained it in a single gulp. Although this 100 Flowers Palace Master appeared delicate and fragile to the point where a gust of wind would cause her to topple over, She displayed a boldness that did not pale in comparison to any man. Having drained the cup in a single gulp, the shade of her face grew even more flushed than before. "You're too courteous, Palace Master Hua." On the contrary, the matter with Tanjun Hao caused Palace Master Hua to be questioned by Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai smiled lightly and drank some of the wine in his cup. Hua Yulu shook her head and replied, "That wasn't much trouble, as it was just a few questions." This mistress simply told them the truth. Did it cause any trouble for Elder Yang? Yang Kai laughed and said, "Palace Master Hua's truthful words helped me, so how could it bring trouble to me?" Hua Yulu revealed a look of relief, before turning her head to glance at her surroundings before asking in a soft voice, "Why is there no sign of Xianxia here?" Previously, when they had met in Flowing Shadow City, Hua Yulu mentioned that she was a friend of Xianxia's, and from the looks of it now, these two seemed to be old acquaintances indeed. If not, she wouldn't care this much about his presence or lack thereof. "Senior Brother Xia is currently stationed at Spirit Lake Palace. I'm afraid that he might be unable to come back in the near future," Yang Kai replied. "If Palace Master Hua wishes to find Senior Brother Xia, you can take a trip to Spirit Lake Palace to pay him a visit." "Is that so?" A look of disappointment appeared on Hua Yulu's face. Right as she was about to say something, Gao Shueting suddenly walked over with a cold look on her face. Hua Yulu immediately said, "Elder Yang still has other matters to attend to, so this mistress will not disturb you further," before turning around and leaving. "How are your injuries?" Gao Shueting moved to Yang Kai's side and asked in a soft voice, though her eyes remained fixed at Hua Yulu's retreating figure. "They're fine," Yang Kai replied. If any other First-Order Emperor Realm Masters took Xue Zhengmao's palm to their chest, they would have to lie in bed for at least a few days. It might even be possible that they would be killed on the spot. However, with his exceedingly strong and sturdy body, coupled with the great soaring black dragon armor he had worn, Yang Kai only suffered a few broken bones as a result of the blow, with not much damage done to his organs. He would recover from such an injury within a day or two even if he didn't do anything about it at all. "How do you know that woman?" Gao Shueting shot a question out abruptly, a look of disdain present on her face. Yang Kai replied, "I exchanged greetings with her once in Flowing Shadow City." "What about her?" "Nothing. If you're still injured, you should go and recuperate rather than mingle with a dubious and shady figure like her." Dubious and shady figure. Gao Shueting seemed to have a very big issue with Hua Yulu. After realizing this, Yang Kai did not dare to ask her more about the details. With a flicker, Gao Shueting snatched away the wine cup in his hand, before saying, "There will be an exchange meeting between emperors in the evening. Good things can appear there, so you should take a look if you're interested." Exchange meeting? Yang Kai was indeed interested in it. Gao Shueting nodded and replied, "It is rare for so many emperor realms to be gathered in a single place, so everyone naturally wants to take this opportunity to make connections, regardless of it being useful or not. This is also something that the Temple Master wishes to see, so the exchange meeting will be hosted by our Azure Sun Temple." "That's right, you can take anything you do not need to exchange as well." "Good. Call me when it's time." Yang Kai nodded his head. "Go on." Gao Shueting waved her hand in response. With the end of the grand canonization, Yang Kai was now a full-fledged elder of Azure Sun Temple. However, due to the time constraints brought about by the whole series of events, he still did not have his own residence, so he naturally could only return to Purple Bamboo Peak. Yang Kai took the next half a day to adjust his breathing to recover from his injuries. By the time night had fallen, his injuries were almost fully healed. The communication artifact beside him vibrated slightly at that point. Extending his hand out to grab it, Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense before standing up. The location of the exchange meeting was still Myriad Saints Peak, though this time the event was held inside the main palace. The various attendees should have already received the news of this exchange meeting, so only a few of the guests from earlier had left Azure Sun Temple. If not for urgent matters that required their attention, even those who left absolutely wouldn't have missed an exchange meeting like this. A few Azure Sun Temple disciples were standing at the doors to welcome the guests, and upon seeing Yang Kai, respectful looks appeared on their faces as they bowed their heads and shouted, Greetings, Elder Yang. Yang Kai nodded his head in response, before walking in with huge strides. Sweeping his eyes across the room, Yang Kai noticed that the palace was already filled with people. The guests that were here for the grand canonization ceremony during the day were basically all present, with over 100 emperors accompanied by their disciples or descendants they had brought along. Although there were many people present here, everything was neat and orderly, devoid of the usual bustle from a crowd. Although conversations were occurring throughout the place, everyone was doing so privately with whispered voices. The interior of the palace was brightly lit, making it seem as though it was daytime. Over here. As Yang Kai was looking around to find a place to sit, Gao Shueting's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Looking over to the source of the sound, Yang Kai noticed Gao Shueting seated at the left side of the palace, beckoning to him. With a faint smile, Yang Kai walked over to her. That place seemed to be the area where the Azure Sun Temple elders were seated, as other than Gao Shueting, there was also Chen Qian, Di Rong, and Yu Kuan present. Seeing Yang Kai walk over, all of them revealed kind smiles on their faces. Yang Kai exchanged greetings with everyone before sitting down at Gao Shueting's side. Junior brother, have you participated in such an exchange meeting before? Gao Shueting suddenly turned her head over to him and asked. Yang Kai stared blankly at her for a while, before looking to his other side. Noticing that there was no one there, he snapped back to his senses and looked back towards Gao Shueting. Elder Gao, are you talking to me? Gao Shueting laughed and replied, who other than you do you think I'm talking to? Ghosts. Chen Qian, who sat by Gao Shueting's side, covered her mouth to let off a soft laugh before explaining, Yang Kai, you've broken through to the Emperor realm and are now an official elder of the temple, so you naturally have to be treated as an equal. This is the rule of our temple. An awkward look appeared on Yang Kai's face as he scratched his head in response. It may take me a while to adapt. Earlier today, he had placed himself in the status of a disciple before Gao Shueting, but now he had suddenly become her junior brother, which was a huge jump in position. This jump was a little too sudden and significant for him to wrap his head around. Nevertheless, as he thought about it, everything made sense. At this moment, be it his cultivation or status, he was not one bit inferior to Gao Shueting and the other elders, so he indeed possessed the qualifications to be considered an equal. Let me hear you call me senior sister. Gao Shueting wore a serious expression on her face as she looked at Yang Kai. Senior sister Gao, Yang Kai said with a grin, showing his exceedingly strong adaptability. So obedient. It's a pity there's no reward. The corners of Gao Shueting's mouth curled up in response, before she followed up with another question. So, have you participated in an exchange meeting before? No. Yang Kai shook his head. Although he had participated in quite a few auctions, he had only heard rumors of such exchange meetings. Nevertheless, I know the basic rules, which is a barter trade. That's correct. Gao Shueting nodded her head. When one's cultivation reaches the Emperor realm, source crystals become less important and valuable. There are many good things that cannot be bought with source crystals. Therefore, everyone generally prefers to conduct direct barter trading. Naturally, this does not mean that people would not take out source crystals to trade, though everything depends on the conditions set by the owner of the treasure. Yang Kai committed every one of Gao Shueting's words to heart as he continued to nod his head, his humble stance causing Gao Shueting to be exceedingly satisfied with him. After a moment, the great doors of the Myriad Saints' palace creaked, before closing shut with a bang. Yang Kai knew that this exchange meeting was about to start. Indeed, as soon as the palace doors closed shut, an elderly man flew up to the stage. This was not an outsider, but Azure Sun Temple's vice-temple master, Qiu Ran. Being the organizer and host, Azure Sun Temple naturally needed to be the first one to grace the stage and stir the crowd up. After a soft cough, Qiu Ran spoke. Many thanks to all the friends gathered here to attend tonight's exchange meeting. This old master wishes for everyone to be able to obtain what they want and return from a rewarding journey. There's not much more to say about the rules, so let the exchange meet begin. Our Azure Sun Temple will start things off and hopes for everyone to be able to offer up good items here. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared. Raising it slightly, Ran said, "This is an extreme soul-tempering pill, a low-rank emperor-grade spirit pill. This pill is for emperors to consume, and upon refining its efficacies, it will allow a huge surge in one's spiritual energy, enabling one to display one's soul techniques with greater effectiveness. There are 3 pills within the bottle and only source crystals are accepted. Everyone, please make your bids." Right as his words rang out, the faces of the greater majority of the emperors present changed. This could not be helped as those were emperor pills. Emperor pills were absolutely not easy to be chanced upon. Only emperor alchemists were capable of refining emperor pills, yet how many emperor alchemists were there in the entire star boundary? Even a great sect like the Azure Sun Temple did not have their own personal emperor alchemist. The Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had an emperor alchemist amongst its ranks. However, Grandmaster Huang Fu's alchemy schedule was already packed full to the brim. Even if someone wanted him to refine a pill, they would need to wait in line for a few years at least before getting their chance. Among the star boundary, spirit pills beneath the emperor grade were still a common sight as there was still a substantial number of Dao Source grade alchemists out there. Nevertheless, things like emperor pills were basically rarities. Yet now, Azure Sun Temple actually took out 3 extreme soul-tempering pills, which was more than sufficient to show their sincerity. Furthermore, only allowing source crystals as bids allowed all of the emperors present to participate. Therefore, right as Ran finished with his words, bids were announced in rapid succession, with the old bid being outbid immediately after being called. In a moment, an extremely lively atmosphere akin to a flea market appeared inside Myriad St. Palace, as every emperor present shouted until their faces and necks turned red, a display of their exertion in the bidding process. Nevertheless, those pills seemed to have not much of a use for the emperors from Azure Sun Temple. That was because Azure Sun Temple possessed the divine Ascension mirror. When he had first arrived at Azure Sun Temple, when Zishan had told Yang Kai that the cultivators of their Azure Sun Temple possessed soul cultivations superior to their fellow cultivators in the same realm. The reason for this was the divine Ascension mirror. The divine Ascension was a sealed world used for the improvement of one's spiritual energy. As long as the emperor realms of the temple could go in once to cultivate, the result would be countless times more effective compared to this extreme soul-tempering pill. If they wanted to increase their spiritual energy, they would just need to enter the divine Ascension mirror, without the need to consume any emperor pills at all. In other words, the extreme soul-tempering pill might really not be of much value to the emperor realms of Azure Sun Temple. One could immediately realize this just by seeing the indifferent expressions present on the faces of Xianxia and the others. After realizing this, Yang Kai laughed quietly in his heart. 5 million! A person's voice rang out before the entire place turned silent. The bid of 5 million high-rank source crystals immediately halted all of the other emperor realms in their tracks, as this price was basically the extreme limit that one would pay for those pills. People who were capable of cultivating all the way to the emperor realm were not stupid, and thus would naturally not recklessly toss away their source crystals. After all, this was just the beginning of the exchange meet, and who knew what good things might come up later. In the end, the 3 extreme soul-tempering pills were sold to a red-robed old man who bid 5 million high-rank source crystals. The red-robed old man seemed to be the sect master of a third-class sect and was surnamed Yu, though Yang Kai was unable to remember his given name. Earlier, he had exchanged greetings with this red-robed old man after being dragged around by when Zishan for a round of celebratory toasting. Nevertheless, despite his outstanding memory, Yang Kai was unable to remember the names of faces of over 100 emperors while slightly intoxicated. It also could be attributed to his lack of motivation to remember. Following up, Ran pulled out another 2 treasures, and just like the extreme soul-tempering pills earlier, they were sold off for only source crystals. This created a wave of loud hustling among the Emperor Realm participants before the bids were won by a man and a woman at high prices. After those 3 treasures, the atmosphere within this exchange meet had been ignited. When Ran left the stage, the red-robed old man that had won the bid for the extreme soul-tempering pills earlier took the lead and scuttled up onto the stage. Raising his hands, he greeted the people present with a grin. This old man greets fellow friends. As he said that, with a wave of his hand, A scarlet-red fruit appeared on his palm. This is a 3,000-year-old blue blood scarlet dragon fruit, and I am looking to trade this for water attribute spirit herb or emperor pill of equal value. Right as the blue blood scarlet dragon fruit was brought out, a unique fragrance wafted across the interior of the palace, with anyone who smelled it feeling as though they were filled with life and vitality, causing a shock to their minds. All of the emperors present here were people with acute senses and mental faculties, so they knew that this blue blood scarlet dragon fruit was an exceedingly rare treasure. This obviously moved the hearts of quite a few people, especially those who cultivated a fire attribute secret art or technique, who now had flushed looks on their faces. 5 space rings were immediately tossed out silently from below the stage. Receiving them, the red-robed old man examined their contents. A pensive look appeared on his face before he finally chose one of the rings. Returning the other rings, he walked off the stage and handed the blue blood scarlet dragon fruit to the owner of the ring he had chosen. With the red-robed old man giving a good example, the exchanges that followed suit grew increasingly lively, moving along at a rapid pace. As one emperor stepped down, he or she would immediately be replaced by another emperor, retrieving the item they wanted to exchange and listing out their exchange criteria. Other than the rare person who was too greedy or had overly demanding requests, the rest of the emperors were all able to obtain the items that they wanted. Xianxia remained seated all the while, with no intention of participating in the exchanges for the time being. However, he was enjoying the meeting with relish, as he was now, despite his great wealth with ordinary treasures not catching his eye at all, being able to watch the various kinds of strange and exotic treasures brought out in this exchange meeting, with every one of them being the precious gems of these emperor realms, widened his perspective greatly. This experience greatly expanded his knowledge, allowing him to recognize these treasures should they appear before him in the future. Even Xianxia and Dirong, elders of Azure Sun Temple, had personally taken to the stage and exchanged their treasures for things that they wanted from the participating emperor realms. Although some people might be at a slight disadvantage in such an exchange, it was truthfully harmless. After all, if the disparity in value between the exchanged treasures was too great, it could just be balanced out using source crystals. Since everyone present here were sharp-eyed, no one would let themselves suffer too much of a loss in an exchange, so it was naturally impossible to pick up a bargain here. "Is there anything that catches your eye?" Gao Shueting suddenly asked. Xianxia shook his head. "Let's continue watching. If there's anything you're interested in, go and inform your senior sister Chun. Your senior sister Chun controls our temple's storehouse, so she should be able to exchange a thing or two for you. This can be considered a little gift for your conferment as an elder of our temple." As the two were chatting, a peculiar fluctuation suddenly rippled from the stage. Everyone turned their eyes over swiftly, only to see a middle-aged man on the stage with a transparent bottle in his hand. Some liquid seemed to be sloshing slightly within the bottle, with the strange energy fluctuation that rippled out earlier precisely coming from the contents of that bottle. "That's..." Xianxia's eyes lit up, as he was faintly able to guess what that thing was. Right as he was dwelling in his thoughts, a surprised gasp rang out by the side of his ear. "Supreme divine water!" A commotion rose within the emperor realms present as everyone's eyes glowed brighter by a few degrees as they stared at the liquid within the bottle. Indeed, it was supreme divine water. Xianxia had also managed to recognize the item. He had indeed bumped into this treasure before. Back then, he had managed to see a drop of supreme divine water while in the flowing time temple within the Four Seasons realm. Nevertheless, that drop had ended up in Morong Xiaoxiao's hands, and he did not know if it had been used up or not. In the star boundary, there were 3 great divine waters: the soul-cleansing divine water, the life-revitalizing jade cream, and the immortal source liquid. Each one of these was a naturally formed product and possessed immense benefits to cultivators. Xianxia had obtained all of the 3 great divine waters at one point or another in the past. However, there was another kind of divine water out there. Although it was not considered to be part of the 3 great divine waters, its value and efficacy were not inferior to theirs. It was precisely the supreme divine water. Its use was in the maturation of spirit herbs, but wasn't useful if consumed directly by a cultivator. This resulted in its exclusion from the great divine waters, though no one could dispute its preciousness. If a spirit herb was nourished by a drop of supreme divine water, it would undergo a rapid maturation, increasing its medicinal age drastically. A single year's worth of growth would be sufficient to reach a medicinal age of thousands of years compared to other spirit medicines. Furthermore, it posed absolutely no harm to the spirit herb, as though it had simply grown naturally. The supreme divine water was also the divine water that alchemists would most hope to obtain. Imagine, if a precious spirit medicine needed 1,000 years to reach maturity but could be instantly cultivated to its full potential next year if it were fed with a drop of the supreme divine water, readying it for use in alchemy. The medicine garden in Xianxia's small sealed world had a large amount of heavy earth as well as quite a few earth vein crystals, which aided in promoting the growth of spirit herbs. There were many spirit herbs that were being grown within the sealed world beads medicine garden, with a year of growth there being able to match 100 years in the outside world, making it have a similar effect to the supreme divine water. Nevertheless, Xianxia was still incomparably attracted to the supreme divine water. That was because the firmament tree needed the supreme divine water to expedite the development of its sealing capabilities. The sealing strength present within the gold and silver firmament tree was able to seal the ancient demon qi within Xianxia's body. However, if Xianxia were to display his demon transformation technique, the seal would be broken. When that happened, he would need to rely on the strength of the firmament tree to reseal the demon qi. If not, he would be destined to devolve into a demon. The amount of supreme divine water present in the man's hand was not much, 3 to 5 drops at most. In other people's hands, this was capable of only promoting the growth of a few stalks of precious spirit herbs. However, it might be able to save Xianxia's life during critical moments. As he weighed those thoughts in his head, Xianxia reached a decision. The man on the stage took a look around before giving a faint smile. I think there's no need for this one to describe the benefits of this supreme divine water, as everyone should already understand its value. However, I don't need source crystals, just a suitable exchange. Those words sounded somewhat overly crafty, as he did not set any conditions for the exchange. Yet, it gave people a feeling as though he was trying to take advantage of this exchange meeting, causing many of the emperors present to feel displeasure at his actions. Nevertheless, that was his property, and he was the only person that could decide whether he would want to exchange it or not. Therefore, despite the displeasure they felt in their hearts, they had no other choice but to suck it up and bid. After a moment of silence, space ring after space ring flew towards the stage. Clearly, those rings were filled with items people wanted to exchange for this man's supreme divine water. Xianxia had also filled his space ring with some items, which he felt would absolutely be enough to show his sincerity. He had too many items in his hands, so he did not mind taking a slight loss in the exchange. As long as he was able to obtain the supreme divine water, it would be worth the price. The middle-aged man proceeded to observe the items present in each one of the space rings, before returning them to their owners below the stage. This caused quite a few emperor realms to reveal looks of disappointment as they clenched their teeth in silence, all while thinking how utterly greedy the fellow on the stage was. All of them had assumed that the items they had placed in their space ring were more than sufficient to be exchanged for those drops of supreme divine water, yet their space rings had been promptly returned. When it came time for Xianxia's space ring, the middle-aged man shot a look at it, though he did not return it immediately after doing so. Instead, he muttered to himself, held it in his hand, before continuing to search through the other space rings. His actions caused Xianxia's brow to twitch as he knew that the items he had placed in his space ring were sufficient to fulfill the middle-aged man's demands, though the latter had yet to make his decision. After a short while, the middle-aged man's eye lit up upon searching through another space ring. Without any hesitation at all, he proceeded to throw Xianxia's space ring back. Xianxia's face turned black as he gloomily grabbed his space ring. He felt that he had already offered a very good deal for the exchange, as it was impossible for other people to offer anything higher than the price of the items he had placed in the space ring. Yet, the owner of the supreme divine water had declined his offer. Since that had happened, there could only be 2 reasons. The first one was that another person had offered a trade of greater value than what Xianxia had offered. Nevertheless, the possibility of this was not high, as no one present here was wealthier than Yang Kai. This only left the second possibility, which was that the other person had offered items that the middle-aged man needed urgently, leading to this result. Many thanks for everyone's participation. This one has decided to proceed with the exchange with this friend. After finishing his inspection of all the space rings, the middle-aged man gave a faint smile before tossing the bottle of supreme divine water down from the stage. A person extended his hand and grabbed it, before storing it in his space ring. Yang Kai shot a look at that person, silently committing his appearance to memory. The exchange meeting continued on, with good items popping up from time to time, attracting fervent reactions from everyone present. Nevertheless, with everyone present being an Emperor Realm Master, they couldn't lose their heads over those treasures. Therefore, regardless of how fiery the atmosphere and the bidding became, the exchange meeting continued on in an organized and orderly fashion. Basically, everyone was able to obtain the items they were interested in, with only a small minority leaving empty-handed in disappointment. After an hour, a short old man walked up to the stage. Present on his face was an amicable smile, giving people a good impression of him. Opening his mouth, he spoke. This old man doesn't have anything too good to exchange. Nevertheless, having come here, I can't just return empty-handed. So I wish to share a little something with everyone. As he said those words, he retrieved an item that looked like a cosmetics box from his space ring. The item was not large, approximately the size of one's palm. It was exquisitely and beautifully crafted, its exterior gleaming and sparkling with soft light. This caused the eyes of quite a few of the women present here to light up. However, the people present knew that this box was definitely not a cosmetics box, as an Emperor Realm Master would not take out an ordinary item in such a situation. Divine senses came sweeping over as people inspected the interior of the box, but after a short instant, weird looks appeared on the faces of quite a few emperors. Everyone, please take a look. The old man gave a faint smile and cracked open the lid of the box. In the next instant, a soft and gentle ringing sound rang out from the box, forming a simple, yet mysterious song. The sound seemed to contain a peculiar strength that caressed the soul like an invisible jade-white hand, calming everyone's flustered and impatient hearts and allowing their moods to become calm and tranquil. The emperors were still all right when the music began to play, but the descendants and disciples that they had brought here reacted differently. The weaker their cultivation realms were, the greater the reaction. An Origin King Realm Jr. was actually unable to control himself and let out a soft groan, while a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Furthermore, a glorious light sparkled within his eyes, as though he had comprehended something. As the ringing sounds continued, the box started to extend upwards. When this happened, the audience was able to see that the box was not some cosmetics container, but an item that appeared just like a pagoda. After extending upwards, a pagoda-like shape took form, extending roughly 3 hands into the air, with 9 distinct levels to it. Every level was rotating independently. Some of them were turning to the left and others to the right, some of them rotating quickly while the others did so slowly. Following their revolutions, the music gradually started to change, though it still sounded as beautiful as before. By the time the pagoda had completely formed, a hazy mist started to develop around it. An azure blue shade tinted the haze before it quickly spread through the interior of the hall. As people raised their heads to look up and noticed a starry sky with a million twinkling points of light had replaced the ceiling of the palace. The place the audience was in now did not seem to be within the myriad saints' palace, but among the incomparably vast starry sky. Extending their hands, they felt as though they could make contact with the stars, giving people an exceedingly strange and miraculous feeling. The faces of the emperors present grew serious as they gradually sensed how miraculous this treasure box was. Each of them started to ponder on what kind of price they would pay to obtain it. Voila! As a soft sound rang out and the starry skies shattered before dissipating away. The incomparably beautiful scenery returned back to a blank ceiling, disappearing alongside the melodious music as the treasure box slowly closed up, turning back into its original box shape, looking all too ordinary as it had before. Those Dao Source Realm and Origin King Realm Juniors instantly snapped back to their senses. As they did so, starving looks appeared on their faces as flames erupted within their eyes as they stared fervently at the treasure box. Holding on to the treasure box, the old man gave a faint smile and spoke. "This is the heavenly music treasure box. The heavenly melody it produces alongside its illusionary projection has great benefits to cultivators at or below the Dao Source Realm, allowing them to achieve twice the result in their cultivation with half the effort. Furthermore, there are absolutely no negative side effects to it. This treasure box was obtained by this old master by chance during my youth and has been accompanying me since the Saint Realm. Over the past 1,000 years, it played a huge role in forging this old master's present accomplishments." After hearing the old man's explanation, the audience was able to reaffirm their guesses. Although the Emperor Realm Masters present were not able to sense the miraculous effects of this heavenly music treasure box, they were able to deduce it from the reactions of their descendants and disciples that this treasure was indeed extremely beneficial for cultivators with lower cultivations. By providing strange and miraculous music as well as a beautiful illusionary realm, it brought significant gains to all those cultivators who cultivated under its influence. This was not something that spirit pills could substitute, as every spirit pill would contain some traces of impurities within it. Although it would not have any effect when consumed sparingly, it would not be advantageous to a cultivator's growth if consumed in large quantities. However, the heavenly music treasure box was different, as every benefit it offered was completely pure. This audience was now even more interested in the creator of such a treasure. Furthermore, from the words of the old man, they knew that this heavenly music treasure box had accompanied him for the past 1,000 years. From this, they knew that this treasure was not something that current artifact refiners could refine. It was extremely likely that this item was refined a long time ago, and might even have been refined in ancient antiquity. The old man continued to speak. Truthfully speaking, this old man was not willing to take this treasure out to exchange. However, this old man is single, has no descendants, and has no disciples. Therefore, this heavenly music treasure box will be just like a pearl covered in dust if it continues to accompany this old master. Thus, this old master hopes that it can display its strength once again, as a form of gratitude for the many years it has helped him. This old man's words sounded somewhat depressing, though it caused a shock to ripple in the hearts of the audience upon hearing his words. Generally speaking, the path of a cultivator like this old man, without a sect or any strong background, would definitely be filled with challenges, difficulties, and hurdles. This would limit one's accomplishments in the grand scheme of things, making it even more difficult to reach the Emperor Realm compared to other people. However, as of now, this old man was an Emperor Realm Master, and it was highly likely that this heavenly music treasure box played a large role in that. Nevertheless, there is a matter that this old master has to let all of you know. Although this heavenly music treasure box is a miraculous treasure, it is absolutely ineffective towards emperors. In fact, its effectiveness is greatly reduced even for those in the Dao Source Realm. Only those below the Dao Source Realm will be able to fully enjoy the benefits of this heavenly music treasure box. Appearing to be an honest person, the old man did not conceal any information and explained the quirks and features of the heavenly music treasure box. Nevertheless, what was there to be wary of? The Emperor realms present here were not solitary existences like this old man, almost all of them belonging to great forces that had innumerable members below the Dao Source Realm. Take Azure Sun Temple, for example. This top sect had cultivators of all cultivation realms, with one able to find a bunch of Dao Source realms at any given moment. These people would greatly benefit from the heavenly music treasure box. If Azure Sun Temple was able to obtain the heavenly music treasure box, their disciples in the Dao Source Realm and below would have one more advantage in their cultivation path. This treasure had incomparably massive appeal for sects and families. Therefore, some people could not help but to ask right after the old man finished his explanation, "Old Lu, can we know what you want in exchange for this heavenly music treasure box?" "That's right, Old Lu. Give a price." There were even some sect masters that were secretly sending transmissions to Old Lu. In fact, some elders and even vice sect masters were hoping that he could join their sect. Nevertheless, They were bound to be disappointed as people like Old Lu were innumerable throughout the star boundary. Some of them would never chance upon any opportunities, and might be lacking in aptitude, which left them unable to join any sect. However, some of them preferred to be wild and free like the cranes flying through the clouds, not willing to be fettered or bound by any force. Without a doubt, Old Lu was the latter sort of person. If not, with his Emperor Realm cultivation, he would definitely be welcomed by any sect should he wish to join. In fact, even Azure Sun Temple would give him a position should he request for it. After a while, Old Lu finally replied, "A few years ago, this old master started to cultivate a certain secret technique that requires monster cores. Therefore, this old master hopes to exchange this heavenly music treasure box for monster beast cores." Monster beast cores. Both looks of happiness and looks of worry appeared across the audience upon hearing his reply. This old master needs monster cores, and they need to be monster cores from 12th order monster beasts. Furthermore, this old master wishes to exchange for 2 sets of 5 elements monster cores. 5 elements monster cores? Moreover, 2 sets? Shocked cries rang out, as frowns appeared on the faces of many emperors, as they felt that this Old Lu was trying to take the lion's share from this exchange. 12th order monster beast cores. Even if they were low-rank ones, each one of them was worth at least 2 or 3 million high-rank source crystals. A full set of 5 elements monster cores would have to be comprised of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes, with prices ranging from 10 to 15 million source crystals. Furthermore, the price would be higher if they were to come in a complete set, pushing the price up to around 20 million. A full set of 5 elements monster cores would be 20 million, while 2 sets would reach 40 million in price. Although the heavenly music treasure box was extraordinary, it was only useful for cultivators at or below the Dao source realm. Who would be willing to spend a few tens of millions of high-rank source crystals to buy this? It wasn't to say that they didn't have that many high-rank source crystals, but even if they did, this was not economical. Therefore, the Emperor Realm Masters that were originally interested in the heavenly music treasure box immediately proceeded to curse under their breaths after hearing Old Lu's reply. Nevertheless, there were quite a few people that proceeded to cast their gazes towards Qiu Ran and the few Azure Sun Temple elders present. The Emperors present definitely could not take 2 sets of 5 elements monster cores. Therefore, the only people that could pay such a price would be the hosts of this exchange meet, Azure Sun Temple. The audience immediately realized that Old Lu had taken out his heavenly music treasure box in this exchange meeting solely to deal with Azure Sun Temple. If even Azure Sun Temple wasn't able to satisfy his request, there was no choice but for this exchange to fall through. Indeed, spiritual energy started to surge between the elders of Azure Sun Temple, a clear indication of them communicating amongst themselves. After a short moment, Qiu Ran shook his head slowly. A disappointed look instantly appeared on Old Lu's face. "The temple doesn't want this treasure box?" Yang Kai asked Gao Xueting. Being a high-rank guest elder of the temple, he did not possess any authority or decision-making power on matters that concerned the benefits of the temple. That was why Qiu Ran and the others did not include him in their discussion on this matter. "The price is too high. Furthermore, our temple does not have a full set of 5 elements monster cores," Gao Xueting replied. It wasn't common to come across a 12th order monster beast core, much less a full set. Although Azure Sun Temple had a few dozen 12th order monster beast cores in their storehouses with rather good grades, they were lacking earth attribute ones. Therefore, they naturally were not able to satisfy Old Lu's requirements. "If the temple doesn't want it, I'll take it," Yang Kai grinned. Gao Xueting looked at him strangely. "You have 2 sets of 5 elements monster cores? I have to discuss with him whether I have them or not." Yang Kai smiled faintly in response before looking towards the stage and saying, "Old Lu, take a look and see if this meets your request." After saying that, he raised his hand and tossed a space ring out. Receiving it, Old Lu swept his divine sense over it. A look of happiness quickly appeared on his face, before being followed up with a frown as he replied, "Elder Yang, this seems to be slightly lacking. The space ring contained a set of 5 elements 12th order monster cores. However, There was only one such set. As the remaining two sets, they were made up of 11th order high-rank cores. Yang Kai shook his head and replied, 12th order monster beast cores? And moreover a full set? How could that be easy to obtain? Even these cores were something I obtained by chance. Old Lu, would you be willing to compromise and accept them? If not, we can only end things here. As they heard his reply, everyone immediately understood that the items Yang Kai had sent might not have reached Old Lu's requirements. However, it should have also met some of them, which explained the latter's hesitation. Old Lu turned silent, not giving an immediate reply. As he was hesitating though, Yang Kai sent him a divine sense message. However, I have some news that I can relay to Old Lu that concerns 12th order monster beast cores. What? Every half a year from now, there will be two 12th order monster cores that will appear at the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in Maplewood City. There will even be high-rank ones. If you pay close attention, Old Lu, you might even be able to obtain another set there in time. How do you know about this news? Old Lu was surprised. Those monster cores are going to be provided by me. So how would I not know about them? Yang Kai quipped to himself. Keeping such information to himself though, he replied. I have an intimate friendship with one of the managers of that branch of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. This is something that he informed me about. Good, good, good. Old Lu smiled happily. If the matter was as Yang Kai had mentioned, he would not need to be in a rush to obtain the two sets of 5 elements monster cores he required. Instead, he could cultivate using the first set first, before obtaining the second set piece by piece. We can go ahead with the exchange. However, this old master wishes for Elder Yang to supplement me with 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals. After all, there is still a large disparity between the value of these items and this old master's price. This old fellow seemed simple and honest, yet had such a black heart. Yang Kai cursed silently, before replying with much thought at all. 500,000. Old Lu turned silent for a while, appearing to be deliberating over this matter, before finally nodding his head. Good. Yang Kai proceeded to send 500,000 high-rank source crystals over before obtaining the heavenly music treasure box from Old Lu, which he shoved into his space ring. Junior brother, you're willing to spend so much for the temple even though you had just become an elder. Senior sister really has to thank you on behalf of the many disciples of our temple. When they cultivate in the future, they will definitely remember your benevolence. Gao Xueting's voice suddenly drilled into Yang Kai's ear. Yang Kai's face turned black upon hearing her words. Turning his head around, he noticed that Gao Xueting was focused on the stage, not appearing to be talking to him at all. Senior sister Gao, this treasure box is mine. Turning her head over, Gao Xueting's gaze turned chilly. Yang Kai immediately corrected his words. It's naturally not an issue if the temple's disciples need it. Only now did Gao Xueting nod her head. You're too thoughtful, junior brother. Yang Kai let off a dry laugh, feeling as though his mouth had been stuffed with bitter medicine. With him pondering silently how to reach a compromise, there were still quite a few treasures that graced the stage in the exchange meet, with many emperor realms taking turns to walk up and present the treasures they had kept for many years, whipping the audience into a frenzy time and time again. However, being in the territory of Azure Sun Temple, everyone still maintained order, keeping their manners when exchanges failed, with no one daring to incite any trouble. Yang Kai took action a few times and obtained a few precious items, including an ancient pill recipe. This continued all the way to the morning of the second day before the exchange meeting finally finished. Everyone then proceeded to stand up before the host. Qiu Ran represented the higher-ups of Azure Sun Temple and cordially invited everyone to remain as a guest. Nevertheless, no one really wanted to remain and everyone proceeded to say their goodbyes. Not long after, the 100 or so emperors brought along their descendants and disciples and departed. Junior brother Yang, please come and visit this old master's spirit jade peak. It should be time for you to choose your residence, Qiu Ran suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded and replied, Good. Please wait a moment, senior brother Qiu, as I still have a small matter to handle. After replying, he immediately rushed out of the palace. transforming into a streak of light as he flew away. Qiu Ran frowned before sighing. He certainly is energetic. Ah, youth. He did not know what Yang Kai was running off to do, to the point that he had pushed an important matter like choosing his residence aside. From the looks of it, it seemed to be something urgent. After an instant, Yang Kai suddenly appeared at a place 300 kilometers away from Azure Sun Temple. Looking around, he immediately focused his sights on a certain location. Cupping his fists, he called out, "Sect Master Zhang. It has been a while." The void rippled before a whirlpool appeared. In the next instant, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man suddenly appeared from the center. Stepping out, a sliver of a surprised look was present on his face as he replied, "What good eyesight you have, Elder Yang." He had concealed himself at that location and had put up his guard, yet he did not expect Yang Kai to see through his concealment with a single glance. Indeed, he really possessed the ability to back up his conferment as an elder of Azure Sun Temple. The crucial point was that the latter was still young, which made Zhang Daoshan feel as though he had aged past his prime. "May I know what the matter is for Elder Yang to ask this Zhang to meet at this place?" Earlier, Zhang Daoshan was about to leave after the end of the exchange meet when he received Yang Kai's transmission. Thus, he had waited specifically at this place. If not, he would already have headed back to his sect. If it was any other person, he would most likely not pay attention to such a brusque request. However, with Yang Kai's status as an elder of Azure Sun Temple, Zhang Daoshan had no choice but to treat the latter with high regard, leaving him no other option but to wait here. Yang Kai chuckled. "My apologies if this offends you, Sect Master Zhang. I would like to request for an item from Sect Master Zhang." A frown appeared on Zhang Daoshan's face as he immediately understood the situation. The Supreme Divine Water? Earlier, when the previous owner of the Supreme Divine Water had taken it out during the exchange meet, Yang Kai had also made an offer, though the trade was not successful. In the end, the Supreme Divine Water ended up in Zhang Daoshan's hands. There were no previous interactions between the two of them. Therefore, if Yang Kai wanted to find him for any matter, the only possibility would be due to the Supreme Divine Water. Indeed, Yang Kai nodded his head. A guarded look immediately appeared on Zhang Daoshan's face while he sent his divine sense to scan in all directions, appearing as though he was preparing to fight his way out of an ambush at any given moment. Yang Kai immediately let out a dry laugh. "There's no need to worry, Sect Master Zhang. This Yang has come here alone and is genuinely interested in trading with Sect Master Zhang for that Supreme Divine Water." Zhang Daoshan frowned as he replied, "If that is the case, I would really have to apologize. This Supreme Divine Water is very important to this Zhang, so I would have to disappoint Elder Yang." Yang Kai raised his hand and continued, "There's no hurry to reject me, Sect Master Zhang. Would you allow me to guess your use for the Supreme Divine Water?" Zhang Daoshan's frown grew deeper, as he felt increasingly impatient towards Yang Kai's obstruction. He had already rejected the latter's request, so what more did Yang Kai want to say? Yang Kai pretended to not see this as he continued. "The use of the Supreme Divine Water is without a doubt for the cultivation of spirit herbs, and is one of the greatest treasures an alchemist can ask for. Sect Master Zhang should want the Supreme Divine Water for this reason, right?" "That's right." Zhang Daoshan nodded his head in agreement. This was not hard to guess, so it didn't prove the latter's brilliance at all. Yang Kai smiled and continued, "However, from what I can see of Sect Master Zhang's talented capabilities, you are lacking any kind of fire attribute qi or traces of spirit medicines. Therefore, Sect Master Zhang should not be proficient in the alchemic Tao." Zhang Daoshan shook his head. "The martial Tao is broad and boundless. This Zhang does not have the patience nor the capability to explore the alchemic Tao as well." Yang Kai revealed a calm expression and smiled faintly. "In other words, Sect Master Zhang is planning on gifting this Supreme Divine Water to another, right? Furthermore, it must be to an alchemy grandmaster that would let Sect Master Zhang gift such a precious treasure. From the looks of it, Sect Master Zhang seems to have some kind of request for the other party, most probably refining a specific pill." Yang Kai paused for an instant before continuing. "Perhaps Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Grandmaster Huang Fu? A look of surprise finally appeared on Zhang Deshan's face. Elder Yang is even able to guess this? Yang Kai laughed and replied, "There are not many well-known alchemists in the Southern Territory. Furthermore, only those few Emperor alchemists are worthy enough for Sect Master Zhang to offer such a precious treasure like the Supreme Divine Water. There is no need to consider other Emperor alchemists, however, as every one of them belongs to a great sect and are extremely difficult to meet, much less request to concoct pills too. On the contrary, Violet Chamber of Commerce is focused on business, with Grandmaster Huang Fu frequently offering alchemy services to the public. Generally speaking, only he would entertain requests for pill concoction." Having arrived at this point, Zhang Deshan did not conceal any further as he nodded his head. "That's right. This Supreme Divine Water is indeed a gift I've prepared for Grandmaster Huang Fu." Yang Kai replied, "Sect Master Zhang is planning on using this treasure to request Grandmaster Huang Fu to concoct a spirit pill for you? Is there anything wrong about that?" "Of course there isn't anything wrong with that. However, with Grandmaster Huang Fu's fame, there are innumerable people that are requesting for his alchemy services. So who wouldn't offer precious gifts to him? Although Sect Master Zhang's Supreme Divine Water is very precious, you might not be able to gain any priority in the queue for his services. In fact, you might have to wait for a period of time even if Grandmaster Huang Fu accepts your gift." Zhang Deshan frowned. This Zhang naturally knows this. However, as long as Grandmaster Huang Fu accepts this gift, there should be results within 3 months. It is still better than those who have to wait bitterly for a few years. 3 months? Yang Kai laughed, before raising a finger and saying, "What if I could let Sect Master Zhang obtain the spirit pill he desires in 1 day?" "What?" Zhang Deshan's entire being shook. 1 day? Impossible. Doubt and suspicion immediately filled Zhang Deshan's expression. If Yang Kai had said those words to him yesterday, he would have snorted and scoffed in disdain. However, it was a different matter now. Right now, Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. With such a golden signboard attached to his name, everything that Yang Kai said contained a certain level of credibility. After hesitating for quite a while, Zhang Deshan finally replied, "Which Emperor Alchemist does Elder Yang know? Has Sect Master Zhang heard of the name Jiying?" Yang Kai asked back. "Jiying?" Zhang Deshan muttered as he fell into deep thought. But very quickly, his expression shook as light burst forth from his eyes. "Grandmaster Jiying? The disciple of the wondrous pill Great Emperor. Other than him, who else could it be? You can't be serious, right?" Zhang Deshan was exceedingly shocked. That Grandmaster is in the Northern Territory, and Elder Yang mentioned that within a day. Yang Kai interjected. "At this moment, Jiying is in Azure Sun Temple. I have a friendly relationship with him, so it isn't a problem for me to request him to concoct a furnace of pills." Zhang Deshan was instantly dumbstruck. Requesting a furnace of pills from an Emperor alchemist? Furthermore, from the disciple of wondrous pill Great Emperor. How can a mere friendly relationship work like this? The point that made it extremely hard to believe was that Grandmaster Jiying was supposedly in Azure Sun Temple right now. Just as Zhang Deshan was lost in his confusion and tumultuous emotions, Yang Kai's voice rang out once again. "Is Sect Master Zhang willing to gift that precious treasure and wait for 3 months or more to be able to obtain your desired spirit pills? Or is Sect Master Zhang willing to try to obtain those spirit pills by tomorrow? However, truthfully speaking, even if Sect Master Zhang is able to request Grandmaster Huang Fu to perform alchemy for you within 3 months' time, I'm afraid that the fee for his work would be sky-high. However, if I use my connections, this fee can be waived." "Waiver of fees?" Zhang Deshan's eyes lit up. When one requested an Emperor alchemist to perform alchemy for them, not only would they need to prepare all of the required materials, they would also have to pay a rather high commission. If not, how would those alchemists become filthy rich? "Only this time," Yang Kai replied with a straight face. Zhang Deshan immediately sensed something from Yang Kai's reply as his face lit up with excitement. "Then the next time, this Zhang can also?" "You naturally have to pay appropriate remuneration next time," Yang Kai chuckled. Zhang Deshan was simply ecstatic. If he was able to form a connection with Grandmaster Jiying through this, He would no longer need to be at the beck and call of other people and wait bitterly when he needed pills in the future. As for commission fees, that was something that he was naturally willing to pay. Seeing the change in his expression, Xianxia struck again while the iron was still hot. To tell you the truth, Sect Master Zhang, I need that supreme divine water as well as I was planning to give some to Grandmaster Jiying. Set a price, Sect Master Zhang, and I'll pay it. There's no need for that. Being a decisive person, Zhang Deshan had already made up his mind, and thus did not plan on hesitating further. After some organizing, he tossed a space ring to Xianxia. The supreme divine water and the alchemy materials are inside. I'll have to trouble Elder Yang then. Xianxia extended his hand out to grab it. Sweeping the contents with his divine sense, he smiled faintly and replied, "Just wait here for a day, Sect Master Zhang, and I will come find you tomorrow. Many thanks." Indeed, the title of Elder of Azure Sun Temple had great utility. It would be an utter fantasy for anyone else to even attempt to obtain the supreme divine water from Zhang Deshan's hands, as he wasn't that much of an idiot to simply offer a precious treasure like the supreme divine water to others on a whim. It was precisely due to Xianxia's status as an Elder of Azure Sun Temple that he had chosen to believe the latter. Seeing Xianxia's figure disappear without a trace, Zhang Deshan was overwhelmed with excitement and apprehension. He was excited about the possibility of forging a connection with Grandmaster Jiying through this matter. This would allow him to benefit from this relationship should he need to request Emperor pills in the future. The apprehension he felt stemmed from the unknown success of the refining of the Emperor pill this time round. Even an Emperor alchemist had a certain percentage chance of failure whenever they took action. If it failed, the herbs that he had painstakingly collected would be completely destroyed, meaning he wasted the 5 years of his life that he had spent collecting them. As Zhang Deshan moved along this train of thought, he was shocked once again as he patted his leg in annoyance. Earlier, due to being overwhelmed by his emotions, he had forgotten to inform Xianxia about the pill he desired. Nevertheless, after further consideration, with Grandmaster Jiying's insight and alchemical prowess, it shouldn't be difficult to deduce the type of spirit pill to refine from the herbs that he had prepared. As the day passed, Zhang Deshan waited impatiently, feeling as though an entire year had gone by. All of a sudden, a streak of light came shooting over from the distance. Zhang Deshan's mind shook as he raised his eyes to look over. Xianxia's figure reappeared, and with a casual toss, threw a jade bottle over. With a faint smile, he said, "Fortunately, I did not fail my mission." Emotions surged crazily in Zhang Deshan's heart upon hearing that. Receiving the jade bottle, he opened it up to take a look. Indeed, he saw 6 gleaming, smooth, and round emperor pills within. Taking a whiff of the pill fragrance, he immediately felt his mind relax and his soul enter a harmonious state. He let off a laugh, and replied in a sincere tone as a look of gratitude appeared on his face. "Many thanks, Elder Yang. If not for Xianxia's connections, how would it have been possible for him to obtain these spirit pills in just a day?" According to Zhang Deshan's estimates, he would have to first head to the headquarters of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce to seek out Grandmaster Huang Fu, gift the supreme divine water to him, then wait at least a few months before being able to obtain the spirit pills from him. Furthermore, 3 to 4 spirit pills would be the maximum amount he would obtain. Truly worthy of being the disciple of the wondrous pill great emperor. Grandmaster Jiying's prowess in alchemy left Grandmaster Huang Fu in the dust. Zhang Deshan could not help but rejoice that he was fortunate enough for Xianxia to send a message to him yesterday, and fortunately, he had believed in Xianxia. If not, how would he have benefited from such a wondrous matter? At this moment, he naturally felt extreme gratitude towards Xianxia. "You're too courteous, Sect Master Zhang. We both obtained what we wanted. That's all." Xianxia smiled faintly and cupped his fists. "Safe travels. Please wait, Elder Yang." Zhang Deshan suddenly raised his hand and shouted. Looking back, Xianxia replied, "What is it, Sect Master Zhang?" A somewhat sheepish look appeared on Zhang Deshan's face. This Zhang wishes to ask Elder Yang if this Zhang wishes to seek alchemy services in the future. Xianxia smiled. "Please do not hesitate to find me in Azure Sun Temple. In any case, with Jiying putting in the effort, any emperor pill could be easily refined. Furthermore, he could even obtain some commission from it. Zhang Deshan was ecstatic. Many thanks, Elder Yang. Yang Kai nodded his head, and with a flicker, returned back the way he came. Azure Sun Temple, Spirit Jade Peak, the residence of Vice Temple Master Chiu Ran. Senior Brother Chiu, I'm here, Yang Kai shouted out after barging inside. Very quickly, he noticed Chiu Ran seated quietly within, appearing as though he was waiting for the former to arrive. Your expression doesn't look too good, Senior Brother Chiu. Yang Kai looked at Chiu Ran in surprise. With a gloomy look, Chiu Ran replied, Didn't you ask this old master to wait for you for a moment yesterday? How did a moment become a day? Only then did Yang Kai realize why the latter was looking at him with bitterness on his face, making it seem as though Yang Kai had abandoned him after a one-night stand. Scratching his head, he laughed sheepishly. I bumped into a small matter and was held up for a bit. Chiu Ran shook his head in helplessness. Too lazy to refute the latter, he waved his hand and replied, Follow me. Yang Kai followed behind obediently. As Chiu Ran walked into a slightly larger hall, he waved his hand, causing the doors to immediately close shut. Looking left and right, Yang Kai discovered that there were traces of a spirit array present within this large hall, though he was unable to identify exactly what kind of array it was. There was a massive sand table present in the middle of the hall, and upon taking a cursory look at it, Yang Kai discovered that there seemed to be a sliver of spirituality present within the sand as it slowly circulated about. However, taking a closer look, he noticed that it was an inanimate object, bringing about an incomparably strange feeling within him. Moving forward for a closer look, Yang Kai's eyebrows immediately rose up. Is this Azure Sun Mountain Range? Chiu Ran nodded in response. Correct. This is the mountains and rivers projection of our Azure Sun Mountain Range. As he said that, he extended his finger. Emperor Qi surged out before the sand table immediately started to come alive. Luscious vegetation, trees, and a mountain range rose up, followed by rocky outcrops, before a miniaturized model of Azure Sun Mountain Range impressively formed. Every single mountain peak, and every single valley present within Azure Sun Mountain Range was identical in shape and scaled size to the original. Yang Kai clicked his tongue repeatedly in awe, while thinking whether he should ask Hua Qingxi to create a similar mountains and rivers projection when he returned back to High Heaven's Palace. Although this kind of thing was not uncommon within big sects, it required exquisite and detailed refining to create. With his High Heaven's Palace's current level of heritage, it shouldn't be difficult to accomplish such a task. Our Azure Sun Temple sits within Azure Sun Mountain Range, with our temple taking its name from it. There are a total of 1,352 large and small peaks, of which there are 27 main peaks reserved for our elders. Currently, the majority of them are empty. Take a look and find one that catches your interest, Chiu Ran said while pointing towards the mountains and rivers projection. Yang Kai took a deep look for a while before replying, Senior Brother Chiu, someone is staying in that green area, right? Chiu Ran nodded. That's right. The peaks highlighted in green are occupied by people, while the white areas are unoccupied. Saying that, he extended his hand to point towards a certain location on the mountains and rivers projection. This is this old master's Spirit Jade Peak. Oh, Yang Kai raised his brow. With Spirit Jade Peak as a reference, he was able to make out the accuracy of this mountains and rivers projection in detail. Of the 27 main peaks, other than the 10 or so being occupied by the elders of the temple, the remaining dozen or so were left for him to choose from. Yang Kai looked over at them and felt somewhat dazzled, resulting in him being unable to make a decision for a long time. To the side, Chiu Ran extended his hand and pointed towards a certain spirit peak. That place is quite good. How about considering it, junior brother? Yang Kai looked over to where he was pointing, before pointing towards the neighboring spirit peak. If I am not mistaken, that should be the purple bamboo peak. Yes? That's right. That's Junior Sister Gao's purple bamboo peak. Forget about it, Yang Kai said with great certainty. Of the people within Azure Sun Temple, Gao Shueting was the person that he was most unable to oppose. Although if he and Gao Shueting were to fight, Gao Shueting would lose 9 times out of 10. It was still for the best to avoid being neighbors with her. Oh, take your time to choose one then. Qiu Ran did not judge Yang Kai's response. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly pointed, "That's Spirit Peak." Qiu Ran looked over and nodded slightly and replied, "Spirit Sword Peak. It's also fairly good, though its location is somewhat remote and the peak isn't too big." The 27 spirit peaks designated for the residence of elders did not have many differences between them. After all, regardless of shape or the density of world energy present, they were all main peak-level locations. Nevertheless, this Spirit Sword Peak was located slightly further from the core of Azure Sun Mountain Range, though it truly did not matter for anyone with an Emperor Realm cultivation. Since Junior Brother has already chosen, then Spirit Sword Peak it is. With a wave of Qiu Ran's hand, the mountains and rivers projection instantly collapsed, turning back into its earlier sand table appearance, before he continued, "Junior Brother, your Elder Token will be able to open the various barriers and restrictions present on Spirit Sword Peak. When you head over, please remember to refine your Elder Token together with the Spirit Sword Peak's Earth Vein. From then on, Spirit Sword Peak will be your domain. Without your permission, even this old master cannot enter as he pleases." "Many thanks, Senior Brother Qiu." Yang Kai cupped his hands and replied, "Off you go." Qiu Ran waved his hand. Yang Kai immediately bade farewell and left. Leaving Spirit Jade Peak, Yang Kai headed along the path he memorized towards Spirit Sword Peak. It merely took the time for one to steep a small cup of tea for a tall, precipitous mountain peak to come into view in the distance. At first glance, the mountain peak appeared just like a sharp sword piercing out from the ground, giving it an imposing look. That was also where its name of Spirit Sword Peak came from. The sides of the mountain peak were steep, with high cliffs surrounding it, while clouds covered the midline of the mountain. Many beasts and creatures were living on the mountain, with everything coming together to form something akin to a paradise. Yang Kai looked over from a distance and was immensely satisfied with it. Although he was the palace master of High Heaven Palace, which occupied a peak-grade spirit vein and many spirit peaks, he was just a high-rank guest elder in Azure Sun Temple. Nevertheless, Yang Kai now had a place he could call his own in the Southern Territory. This was something to be happy about. Transforming into a streak of light, he flew towards the mountain peak. Sweeping his gaze around, Yang Kai saw that there were a few exquisite palaces here. Although it had been unoccupied for many years, and no maintenance had been conducted on them, with the protection of the various spirit arrays, there was not a trace of damage present on these palaces. In fact, there wasn't even a speck of dust. Standing where he landed, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense. Like a tsunami roaring towards the shore, it encapsulated the entire Spirit Sword Peak in a flash, allowing Yang Kai to get a full understanding of the situation of the Spirit Sword Peak. Retracting his divine sense, Yang Kai moved about, appearing just like a sovereign who was inspecting his own territory. After spending a full half-day doing so, Yang Kai had returned to his peak's main palace and could not help but call out in surprise, "Senior brothers, senior sisters, why are all of you here?" Impressively, Gao Shueting and the others were waiting within. Upon seeing Yang Kai return, Chun Qian gave a faint smile and replied, "We're here to offer our congratulations." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Didn't you all already offer your congratulations yesterday? What's wrong? You don't welcome us?" Gao Shueting shot a cold glare at Yang Kai. This shocked Yang Kai, who hastily replied, "How would I dare? I'm simply ecstatic. Everyone, please come in." As he said that, he welcomed the other elders into the palace hall. Before Yang Kai could even sit down though, Gao Shueting suddenly waved her hand, causing over 100 big bottles of fragrant wine to appear on the ground. With a refreshing tone, she declared, "Our temple has a new elder, so today, everyone will not return until they're drunk." As those words rang out, color faded from everyone's faces. Chun Qian's pretty face turned pale as she hurriedly cautioned, "Please don't be impulsive, senior sister." Di Rong's face also changed as he subconsciously backpedaled. "I suddenly recalled that the temple master is looking for me for some matters, so I'll take a leave first." Gao Shueting's eyes narrowed sharply as she snorted deeply. In an instant, Di Rong turned stiff and came to a halt there. He turned his head around to Yukuan, hoping that the latter could save him from this impending disaster, only to see Yukuan drenched in beads of cold sweat. His face so pale it appeared as though he had lost all of his blood. After some time, a group of people were huddled together in the corner, all of their faces a pale shade, while Chan Qian and another female elder were shivering in fright. Yang Kai's face was filled with shock as he looked towards the beautiful figure dancing about in the large hall with an emperor artifact longsword in her hand. After gulping with much difficulty, he asked seemingly to the heavens, "What kind of situation is this?" That figure was moving about without inhibition, staggering about with a bottle of wine in her hand. Her eyes were scarlet red, while she would cheer to herself from time to time, take a swig of her wine, before complimenting how good the wine was. Her emotions flowed out without restraint, as flower after flower of sword patterns formed as her long sword shook, radiating a chilling glow in all directions. Di Rong replied in a bitter tone, "Junior brother Yang, since you're still quite new here, you're not aware of the 3 great taboos of our temple. I never imagined that you would witness this so soon after you become an elder. This is truly something to be celebrated." Yang Kai gawked. 3 great taboos? What 3 great taboos? Chan Qian replied in a soft voice. Temple Master's birthday, Senior Brother Chio's fury, and Senior Sister Gao drinking alcohol. What kind of taboos are these? A look of astonishment appeared on Yang Kai's face before he looked back to the person before them. At this moment, he felt that the noble and pure image he had of that lady had completely collapsed and disintegrated. The lady he was looking at right now was basically a mental patient, cleaning away the cold sweat that had formed on his forehead. He replied, "Why does Senior Sister Gao turn into a different person after drinking alcohol? Could it be that she has been taken over by some malicious spirit? It isn't that serious?" Yukuan hastily waved his hand, while his expression turned strange. "It's just that Junior Sister Gao could never handle her alcohol. How can that be? For better or worse, Senior Sister Gao is a second-order emperor. No matter how strong the alcohol is, she would be able to easily remove its effect just by circulating her emperor qi. How does it turn into this?" Chan Qian sighed. "It's all due to Temple Master's negative influence." "How does it concern Temple Master?" Yang Kai was utterly surprised by her reply and felt that what he had seen and witnessed today had caused his outlook of the world, life, and his values to collapse. Chan Qian replied, "Senior Sister Gao was brought up by Temple Master from childhood. You should know about this, right?" "Yes, I faintly heard about this." Yang Kai nodded his head. Chan Qian revealed a sad and depressed look. When she was young, Temple Master made Senior Sister Gao drink a number of times, and each time, it was until she was totally drunk. This culminated in one incident where she drank too much and turned crazy for a few days and nights before finally returning back to normal. After that, Senior Sister Gao always becomes like this whenever she touches alcohol. In this short story, one could sense the miserable childhood Gao Shueting had experienced. This truly made anyone who heard it feel sad and burst into tears. That's utterly heartless. It makes one bristle with anger. Yang Kai cursed out in extreme anger, causing a wave of commotion that incited the group of elders to nod their heads in succession. Looks of contempt and disdain present in their eyes that were aimed towards that temple master of theirs. After gawking for a while, Yang Kai continued, "Since she cannot drink alcohol, she should know better than to do it. Yet, how did she get so much spirit wine?" As he said that, Yang Kai took a sniff of the wine fragrance before saying in praise, "This spirit wine has been fermented for a few hundred years. Tisk. What a waste. Who knows where she got them from?" Chan Qian was on the brink of tears. She should have been feeling great the past few days, right? Last night, she even came to my small spring peak to chat through the night with me before leaving. Another female elder immediately added, "She had also come to me last night." Yang Kai sighed. "So, with this happening, what is the best option? Don't tell me we have to wait for her to become sober for her crazed antics to stop." Chen Qian replied, "It'll be all right when the wine is finished." Yang Kai swept his eyes across the scene, and his head started to hurt. There are still over 100 bottles, so how long will she be drinking for? In accordance with her speed, it will take a few days and nights before they are empty. Other than that, there isn't any option left. Chen Qian shook her head. Yang Kai thought silently for a while before a resolute expression appeared on his face as he stood straight up. "What are you going to do, junior brother Yang?" Yukuin asked in surprise. "I'm going to accompany her to drink. The faster the wine is finished, the earlier this matter can end." As he said that, he took big strides forward, appearing just like a man who would face an army of tens of thousands of people by himself. Respectful looks immediately appeared on the faces of the various elders present, as they looked blankly at his back figure. "Youth?" Di Rong shook his head and sighed. "Enough of this nonsense. Let's help junior brother Yang restrain her before getting out of here as soon as possible." Yukuin shot a glare at the others before looking over to Yang Kai, who had at some point been captured by Gao Xueting and was already getting alcohol forced down his throat. He immediately turned his head away, unable to continue watching on. "Junior brother, we will remember your sacrifice and pay this favor back in the future." Everyone understood this tacitly, proceeding to hold their breaths and tiptoe out of the premises. Just as they arrived at the entrance, though, an elegant figure suddenly shot towards them, flying straight towards Yukuin's face. A few strands of his black hair drifted away while a deep gulch was carved onto the ground. If not for the protection of the spirit array, that strike might have caused the entire palace to collapse. "You all want to leave?" A frosty look was present on Gao Xueting's face, appearing just like the north wind that had whipped over from the 9 hells, to the point where even the air seemed to have frozen up. An ice-cold voice reverberated in everyone's ears, causing everyone to freeze up, their entire being turning cold as a ghastly voice sounded. "Let me see if you all dare to take another step?" Chen Qian looked pitifully at Gao Xueting and replied in a soft voice. "Senior Sister Gao, you're drunk?" Gao Xueting immediately tossed Yang Kai away, and with a flicker, appeared before the hall entrance, blocking the path. Slashing her long sword down, she glared imposingly at Chen Qian. "How am I drunk?" You. Chen Qian was at a loss. An emperor was actually forced to the point where she was just like a mouse that had bumped into a cat, unable to utter a single word properly at all. "Stop your nonsense and come here and drink." Gao Xueting grabbed hold of Chen Qian, wrapped her arm around the latter's neck, and shoved the wine bottle towards her mouth. Chen Qian only managed to gulp down a few mouthfuls before she could not hold back her gag reflex. Wine flowed and dripped down her slender neck, staining her robes, obliterating her gentle and humble pretty girl image in an instant. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Gao Xueting burst into laughter, appearing as though she was feeling exceedingly ecstatic before her pretty eyes rotated and locked onto Yukuin. Yukuin instantly jumped up and extended his hand, grabbing hold of a wine bottle as he hastily replied, "There's no need for you to take action, junior Sister Gao. This senior brother will do it himself." As he said that, he raised his head to take a drink, appearing incomparably heroic as he did so. Only after seeing this did Gao Xueting reveal a satisfied look, before her pretty eyes shifted once again. However, any elder that was targeted by her, while filled with bereavement, hastily grabbed the fragrant wine and gulped it down in large mouthfuls. Gao Xueting continued to laugh heartily, seemingly having lost all of her intellect. Waving her long sword once again, she started to perform a sword dance within the hall, causing sword chi to fly out in all directions, leaving Yang Kai and the rest to run helter-skelter away in distress. "Junior brother Yang." Chen Qian managed to regain her senses after much difficulty. Extending her hand to rub the corners of her mouth, she proceeded to remind him with good intention. "Please do not use your cultivation to dispel your drunkenness. If you do—" "If I do?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. This conversation came too late, though, as just like a specter, Gao Xueting suddenly appeared in front of him. Extending her hand out, she grabbed hold of him, lifted him up just like a little chick, before speaking out in a chilling voice. "Little brat, you dare to cheat?" As she said that, The long sword in her hand started to vibrate, as though it was about to fly out from her hand at any moment. Yang Kai's face turned pale as he clamped his legs and cried out in alarm, "Please be merciful, Senior Sister Gao." "Humph. You want me to be merciful?" Gao Shueting let out a cold snort, swept her eyes over Yang Kai before nodding. "Put your best into it then." Her longsword rose and shook before a bottle of spirit wine appeared on top of the sword's tip as it was delivered before Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately revealed a look of deep bitterness. However, under the demanding glare from Gao Shueting, he had no choice but to clench his teeth and take up the bottle. "Good, good, good." Gao Shueting clapped and danced about, a satisfied look appearing on her face, as though she was a little girl that had just gotten a new toy. Just as Yang Kai had emptied the bottle, yet another one was hoisted before him. Yang Kai looked at her with a face filled with bitterness. "Are you going to drink, or are you going to drink?" Gao Shueting's face immediately turned frosty. "I'll drink. I'll drink. I'll drink." Yang Kai stared at the longsword positioned below his chin, before nodding vigorously like a little chick pecking at rice grains. After downing a total of 13 successive bottles of 100-year-old spirit wine, Yang Kai let out a full belch as his body started to sway. Under the sympathetic looks from the various elders, he opened his mouth with much difficulty. "Senior brothers and senior sisters, this little brother will take his leave first." As his voice rang out, he collapsed backwards onto the ground. "Waste!" Gao Shueting stepped on Yang Kai ruthlessly and sneered. With a twist of her body, she leaned on his body, using him as a support as she raised a wine bottle in her hands and opened her mouth to drink. The clear yet strong fragrant wine transformed into arrows of water, before being drunk up completely in just a few breaths. With Yang Kai leading by negative example, the other elders did not dare to hesitate anymore as they all proceeded to hug a bottle and start drinking. Within a moment, the entire hall was filled with a miserable atmosphere, as though Azure Sun Temple had been decimated by its bitter enemies. The alcohol strength of the spirit wine was extraordinary, and coupled with them being unable to circulate their cultivation to get rid of its effects, even these emperor realms were unable to prevent themselves from getting wasted. It did not take long for Chun Qian to reach her limits. She felt her entire world shake, while it seemed as though her eyelids were being weighed down by a few mountains. No matter how hard she tried, she could not keep them open. She tipped over as she collapsed onto the ground, passing out then and there. Not long after, another female elder joined her. Yukuan and Di Rong fell over in succession. After a short while, snoring sounds filled the hall, as Azure Sun Temple elders laid on the ground in a disorderly fashion. If anyone saw this scene, they would be in for a great shock. The only person left was Gao Shueting, who continued to persevere away in her fight with those fragrant wines. Only after drinking the last bottle up did she smack her lips and collapse limply on the ground. "You all actually gathered together to partake in heavy drinking in broad daylight. Highly improper." On top of Spirit Jade Peak, Vice Temple Master Chiu Ren slammed his fist on the table, his mustache waving chaotically in the wind, while the group of Azure Sun Temple elders before him lowered their heads, embarrassed looks covering their faces. "All of you are elders of our Azure Sun Temple, with important responsibilities to shoulder, the very pillars of our temple. If we were to have faced an enemy incursion yesterday, what path would the 1,000-year foundation of our temple have taken?" Chiu Ran grew angrier as he shouted, to the point where his saliva shot out in all directions. "We know our mistake, senior brother." Gao Shueting lowered her head and straightforwardly admitted her wrongdoing. "You know your mistake?" Chiu Ran grew even angrier as he stared at Gao Shueting and roared, "Do you think a single 'I'm wrong' will suffice?" Gao Shueting lowered her head to the side and mumbled under her breath, "I already said I'm sorry. What else do you want? That's why you're still unable to find a companion after so many centuries. Serves you right to be single until you die." "What did you say?" The veins on Chiu Ran's temples throbbed. "Nothing." Gao Shueting made a poker face and met Chiu Ran's raging anger head-on before taking it upon herself to say, "However, this matter was caused by me. If senior brother wants to mete out punishment, just punish me alone, as it was not their fault. The other elders nodded their heads in succession after hearing her words. Yukuin added, "That's right, senior brother. This matter was caused by junior sister Gao. We are just the victims. If you want to mete out punishment, just punish her alone. Furthermore, you have to make sure it is a severe one. It will not appease the masses if she doesn't get punished sufficiently." Yang Kai responded by staring at him in stunned silence, appearing as though this was the first time that he had met Yukuin. Qiu Run replied with a sneer, "Who else can force you all to drink alcohol?" Di Rong scratched his face and replied, "Your vision is truly sharp, senior brother. That's precisely it." "Nonsense!" Qiu Ran erupted with great anger. "None of you will escape from yesterday's matter." The group sagged like lifeless corpses, with their heads drooping down, disheartened after hearing his words. "Just state the punishment. What's with the long-windedness?" Gao Shueting shouted back with an extremely impatient look on her face. You are utterly devoid of any respect for your seniors." Qiu Ran slammed the table yet again. After venting his anger for a while longer, he declared, "Yesterday's matter is absolutely unacceptable. If our disciples were to know of your actions, how would our temple maintain its dignity in the future? In view of this old master will punish you all by deducting 3,000 elder contribution points from all of you." "What? Please don't do it, senior brother Qiu. That's 3,000 elder contribution points. Why not just kill me? Please be merciful, senior brother." The group of elders immediately started to shout out, appearing as though they were having their skin peeled off by Qiu Ran. In fact, Chan Qian even proceeded to carve a pitiful stance as she looked at Qiu Ran and cried, "Senior brother? Please don't be like that." She was actually using a soft approach of attack that was just shy of flirting. "Stop this disgraceful act before this old man. If any of you dare to utter one more word, I will deduct another 2,000 points." Nevertheless, Qiu Ran continued to wear a steely and unemotional expression on his face, with his words sounding so sharp it appeared to cut through everything like butter. Those words immediately shut everyone up, their shouting coming to a screeching halt. "Humph!" Qiu Ran shot a cold glare at Gao Shueting. "As for you, the cause of this disaster, other than the deduction of 3,000 elder contribution points, you will be further deducted 1,000 points, for a total of 4,000 elder contribution points. On top of that, you will be locked up for 3 months in solitary confinement. If you commit such an offense again, your punishment will be increased." Gao Shueting spat disdainfully in response. Clearly, she did not accept those terms of punishment, though she did not say anything to refute it. Yang Kai's heart was filled with distress as he stood by the side. While he was an unnamed disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he did not have much interaction with these elders. Of those rare interactions, due to the difference in their statuses, he hadn't had the opportunity to observe their true natures. Now, with his title of high-rank guest elder, giving him equal status as them, Yang Kai finally managed to gain a better understanding of the minds and characters of these high-ranking people. For a moment, Yang Kai felt that his impressions of them had been completely wiped clean and replaced by an utterly new one. A sharp gaze suddenly shot over, leaving Yang Kai gulping his saliva down before meeting it with a dry laugh. Qiu Ran remained silent for a while before continuing, "Junior brother Yang, in light of this being your first offense, this old master will not say anything to you and you will not be punished." Yang Kai was ecstatic upon hearing this and hastily replied, "Many thanks, senior brother Qiu. Senior brother truly is a paragon of virtue and understanding." As his words rang out, 8 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. Only this time. There will be no next time. If there is a next time, there absolutely will not be a next time. Yang Kai made a solemn vow as a guarantee. "That would be best." Qiu Ran let out a long sigh before saying in a sincere and gentle tone, "Junior brother Yang, you have such achievements at such a young age, with you being destined to have immeasurable prospects for your future. Therefore, you should not mix around with this group of hooligans and be sure to protect your martial heart." "Okay." His words left Yang Kai unable to reply, leaving him filled with embarrassment. Fortunately, Qiu Ran did not continue as he went back to scolding the rest of the elders before waving his hands to get them to shoo off. The group of elders felt as though they had received the amnesty of their dreams and hastily departed. Upon leaving Spirit Jade Peak, the group of elders had their heads drooping down in depression, while Gao Shueting at the front was continuing to mutter incessantly, something vaguely along the lines of cursing. As she did so, a frosty aura radiated from her, causing no living creature to dare come near to her, creating an utterly frightening spectacle. Ha! It was only yesterday that I informed you about the 3 great taboos of our temple. Who would have known that you would be lucky enough to bump into 2 of them within the short span of 2 days, junior brother Yang? Yukuin let off a sigh, patting Yang Kai's shoulder and asking with deep concern, "Were you frightened, junior brother?" "I'm all right." Yang Kai nodded his head, before asking curiously, "Why is everyone so afraid of senior brother Qiu?" Chan Qian replied with a soft voice. "Not only is senior brother Qiu our temple's vice-temple master, but he is also the elder in charge of the punishment hall, which is in charge of disciplining everyone from the temple master down to the disciples. With the temple's law and order under his control, who isn't afraid of him? Even the temple master has to give him face. So, that's how it is." Yang Kai finally understood the reason before asking another question. "So, what are those elder contribution points that were mentioned?" When Qiu Ran said that he was going to deduct 3,000 elder contribution points from them, the various elders seemed so dejected to the point it appeared as though their parents had died. Clearly, those elder contribution points were very useful. Yukuin explained, "Junior brother Yang, you've just become an elder for a few days, so you haven't come across this yet. Elder contribution points, is something that every big sect will have. Take our temple for example. Our disciples have disciple contribution points, while we elders have elder contribution points. These contribution points can be exchanged for many benefits from the temple. The most straightforward exchange would be 1 elder contribution point being equivalent to 1,000 high-rank source crystals." "That many?" Yang Kai was shocked by what he heard and proceeded to silently calculate in his mind. Didn't that mean that 3,000 elder contribution points was equivalent to 3 million high-rank source crystals? A single drinking session led to the loss of 3 million high-rank source crystals. That was why these elders were feeling incomparably dejected over the punishment. 3,000 elder contribution points was really not a small number to them. Although you can exchange high-rank source crystals for elder contribution points, there is a limit to how many you can earn that way per year. Every person can exchange for at most 2,000 points per year in this way. If you want to obtain more elder contribution points, you have no choice but to complete certain tasks that are beneficial to the temple. An example would be completing elder missions. Generally speaking, the amount of elder contribution points that we accumulate in total will not amount to more than 5 or 6,000. That's right. Elder contribution points are very useful for us. For example, if you want to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror, you need to spend elder contribution points. 2,000 elder contribution points will allow you to enter once. Yukuin patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said in a heartfelt manner, "Junior brother Yang, let's work hard together in the future." Yang Kai gave a casual reply, only to see Yukuin scoot over and speak mysteriously, "I'll tell you in advance that it will be Temple Master's birthday in 3 months' time. Around that time, you'd best leave if you can, or lock yourself up in secluded retreat. Just make sure to not reveal yourself unless absolutely necessary." Chan Qian by the side nodded her head furiously in agreement, appearing as though she had experienced some kind of nightmare before. "That's right, junior brother Yang. You've already experienced 2 out of our temple's 3 great taboos. You absolutely do not wish to experience that last one." Yang Kai's face turned pale as he replied, "Could it be more terrifying than senior sister Gao drinking alcohol?" Chan Qian pondered over it in deep thought, before replying, "Definitely, however. In any case, it will not be anything good." Yukuin could not help but shiver. "That's enough. That's enough. I have to go back and properly recuperate. On my heart, I'm also going. If you're free, please come to my small spring peak for a visit, junior brother." Chan Qian turned in another direction, before flying away. After a short while, the various elders scattered, heading back to their respective peaks. Gao Shueting, the first one to leave, was already long gone, most likely having already returned to her purple bamboo peak. Qiu Ran had punished her with 3 months of solitary confinement, which would definitely leave her angry for quite a while. Yang Kai returned to his spirit sword peak, looked at the wine bottles that were strewn messily around his spirit sword palace, before letting out a long sigh. Extending his hand, he pulled a wine bottle over before flinging it down the mountain with a flick of his wrist. This continued for a few dozen wine bottles before a black shadow suddenly scuttled out from behind one of the bottles before lunging over towards him. Remaining calm despite the appearance of the black shadow, Yang Kai gave it a light flick. Immediately, a whimper rang out as the black shadow shot backwards and landed on the ground. Lowering his head, Yang Kai was somewhat surprised by what he saw. Present before him was a little jet-black colored beast that spanned the size of his palm. On first look, it appeared similar to a dog. Plastered to the ground, it bared its fangs at Yang Kai as it grimaced in pain, a threatening growl rumbling out from its throat. Where did this little thing come from? Yang Kai was seriously surprised. The critical point was that he had unexpectedly not discovered any trace of this little beast before it showed itself. Although Yang Kai had not intentionally scanned his surroundings just now, it was unreasonable for him to have failed to discover the presence of a living creature that had been hiding in plain sight only a few steps away. However, the truth of the matter was that Yang Kai had only sensed it when the little beast had suddenly shot out towards him. Sending his divine sense out, he discovered that there seemed to be no unique traits possessed by this little beast. Its appearance here on Spirit Sword Palace was most likely due to it being attracted by the strong smell of alcohol. After observing it for a while, Yang Kai snickered and he extended his hand to grab the little beast. Never did he expect the little beast to sense the impending danger and attempt to evade. Nevertheless, it still ended up being captured by Yang Kai and held in his hand. Immediately after being captured, the little beast actually instantly restrained its hostility. Extending its tongue, it proceeded to pant at Yang Kai, making it appear just like a little dog. Seems you know how to judge the situation and respond accordingly. Yang Kai grinned, and with a slight move of his hand, tossed the little beast away. Having removed this mysterious visitor, Yang Kai retrieved his Jade Elder token and opened the barriers around Spirit Sword Peak. He then started to infuse some of Spirit Sword Peak's Earth Vein energy into his token, in accordance with Qiu Ran's teachings. Only when this was completed would he become the true master of this Spirit Sword Peak. The refining process was rather simple, the only problem being the huge expenditure of spiritual energy. Locating the exact position of the Earth Vein and grasping hold of its fluctuations was a simple task for Yang Kai, but that didn't make it any less laborious. This refining process took 5 days, before a streak of light flashed faintly above the Jade token. At the same time, a miraculous feeling surfaced within Yang Kai's heart, like the Jade token had become one with the Spirit Sword Peak, and everything between the two was connected and shared. With a single thought, the entire Spirit Sword Peak was within the grasp of his hand. Refinement complete. Just as he was putting away the Jade token, Yang Kai suddenly discovered a familiar strength fluctuation appearing outside the Spirit Sword Peak's barrier. A surprised expression appeared on his face, before a hole appeared in the barrier, letting the visitor in. After a few moments, a streak of light landed in front of the Spirit Sword Palace, revealing the figure of Gao Shueting. "Senior Sister Gao, what are you doing here?" Yang Kai asked, gasping in surprise. While doing so, he took a sneaky look at his surroundings. Only when he was sure that there was no one around did he close the large doors of the Spirit Sword Palace. Gao Shueting frowned. "What's with those sneaky actions? What are you planning?" Yang Kai glared at her in response. "What can I be planning? On the contrary, it's you who was punished with 3 months of confinement by Senior Brother Qiu, yet you actually dared to run all the way here. If Senior Brother Qiu finds out about this, he will definitely deduct your elder contributions to death." Gao Shueting sneered. "That old ghost just wants to lock me up in solitary confinement, though he did not say anything about locking me up on Purple Bamboo Peak. There isn't any place within the territory of our temple that I can't go as I please. This place is also included? Yang Kai gawked, most surprised about Gao Shueting's nickname of Old Ghost, for Qiu Ran. Gao Shueting chuckled coldly. Sooner or later, I'll snatch away his post as the punishment hall elder, and let him experience the taste of having his elder contribution points deducted and being locked up in solitary confinement. Complicated feelings arose in Yang Kai's heart as he started to question whether he made the right choice in accepting Gao Shueting's request to be a high-rank guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam would become crooked too. He had originally assumed that Gao Shueting was an esteemed and noble lady. However, from the looks of it, due to her upbringing under Zishan, which utterly distorted her childhood days and caused her mental development to suffer damage, how esteemed and noble could such a person be? It seemed that his impressions of her had been based on the false front she had put up. After gaining a more in-depth understanding of her, all of his views had been destroyed. That's right, senior sister Gao. Why have you come to look for me? Not wanting to further the conversation about starting a coup, Yang Kai hastily changed the subject. Right? There's a small matter? Gao Shueting nodded her head with a serious expression, and with a flick of her hand, a space ring appeared which she tossed over to Yang Kai. Feeling suspicious as he caught it, Yang Kai sent his divine sense inside before his brow rose in surprise, and he commented, "So many emperor-grade spirit herbs. Could this be a benefit of becoming a temple elder? Our temple is really thoughtful. However, I have quite a few spirit medicines myself, so I don't need these." Gao Shueting stared at him and replied indifferently, "You're misunderstanding. This isn't for you. Spirit Sword Peak is your reward. Right, if you want to, you can find junior sister Chun Qian to request for some disciples to come to your Spirit Sword Peak to help you maintain the flowers and vegetation here. That can be considered a benefit. As for these spirit grasses and medicines, what are they for? They are for you to refine into spirit pills." Gao Shueting replied bluntly. "Refine into pills?" Yang Kai's expression turned dark. "There are so many emperor-grade spirit medicines inside here, and you want me to refine them all into emperor pills? That's right, we want you to refine them into emperor pills." Gao Shueting nodded. "Our temple doesn't have an emperor alchemist among its ranks, though we have accumulated quite a few emperor-grade spirit medicines. It wasn't easy to get you to join, so we naturally have to hand these over to you to deal with." "Why me?" A look of speechlessness was plastered on Yang Kai's face. Gao Shueting replied with a faint smile. "With greater power comes greater responsibility. Junior brother, during that year in the Four Seasons realm, you managed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. Although that matter happened a long time ago, and some people might not remember it, with me being the leading elder at the time, I recall it very clearly. I've asked around and heard that since you were able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, it shows that you were already on the cusp of becoming an emperor alchemist. After those years, you should have made some progress in the alchemic Tao. Other than you, who else can we hand these spirit medicines to? Are we going to let the other temple elders waste them by burning them to dregs while trying to refine pills? That would be an utter waste." "That's right, it seems that you had refined a furnace of emperor pills during your stay in my purple bamboo peak yesterday. TSK. And you successfully completed your refining in half a day's time. How incredible. Although there are quite a few herbs in that ring, I believe in your capabilities. In just a year and a half or so you should be finished with those." Yang Kai remained silent for a moment, before asking with a serious tone, "Can I reject this?" "Yes, you can." Gao Shueting nodded. "No one's forcing you on this matter." "Then I reject it." Yang Kai returned the space ring back. Gao Shueting took the space ring, turned around, and sighed as she walked away. "I came to help you with good intentions, yet you were not grateful for it. Good. I'm afraid that you might not be able to enter the divine Ascension mirror for the rest of your life." Yang Kai immediately raised his hand. "Please wait, senior sister." Gao Shueting turned her head and grinned as she looked at him. "Is there anything you want to say?" "Junior brother." Yang Kai covered his mouth and coughed lightly. "Senior sister, I would have forgotten about the divine Ascension mirror if you hadn't just mentioned it. A few days ago, you told me that someone was using the divine Ascension mirror when I asked you about going in. someone who could not be disturbed unless absolutely necessary. May I know what time it would be possible for me to go in? Do you have elder contribution points? Gao Shueting tossed a question back. No, Gao Shueting sneered and declared, 2,000 points per entry. You don't even have any elder contribution points, yet you still dream of entering the divine ascension mirror. Have you not sobered up yet? But that time you still weren't an elder of our temple. Currently, you are already an elder of our temple, so you naturally have to follow the rules. If not, if just anyone were able to enter as he or she pleased, training in the divine ascension mirror would no longer be precious anymore. How can you be like this, senior sister? Yang Kai was utterly distraught. Gao Shueting turned around and said in a sincere and heartfelt manner, Junior brother, with greater power comes greater responsibilities. Being the only emperor alchemist in our temple, you have to shoulder the responsibility of refining emperor pills for our temple. Yang Kai growled between his clenched teeth. You duped me to become an elder a few days ago just for this, right, senior sister? You were my respected senior, yet you had the heart to trick me. Gao Shueting smiled lightly and replied, Nonsense. I've been planning this ever since you refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the past. I really was blind. Yang Kai felt bitterness and pain wash over his heart, as his impression of her completely shattered. As he woke from the dream, his heart had been sliced up, leaving a scene filled with blood and tears. Gao Shueting said, Don't be angry. If you don't wish to perform alchemy, there is still another way. Yang Kai growled back, I seek your advice, senior sister. Didn't you mention previously that one of the wondrous pill great emperor's disciples was your high heaven palace's chief alchemist? Since you already have such a subordinate, there isn't actually a need for you to personally put in the labor. Oh, that seems like a good method. Yang Kai stroked his chin thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai seemed to have made a decision as he asked, So, what are the benefits? 1 emperor pill for 10 elder contribution points. As long as you are able to refine 200 emperor pills, you can enter the divine ascension mirror. Fart. Yang Kai leapt up. 10 elder contribution points? That's just a mere 10,000 high-rank source crystals. Which emperor alchemist would accept such a cheap fee when they take action? Damn it! Which of those scoundrels spoiled my good deed by telling you the conversion rate? Gao Shueting's face sank as she mumbled in anger. Yang Kai's face turned black. I can hear you? Gao Shueting pouted and replied, So, what do you want? 1 emperor pill for 100 elder contribution points. I will barely be able to accept that. 100 elder contribution points was worth 100,000 high-rank source crystals. Generally speaking, it was impossible for an emperor alchemist to only refine a single pill for every furnace, with 4 pills being the absolute minimum. Furthermore, any emperor alchemist would charge a fee of around 500,000 high-rank source crystals for every furnace they refine. Yang Kai's asking price was basically the same as what the temple would pay when they sought outside emperor alchemists. 20 points. Gao Shueting counter-offered without a trace of politeness in her voice. 100 points. Yang Kai refused to budge. Stop daydreaming. 100 points means 100 points. 30 points at most. An arduous bout of haggling and bargaining proceeded on, which ultimately ended with Yang Kai bowing down and accepting the price of 50 elder contribution points for 1 emperor pill. Come. Sign this soul contract. With a flip of her hand, Gao Shueting took out a contract that radiated with peculiar fluctuations. This was precisely a soul contract produced by Serene Soul Palace. This thing was a common sight in the Eastern Territory, but was a priceless object in the Southern Territory. How she managed to get her hands on one of these was a mystery. Aren't you looking down on me, senior sister? Although this junior brother may be young, he won't go back on his word. A look of disgust appeared on Yang Kai's face. Just sign it. Gao Shueting urged him on. Unable to bear with her, Yang Kai had no other choice but to leave his soul imprint on the soul contract. With the contract signed, Gao Shueting's eyes immediately lit up as a smile blossomed on her face. With great care, she stored the soul contract, extended her hand and patted Yang Kai's shoulder warmly. "Junior brother, your senior sister's fortune will depend on you in the future." Her words immediately stunned Yang Kai. Nevertheless, after some thought, his face suddenly sunk as he spoke out in a bitter tone. "Senior sister, is this the mission senior brother Chiu assigned to you? Upon completion, how many elder contribution points will you be able to obtain?" "The same amount as you," Gao Shueting replied as she glanced away. "What do you mean by the same? That old bachelor gave me a price of 100 elder contribution points per emperor pill and asked me to convince you to help perform alchemy for our temple. Since I secured your cooperation at 50 points per pill, the remaining 50 points will belong to me, so I'm naturally getting the same as you." Yang Kai's smile suddenly turned incomparably sinister. "It really is hard for you, senior sister, to tell me about this as though it meant nothing. Senior sister, you really are a good person. I swear I'll remember this great favor for the rest of my life." Gao Shueting replied defiantly. "The path of growth will always be filled with thorns, young man. Suffering defeat to gain wisdom and then learn from your mistakes. You should move slowly in the future." "I really have to thank senior sister for this lesson." Yang Kai forced those words out from his clenched teeth. As he felt his insides churn, a sweet feeling surged up his throat. Gao Shueting gave a sweet smile. "Don't forget that you've already signed the soul contract. Good, do work hard. How quickly you work will determine how quickly you can access the divine ascension mirror." Turning around, she made a lazy stretch, opened the doors of the Spirit Sword Palace, and raised her head towards the sky as she commented, "What a beautiful day!" With a shift of her tender body, she transformed into a streak of light before disappearing into the distance. Yang Kai clutched his chest as a look of pain covered his face. Half a day later, in a desolate mountain valley behind Spirit Sword Peak, Yang Kai raised his Jade Elder token. As thoughts flashed through his mind, he drew power from the earth vein and manipulated the barrier around his Spirit Sword Peak to conceal this portion of the mountain valley. With this, even third-order emperors would not be able to pierce through the concealments around this place without significant effort. Letting out a sigh, Yang Kai retrieved various materials from his space ring as he prepared to arrange a space array. He had originally not planned on concealing this space array and was even thinking of sharing it with Wenzi Shan. As once Azure Sun Temple and High Heaven Palace were connected, it would bring immense benefits to both sects. Currently, Xianxia was collecting the unique products of the Northern Territory, and when the time came, they would be able to earn a great profit if they shipped those products to the Southern Territory. On the other hand, if Azure Sun Temple were to collect the unique products of the Southern Territory and ship them to the Northern Territory, they would definitely be able to obtain a good price for them too. Not much was needed to be said about using a space array to connect the two places, with both sects being able to protect and aid each other. Although nothing could be predicted from arranging a space array in the short term, it would have a huge impact on both sects in the long run. That was also one of the reasons why Yang Kai agreed to become one of Azure Sun Temple's elders back then. He would be given his own spirit peak if he became one, and thus making it much simpler for him to arrange this array. However, after his recent experience with Gao Shueting, Yang Kai had no choice but to reconsider his plans. If she learned about this matter, then Jiying might end up as the exclusive alchemist of the temple in the future. Consequently, High Heaven Palace would lose its chief alchemist. For the time being, it seemed as though it would be better for this matter to be carried out in secret, as it would not be too late to reveal the truth once the time was right. Half a day later, a brand new space array was completed. Using the Jade Elder token to mobilize the power of Spirit Sword Peak's earth vein to conceal the space array, even when Zishan would not be able to sense its presence unless Yang Kai allowed it. Inserting source crystals into the array to activate it, Yang Kai disappeared in a flash of light. In the next moment, his figure appeared above the space array in High Heaven Palace. Another moment later, he found Jiying on the Medicine Pill Peak, one of the main peaks of High Heaven Palace. Jiying seemed surprised to meet Yang Kai again and commented, "Brother Yang, why are you back so soon?" "Heh." Yang Kai looked annoyed, accepting the tea from Jiying's first disciple before he sat down and dispiritedly said, "It isn't worth mentioning." Jiying smiled lightly. Although he did not know what had happened to Yang Kai, he could tell that the latter was in a bad mood. Therefore, he casually took out a jade bottle and tossed it to him. Yang Kai caught the bottle and asked curiously, "What's this? Dragon blood pills?" Jiying explained, "These are the spirit pills created from the dragon blood flower you obtained previously. It should be of some use to you, Brother Yang." "Oh, these are the dragon blood pills." Yang Kai sounded extremely surprised as he opened the jade bottle and poured out 3 blood-red pills. Each pill was about the size of a fingernail. Moreover, they exuded a bloody smell that was surprisingly not pungent. The scent alone was able to stimulate Yang Kai's blood, roiling it slightly. From the looks of it, these dragon blood pills were emperor-grade low-rank spirit pills. This is my first time refining this kind of pill, so it is inevitable that I am not familiar with the method yet. In the end, I only managed to produce 3. "Please forgive me, Brother Yang," Jiying said remorsefully. Yang Kai laughed in response. "You are too humble, Brother Ji. Successfully refining 3 pills is already a great achievement." Although Jiying was not just an emperor alchemist, he was also a legacy disciple of the wondrous pill great emperor. The ability to produce 3 pills during his first attempt to refine this type of spirit pill was enough to demonstrate his profound alchemy skills. An ordinary emperor alchemist could never have performed as well as Jiying had. Jiying repeatedly waved his hands dismissively with a wry smile. "You praise me too much, Brother Yang." In front of Yang Kai, who had defeated him fair and square in an alchemy competition, Jiying could not bring himself to be proud of his achievements. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Back to the topic at hand, I have entered High Heaven Palace. But what exactly do you want me to do, Brother Yang?" "A few days ago, I met with head manager Hua. However, she simply asked me to rest for a while and did not assign any tasks to me. I can't just laze around now that I am the chief alchemist of High Heaven Palace, right? After all, I don't have any other talents aside from my alchemy skills." Yang Kai smiled and replied, "It is precisely your alchemy skills that I am interested in, Brother Ji. Here, take a look at this." While speaking, he tossed the ring that Gao Shueting had given to him over to Jiying. Jiying caught it and scanned it with his divine sense before calling out in some surprise, "So many emperor-grade spirit medicines." Yang Kai replied, "Refine them as you see fit, Brother Ji. You don't need to rush. Just go at your own pace." "Not a problem. I will live up to your expectations, Brother Yang. There's something else I'd like to ask of you, Brother Ji." "What is it?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn as he continued, "How much do you know about the flesh incarnation pill, Brother Ji?" "The flesh incarnation pill?" Jiying's expression froze for a moment, and his breathing became a little uneven. "Could it be? Do you have the flesh incarnation fruit, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai thought to himself, "I don't just have the flesh incarnation fruit. I even have the flesh incarnation fruit tree. However, the ripe fruits on that tree have already been picked, so I'm afraid it will take a long time for the rest of the fruits to mature." He didn't conceal the truth from Jiying, stretching out his hand and summoning a flesh incarnation fruit into his palm. Jiying's eyes brightened in response. He hurriedly got up and carefully accepted the flesh incarnation fruit from Yang Kai. Studying it with his divine sense and looking it over carefully, Jiying became more and more elated the more he stared at the fruit. He couldn't help nodding as he commented, "It's really the flesh incarnation fruit. It's exactly like what is recorded in the ancient books. Didn't this go extinct a long time ago? How is it possible for it to appear here?" He studied the flesh incarnation fruit while mulling over it, seemingly completely obsessed with it. Spirit herbs are only classified as extinct when nobody can find them. I just stumbled upon this by accident. The flesh incarnation fruit wasn't the only extinct item that Yang Kai owned. Therefore, he had a deep understanding of this subject. Meanwhile, Jiying raised his head abruptly. "Brother Yang, are you asking me to refine the flesh incarnation pill?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and added embarrassedly, "I thought about refining it myself since I've almost gathered all the necessary materials. However, I can't help feeling that it's inappropriate for me to do so. What if I fail in the refining process? This is the only flesh incarnation fruit in the world after all. That's why I wanted to know what Brother Ji's probability of successfully refining the pill was first. Jiying frowned and considered the question seriously, answering after a while, less than 30%. 30%? That's very low. Even Jiying only has a 30% chance of success. The difference should be negligible even if I have a slightly higher probability of succeeding. In hindsight, I made a wise decision when I decided not to rashly try my hand at refining the flesh incarnation fruit. Do you think you can ask the great emperor to help? Yang Kai asked solemnly. Honored master? Jiying lifted his head and pondered over it before breaking into a smile. He stopped taking outside alchemy requests a few thousand years ago, but if it's the flesh incarnation fruit, he might make an exception. I will need to return to Medicine Pill Valley and inform Honored Master about this matter. As for whether he will help, that will be up to the heavens. Then I shall trouble you with that, Brother Ji. This matter is not urgent. You can go back whenever you are free. I'll go immediately. He stood up. It seemed he felt the flesh incarnation fruit would be very attractive to the great emperor. Otherwise, Jiying would not be in such a rush. Naturally, Yang Kai did not try to stop Jiying from leaving. After seeing Jiying off, he went looking for Hua Qingxi. He wanted to discuss the mountains and rivers projection with her. Needless to say, Hua Qingxi knew about mountains and rivers projections. However, she wasn't sure how one was created. She had only broken through to the Emperor realm in recent years. After all, so many things had been completely out of her purview until now. Nanmen Dejun should know about this subject, right? Hua Qingxi suddenly thought of somebody who might have the necessary knowledge. The mountains and rivers projection was most likely a type of spirit array, so as an Emperor Array Master, there was no reason why Nanmen Dejun would be unaware of its workings. Call him over. Immediately, Hua Qingxi took out a communication artifact and sent word to Nanmen Dejun. Less than a quarter of an hour later, Nanmen Dejun appeared in front of them. Palace Master Head Manager. Were you looking for me? Nanmen Dejun smiled and asked, seeming to be doing quite well for himself recently. At the moment, his face was ruddy and glowing with vitality. The depression from before swept far away. He had been fascinated by Yang Kai's space array in the past and agreed to join High Heaven Palace for 10 years in order to gain access to its array charts. The truth was that he had been unhappy about this, but he seemed to have resigned himself to his fate as time passed. He gradually adapted to his position as the Chief Array Master, especially after Yang Kai handed the full authority of arranging all spirit arrays in High Heaven Palace to him. These days, he spent his time investigating and repairing the spirit arrays around High Heaven Palace and used up countless materials in the process. The profligate spending gave Nanmen Dejun an inexplicably wonderful feeling. Although he had the freedom to roam as he pleased in the past, unfettered to any one force, Nanmen Dejun's financial resources had also been limited. As a result, he could not arrange many sophisticated spirit arrays he conceived of even if he wanted to. However, he was now backed by High Heaven Palace, so all the grand arrays that only existed in his mind were being gloriously brought to life by him and his subordinates, one by one. Nothing could make Nanmen Dejun happier than that. All of a sudden, it seemed as if joining High Heaven Palace had been a good choice. Naturally, freedom was still the most important aspect. He might be the Chief Array Master of High Heaven Palace in name, but essentially nobody bothered him, leaving him completely free to do as he pleased. Therefore, he leisurely lived his days with an ambitious goal in his heart. He was going to use a long time to set up a gigantic array in the High Heaven Palace, one that, when completed, would even be able to defend against 1 or 2 attacks from a great emperor. With such a sect-defending array, all attacks from Emperor Realm Master would be doomed to fail as long as the array was activated. It's not as if my dream is impossible to achieve. Unfortunately, that is only possible provided High Heaven Palace has sufficient financial resources to support my actions. However, I believe High Heaven Palace does have the resources to do so. After all, a cross-territory space array is a huge money-making opportunity. Therefore, he immediately put down whatever he was doing at the moment and rushed over without hesitation the moment he heard Yang Kai calling for him. Hua Qingxi said, Palace Master wants to set up a mountains and rivers projection for the palace. Can you do it? Head manager Hua, are you looking down on me? Nanmen Dejun glanced sideways at her, hot air blowing out of his nostrils. How can I call myself an array master if I can't even arrange something like a mountains and rivers projection? Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Good. Then, I will leave this matter to you and head manager Hua. Nanmen Dejun suddenly scratched his face and said, Unfortunately, I can't arrange a mountains and rivers projection alone. Why? Yang Kai frowned. This guy was so arrogant just now, looking as if he was second only to the heavens, yet now he is faltering. What does he mean by this? Nanmen Dejun replied, The thing is, a mountains and rivers projection can be said to be a very simple, but also very difficult piece to create, Palace Master. Not only does it require an array master, but it also requires an artifact refiner. These two must work together to arrange one. An artifact refiner? Yes. Strictly speaking, a mountains and rivers projection is an artifact. Therefore, it is only natural that it requires an artifact refiner to complete. Moreover, the requirements for the artifact refiner are very high. An ordinary artifact refiner cannot possibly produce a mountains and rivers projection. At the very least, you need a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact refiner. Such requirements are indeed quite difficult to meet. Yang Kai rubbed his chin as he pondered. It seemed like it would be difficult to proceed with this, but that couldn't be helped. Although High Heaven Palace was still small, it had everything it currently needed. Be it alchemists, array masters, or even puppets. The only thing really missing was a competent artifact refiner. What Nanmen Dejun said made Yang Kai realize that he had an issue he could not ignore. It was time for High Heaven Palace to recruit or cultivate its own artifact refiner. After all kinds of talents were indispensable in a big sect.